Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The Castle Rock That I Want to Sell Like Crazy. A big list of all my acquaintances. Roland's eyelids twitched when he heard the straightforward answer. How could he not know that he was being cheated? In fact, the lower the production cost of movie, the more it will sell well. The related publicity and promotion costs will definitely increase exponentially. Just like it, which has a global box office of 700 million, the cost of 35 million is just a small part. The global publicity and promotion costs of 150 to 140 million are the real basis for the big sale. With this calculation, the box office of 700 million is not much. The same is true for the Star Wars universe and the Marvel Cinematic Universe produced by Disney. It is simply a dream for such hype movies to make a lot of money at the box office. Ang Lee's A Dream of Movies in 10 Years clearly stated that the publicity and promotion of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon took Sony Classics at least a year from the day it won the award. The box office of over 100 million was sold bit by bit. Compared with the production cost, the publicity and promotion is a real big part. But unlike these movies, The Shawshank Redemption at this moment is a hot potato. As a movie with a plot that is highly similar to the Simpson murder case, no film company dares to release it in a big way. Because in this kind of thing, no matter which side you stand on, it is wrong. If it is released in a big way, it will inevitably be regarded as a voice of justice by those black people. At that time, they will march and argue more vigorously. That kind of mess is not something that a film company can handle. At the same time, the film company will offend those white people who support the trial of Simpson, and if it is not released in a big way, isn't it just waiting for losses? Since you can't please both sides, what's the point of doing such a non-profitable thing? In fact, after the Simpson murder case broke out, Sony had already discovered that the distribution project in its hands was a pile of shit. Unfortunately, the contract had been signed, and the project had been established. In this case, if they did not publicize it, it would be a breach of contract. Or, Castle Rock Pictures is waiting for Sony to breach the contract so that it can make a fortune and make up for the losses. There is no way. Who makes Sony the rich man in the eyes of the whole Hollywood? According to Castle Rock Pictures calculations, the entire movie now has a maximum box office of 30 million. Even if Sony does not take a cut, Castle Rock Pictures can only get 15 million at most. If the transaction tax is collected, the box office can only get a few million at most. Compared with the production cost of 25 million, it is a huge loss. As for thinking about selling discs to make money, my god. Before the dust settled on the Simpson murder case, they dare not publicize it in the disc market. This kind of thing that puts pressure on the judiciary. Even if you want to do it, you can't do it in public. Isn't this clearly setting yourself up as a target for others to hit? Traffic control. The fact that I was secretly taken back, just keep it in your heart. If you have to publicize it arrogantly, won't it cause me to lose Jingzhao? Therefore, finding a fool to take over is obviously what Castle Rock Pictures and Sony want to see most. And now, aren't you a fool in their eyes? When Roland found the truck driver hiding in his office with the list handed to him by Mike McDavoy, the old man learned that Roland wanted to spend tens of millions of dollars to buy a movie that was similar to the story of the O.J. Simpson murder case, but the protagonist was wronged. The old man immediately looked at Roland with eyes that cared for the mentally retarded. Do you have too much money to spend? Then invest in me to build a submarine. The old man didn't care about the list in his hand, let alone the fact that he came here to check the resumes of the female protagonists after Sony's screening. He felt that he had found a rich man, so he knocked on the table and said, "You want to spend 15 million to buy a movie that is likely to fail? Aren't you crazy? Do you think that after the Simpson murder case is settled, this movie can be released on a large scale and recover funds from the disc market? Are you dreaming? I'm telling you, if Simpson betrays me in the end, you can't even make a disc. Those black people who support him will think that this movie is to redress Simpson's injustice. The fact that it was not released on a large scale in theaters and can only be sold secretly in the disc market is the best proof, because they were suppressed by white people. After hearing what the truck driver said, Roland, who was still wondering how Mike McDavoy dared to answer so affirmatively on behalf of Castle Rock Pictures, immediately understood. With preconceived ideas, Roland knew that The Shawshank Redemption sold very well in the disc market, but the guys at Castle Rock Pictures didn't know. Just like worrying that the large-scale release of the movie would cause black riots if Simpson was really found guilty in the eyes of those black people, wouldn't The Shawshank Redemption be a true portrayal of Simpson? As long as a human rights activist discovers this movie, then Stephen King, who wrote this book back then, will be implicated. It can be predicted with the soles of your feet that there will definitely be waves of protests and redress movements afterwards. Andy candid tunnels for more than 10 years, and they can also help Simpson redress for more than 10 years. As for the fact that The Shawshank Redemption was written before the Simpson murder case, is it just a coincidence? When things get out of hand, who would want to listen to these words? Perhaps they would also think that Stephen King has foresight. He had long seen the corruption of America. However, Roland, who understood the reason, was not worried about these things. The reason why he felt that he might be cheated was purely because he was worried that Castle Rock Pictures would make a fuss about the transaction contract. But now, if the box office and disc market prospects are unclear, and someone is willing to pay $15 million to buy a high probability garbage home, so he would readily agree, then he has nothing to worry about. Because he knows that Simpson will be acquitted. In other words, even if his wings are strong, he can't make a fuss about such a big deal as racial issues. Of course, the reason why Roland wanted to buy it was simply to pick up a leak and expand his own poor film library. This is the best film in history, voted by movie fans one by one. Putting it in his own film library is a face. As for making money from The Shawshank Redemption, don't be kidding. No one can become the richest man by relying on movies. If you have this idea, you might as well throw your money into the stock market again. So, knowing that he would not be cheated, Roland rolled his eyes and pushed the truck driver down from the boss chair prepared by Sony for him. Get out of my way. Even if I buy a movie and it can't be released and sold, I can watch it slowly at home by myself. If I invest in you to build a submarine, I can't drive it. Who said no? Although he gave up his seat, the truck driver moved his butt and sat on the table again. I'll teach you. It's very simple to drive a submarine, and it's also very cheap to build a submarine. How could Roland not know that the old man's submarine building meant to make a single person submersible to dive to the Mariana Trench? Even if Roland didn't know this, after hearing the old man's idea of buying investment, he was not interested in the budget reported by this guy. Nonsense. Tripling the budget is his real goal. Who dares to invest in such a project? Although he thought so, he did not say it out loud. The Lion King cannot be screened on a large scale, and we can only wait for Disney to slowly gather the funds. Since I get a share of the profits, I can only wait until the final settlement. Although Forrest Gump is a hit, I didn't get a penny. The last time I had income was from the share of Jurassic Park. But the problem is that I have to pay $15 million to buy the project, leaving more than $30 million for David Fincher. So please don't look for me, okay? I don't have any money. Roland is not trying to be pitiful, but he is really that miserable now. According to his previous idea, The Lion King was released, which set off a wave of movie watching. He stepped onto the altar and was crowned king like Simba. Then Forrest Gump continued to be released and was regarded as a classic by American audiences. He also took the opportunity to participate in the promotion and distribution, telling the story behind the creation of the movie. And by the way, he went on a talk show arranged by the organizer, guest starring as a prophet, expressing how optimistic he was about the internet. Just like Gump in the movie invested in Apple and wanted to invest all his wealth in it. Finally, he made a statement in front of the people of the country that he would set up an investment company in Silicon Valley to invest in internet companies, and then he could wait for a group of guys who regarded him as a rich man to come to the door for financing and pick and choose them. But what about now? Plans can't keep up with changes. The reason why he dared to go out and play calmly before was because he felt that his arrangements were perfect. But who knew that the Simpson murder case was far more exaggerated than he imagined? This is really more fantasy than fiction. In his previous life, he had never felt the impact of this most watched American innocent case after reading all kinds of information. But now, when his butt was kicked hard by others, he realized how painful it was. Roland Allen wants to invest in the internet. Who cares? Now is the war. Fortunately, even if the sudden explosion of The Lion King is gone, it is okay to get the best film in history, and for investment, he can only ask David to set up an office in Silicon Valley. Although there is no live broadcast advertisement in the United States, it is still okay to take the initiative. Of course, this accident that he didn't pay attention to also made Roland understand that the name is all false. The size of the news you can make is the key to grabbing the headlines. Otherwise, why do the media always want to make a big news? But even if Roland described his miserable current situation, the truck driver didn't take it seriously. No hurry, no hurry, I'm not going to build submarines now. I'll wait until all the projects on hand are finished. I'll give you the project plan when the time comes. Let's get down to business first. Okay, this old guy is relying on me. Roland shook his head helplessly, and he was too lazy to talk too much, so he directly picked up the documents he had thrown on the table before. In fact, after returning from Skywalker Manor, everything was carried out in an orderly manner. As for the selection of the heroine, neither Kathleen Kennedy nor James Cameron intended to take full control. First, compared with the old studios, they don't have a suitable venue to receive batches of candidates. Second, they don't need to do anything about such trivial matters as early screening. Third, Sony has to do something, right? Although Sony only has the right to invest, their entire film industry system is complete. In this way, using their resources can not only save production costs, but also make these guys feel more involved. After all, people invest to make money. If they just wait for the results without knowing it, it will be a bit wrong. Letting the production director they sent to handle various trivial matters is also a sign of reassurance for them. At least they understand that this group of people did not mess around with their money and did not treat them as fools. Well, in the eyes of people in the industry, Sony, who was eager to give money to Roland, was indeed a fool. But as long as they felt that Roland did not treat them as fools, that was enough. Because of this, they who gained a sense of participation were very serious in selecting a suitable list from more than 2,000 personnel materials across the country according to the conditions. When Roland opened the cover, he saw a blonde girl with a bun at the first glance. Catherine Eagle. At first glance at the name, Roland had no impression of it. He continued to glance at the photo of the other person wearing a ballet costume. That white back bar. Isn't this Isabel in Grey's Anatomy? How did Sony find this guy? Roland looked down, feeling strange, when he saw the bodyguard in the work column. Bikini was all in his mind. Don't ask him why he had such an idea. If you are interested, go and watch the movie yourself. This girl is pretty good. Cameron commented, and she is only 2 years older than you. Yeah. Roland did not give any opinion and turned to the second page directly. What came into view was a relatively round face. Scanning the name, Drew Barrymore. When he saw her, Roland directly skipped her personal information and turned to the third page. The reason is simple, because this guy is Steven Spielberg's goddaughter. Like Gwyneth Paltrow, she was born into an acting family. At the age of 6, she starred in The Old Man's It. Later, she also starred in the Charlie's Angels series and 50 First Dates. However, this guy is addicted to alcohol and sex. He has been in and out of drug rehabilitation many times when he was a teenager. If he was really talented, the old man would have recommended him to Roland long ago, instead of appearing on the audition list and waiting to be selected. And the third page is a black-haired girl. When Roland saw those sapphire eyes, his eyelids jumped. What the hell is this? Who selected Liv Tyler? That's right, the third person on the audition list was the elf princess from the Lord of the Rings series. Born in 1977, she was only 2.5 years older than Roland. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that her father was Steven Tyler, the lead singer of Aerosmith, and in the subsequent notes, it was clearly written that she was selected by Tom Hanks to star in the latter's self-written, directed and performed The Unstoppable Miracle. This is the third person who has connections. The truck driver smiled and continued to flip through the information. Roland didn't say anything and chose to read on. The next bunch of acquaintances made his scalp tingle. There is Angelina Jolie, whom Roland had met in the time loop before. When they saw her, the two who knew the situation smiled knowingly. There is Mila Jovovich, who has not yet married Luc Besson, but her mother works as a cleaner in the home of Brian Palmer, the Jewish director who had chatted with Roland before. There is also Reese Witherspoon, who made her debut with her father's comrade in arms Robert Mulligan, and is the star of the Legally Blonde series, and Marion Cotillard, who is Sophia in Assassin's Creed on the surface, and a French actress who won the Oscar for Best Actress for La Vie en Rose, but in fact, her parents are the pillars of the Paris stage. Since she was a child, Marion Cotillard has been calling Luc Besson uncle, and there is even a special French website introducing her family's daughter. In addition, there is Charlize Theron, who was also spotted by Tom Hanks, and will star in Miracles of the Universe, and Natalie Portman, whose mother can't wait to see her daughter become famous. When Roland and the truck driver finished reading the whole book, their heads were full of acquaintances' names. Or, in other words, those who have no connections can't even make it into this list. Although Roland was well prepared, he knew that he might become a popular girl, but when he found that there was no grassroots in the whole list, he realized how popular he was. What do you think? The truck driver closed the list and looked at Roland with a knowing look. These people are crazy. Sending girls? Roland thought for a long time before he came up with such a punching idea. The truck driver paused for a moment, then closed his eyes, resisted the urge to punch someone, took a deep breath and said, "I'm asking you what you think of this list. Who do you think is suitable to play Gwen?" "Oh, I don't know." Roland's real idea is that it's okay to be pretty. After all, there are few guys recommended by acquaintances who can't act. Like Marion Cotillard, she grew up with her parents on stage. Liv Tyler, if Roland remembered correctly, Bertolucci had made a movie for her called Stealing Beauty, but she was a little tall, so if he really chose her, he would have to put bricks under his feet. Reese Witherspoon, who started acting in 1991, is 5 feet 2 inches tall, which is just right for him to stand next to, and like Gwen, she is blonde. To put it bluntly, for a project with a guaranteed investment of 100 million yuan, there is no need to worry about not finding actors, and if Roland is willing, he can even do it more exaggeratedly than Harvey, the fat guy, because from the current situation, many people are willing to have a romantic relationship with him. Since both parties are willing, can it be considered as a secret relationship? Leo collects stamps, but no one says he has a group of Leonardo girls. So with this, Roland doesn't know how to choose. And Rachel McAdams, well, looking at the current situation, even if Roland asked Sony to hold an audition, they would not be able to find Rachel from the truck driver's hometown, because it is not that they are unwilling to find amateurs, but that most people in the Hollywood entertainment industry do not want the opportunity to become popular to be taken away by others. Since we don't know, let them all come and try. The truck driver suggested, when the time comes, you can act with them, and use the one who feels good. Okay. Roland didn't care. Although The Lion King and Forrest Gump did not meet his expectations, it had nothing to do with him. It was a sudden accident. No film company would make any associations. He was still the A+list who had the right to choose people. Let those who are not blondes dye them blonde and come here. A week should be enough, right? Even if they are on vacation in the Amazon jungle, they can make it. The truck driver shrugged. If you didn't make it, or if you don't want to dye your hair blonde, can't you just pass? Note, why do some people think I look down on feature films and Parasite? 25 years of hard work is worthy of respect. I wanted to write about it when DreamWorks was established, but now I'll mention it. Lee Mi-kyung, who gave a speech on the stage, is the granddaughter of Samsung founder Lee Byung-chul. I wrote before that DreamWorks took money from Microsoft and Samsung, of which 300 million was invested by Lee Mi-kyung, accounting for 11% of the shares. When she was speaking, the curtain fell, and Hanks kept asking the staff to go up from below. It's too familiar. I didn't complain about Parasite before, but Sam Mendes, when he won the Best Director award in the Millennium, he was not the producer of American Beauty, so the two little golden men only went to him. This time, 2 eggs are hanging. I complained that he was unlucky. I thought the dragon was riding on his face, but he lost. Castle Rock was in a mediocre financial situation at the time. After they determined that The Shawshank Redemption would definitely lose money, they quickly pushed forward Turner Network's acquisition of themselves. In 1996, Time Warner acquired Turner, so Castle Rock was under their name. The Lion King was indeed screened in the region. Cameron's trip to the Mariana Trench was made into Deep Sea Challenge. Just when I was about to write about South African diamonds, Harvey stabbed me in the back. There are 2 more Weinstein girls, but it's normal. Although she was spotted by Hanks when she debuted, she was promoted by Harvey. And she said before that when she was not famous, there were producers who wanted to lure her. No one in Hollywood is really playing around. Rachel, I want to stay in Mary Jane. Who do you think is the best substitute? Reese? Liv? Marion? Chapter 152. Everyone failed, but I picked up a series for free. Study hard. In fact, after Disney made it clear that The Lion King would adopt regional screenings to reduce the impact of racial discrimination protesters on the film, Roland stopped paying attention to the film. Although the regional screenings they mentioned do not mean slowly spreading them state by state. After all, summer vacation is limited, and children have limited spending time. They have to first seize the box office of children in areas where there are no parades, so as not to waste the influence of the previous poster advertising while avoiding disasters, and end up with nothing. But what is there to pay attention to about the box office of less than 3 million in the first 3 days of the weekend? For Roland, this result is simply a shame. Okay, if it is 30 million in 3 days and 70 million in the first week, he will definitely feel proud. Although compared with the first week of Jurassic Park, the box office of 70 million in 7 days is much less, but he is the only one who can resist the box office. Such data, even if Harrison Ford and Clint Eastwood are tied together, they can't do it. But after Simpsons commotion, everything is gone. Even after the first weekend, with the increase in the number of screenings, the average daily box office has risen slightly, from 2.5 million to less than 3 million. But even if this data can be maintained until the end of the summer vacation, the total box office will only be between 150 million and 180 million. If they want to continue to rise, they must be prepared for a long-term battle. Of course, for Disney, after being beaten by Roland twice in a row, they have accumulated rich long-term combat experience. The release time in Europe is directly scheduled to October. They are not afraid that their film's profit-sharing period will be extended. However, Roland, who enjoys the light-speed profit-sharing model of settling in 2 months and 1 year, is a bit painful. Counting on his fingers, if Disney continues to do this, he will have to wait until mid-1995 to get the first payment at the earliest. He will be thankful that all the money can be settled before 1996. As for the channel, Roland has ignored such a thing. When he receives the money, he will just think of it as winning the lottery. Compared with The Lion King, Roland's cameo in Forrest Gump was just too lucky. It's not known whether it was Paramount's initiative to release the news, or whether some Simpson supporters really discovered the content of the movie. They felt that Forrest Gump, who was born with osteomalacia, ran into college through his own efforts, which was the best tribute and support for Simpson at this time. As a result, after the first week, the second week box office of Forrest Gump actually grew by nearly 4 points. As for the beginning of the film, Roland and Hanks sat side by side on a park bench, listening to each other's stories with awkward expressions, and responding to the scene of chocolates stuffed into their mouths with helpless faces. To be honest, his cameo effect must have been there, but it was definitely not as strong as those fanatical supporters. This kind of thing can't be explained at all, right? This situation made Roland very embarrassed. On the surface, his influence as a Hollywood A+list was simply not as good as those people in the sports circle, but after thinking about it carefully, Roland was relieved again. Why? because he thought Black Panther was not good, and he was not optimistic about the news that Black Panther 2 was approved and started filming. But Black Panther not only sold 1.3 billion worldwide, but was also selected as the best picture at the Oscars. North America contributed 53% of the share on its own, making $700 million box office. Compared with Black Panther, these guys who were crazy about supporting Forrest Gump don't seem so magical. In this way, Roland really realized his wish of not making a movie in 1994 and becoming a little transparent. It's not that he wanted to wear an invisibility cloak, but society and the market helped him wear an invisibility cloak. Of course, Roland is far from the most miserable one in the whole big wave. Speed, which was released before The Lion King, seriously collided with the public opinion storm brought by The Simpsons. It still had 14 million in the first weekend, but after 3 days, the whole of America stayed at home watching the live broadcast. True Lies was even worse. It was invested 115 million, but only made 25.8 million in the first weekend. It was a bit different from the 30 million that Fox had expected. Compared with the performance of Forrest Gump, well, looking at it this way, Roland was still somewhat useful. At least without his governor and trucker, they could not achieve the achievement of 30 million in 3 days. With Zemeckis and Hanks, they successfully broke through the 30 million mark. Of course, this kind of self-entertaining joke was actually only Roland's idea, because from the surface, except for Speed, The Lion King, Forrest Gump, and The Mask, this year's summer movies are expected to be all flops. Jack Nicholson's Werewolf, with an investment of 70 million, did not make more than 18 million in the first weekend. Joel Schumacher's The Client, with an investment of 45 million, just made more than 17 million in the first weekend. Harrison Ford's The Pursuit, with an investment of 62 million, just made more than 20 million in the first weekend. In a situation where a bunch of big guys might go bankrupt, no film company can laugh. Because of this, when Castle Rock Pictures saw the grim situation and learned that Roland wanted to buy their movie, these guys immediately contacted Roland, but they were dissatisfied with the price of 15 million proposed by Roland, thinking it was too little. Roland was not that kind of idiot. He was a guy who could watch Mike Mulhame, Cole Needham and others generate electricity with love without investing. As a stingy man who is only generous to his family, you want him to increase the price for no reason? Unless the sun can climb out from the west. So, in order to let Roland raise the Shawshank Redemption to the cost price, Castle Rock Pictures took out its own film library to tempt. Their idea was actually very simple. At this time, Roland was stupid enough to want to buy the Shawshank Redemption, so showing him the film library, wouldn't it be for him to screen whether there are projects that will definitely lose money? As long as he chooses them, they will sell them to him at cost price. Anyway, they are all movies that are about to be released. According to the current market reaction, they have no idea. Roland, who thought bargaining was annoying and wanted to refuse outright and let them see what it meant to sell if you want, or get out if you don't want to sell, swallowed his words after hearing Castle Rock's self-exposure in the proposal of opening the door wide. The film library is the root of the film company. MGM has been rotten for so many years, but it can still sell 4.8 billion in 2005. Although this is related to the fact that they have a lot of hotels and resorts under their names, the treasure-like film library is what Sony is interested in. So Roland asked the guys from Castle Rock to bring the film library list. After a closer look, there are other good things in it. Clint's In the Line of Fire, Tom's Golden Times, NBC's Seinfeld. You actually have all these things? Roland was full of surprise. We are only responsible for the production of these, and the specific copyrights are not in our hands now. What about When Harry Met Sally? You made it independently, right? Roland didn't care, and continued to ask. We won't sell it. The person in charge rubbed his hands and smiled. 10 Days of Danger? We won't sell it either. After all, it's been released. Well, after hearing what the other party said, how could Roland not understand that these guys simply regarded themselves as fools? But it doesn't matter. What he likes to do most is to be a fool in the eyes of others. Since Castle Rock Pictures was only established in 1987, there are not many things in their film library In addition to the Shawshank Redemption and those things that cannot be sold, Roland actually only has his eyes on one movie. How about Before Sunrise? That's right. When Roland saw the beginning of the Before Sunrise trilogy, he wanted to get it. Although he doesn't like this kind of platonic love, he respects everyone's choice. Just like Seven Deadly Sins, since many people think that the Love in the Sky trilogy is very good, it proves that the director's ideas can at least be understood by others. In this case, even if the entire series will definitely not make money in the short term, Roland still wants to buy it and put it into his own film library. This is not a question of whether it is profitable or not, but a question of filling the film library in many aspects. Who would choose a bad movie when they can fill the film library with high quality resources? The purchase of The Shawshank Redemption was based on this consideration. Roland may never be able to shoot the first film in the eyes of the audience in his lifetime, but it doesn't matter. The first film in the history that you like is lying in my warehouse. Roland's idea, Castle Rock Pictures naturally does not know, but they know that a low-cost drama film like Love in the Sky with a budget of less than $2.5 million will definitely be a big flop, no matter how it is distributed. If you want to make a profit, you have to sell the disc for at least a year. This made things much simpler. They hoped that Roland could purchase all the copyrights of The Shawshank Redemption at the cost price of $25 million. The copyright transfer fee for the Love in trilogy was $2.5 million in cost and $500,000 in series investment and distribution rights, totaling $28 million. Roland naturally did not accept this price, and the reason he gave was very simple. I invested $30 million in David Fincher's new project, which includes the salaries of Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, Gwyneth Paltrow, and Kevin Spacey. All of them can't take $15 million from me. Your Shawshank Redemption has no box office appeal and has caused a lot of trouble. Why is it so expensive? I haven't even seen your movie. I just like Stephen King's book. If you sell it like this, then I won't buy it. Who knows when the Simpson case will end? Who knows if the result of the Simpson case will have an impact on the release of the movie's videotapes and DVDs? When Roland brought up the argument that I haven't even seen the movie, Castle Rock Pictures, which wanted to bargain, was a little confused. They thought that Roland had at least seen the movie from Sony and thought the content was good, so he wanted to take a gamble, but they didn't expect that this gentleman really acted on his own preferences. He is simply the stupid son of a landlord. When they remembered that Roland liked to collect the tattered copyrights of Marvel before, they felt that their analysis was more reasonable. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Buying something at a price of tens of millions is like buying cabbage in the market. The biggest difference between him and Nicolas Cage is that the former likes to spend money on wine and women, while Roland is looking for the meaning of life. They are all idiots. Looking at it this way, there is no point in testing the price. They are not necessities for Roland, but just a hobby after getting excited. If it takes 2 weeks, maybe he will be too lazy to buy them. In this situation, where it doesn't matter if I don't buy, and you will fail, if you don't sell, the deal will be negotiated faster. In the end, Roland agreed to use $22 million to purchase the investment and distribution rights of The Shawshank Redemption and Before Sunrise and the subsequent series, which reduced Castle Rock Pictures' losses to $6 million. Although they still lost money, they transferred the biggest risk to Roland, and Roland, $20 million to buy a film with the best reputation in film history, and $2 million to buy a love series that literary young people like to watch. This is a big profit, no matter how you look at it. After the official signing and completion of the transfer, Roland discussed the publicity and distribution arrangements with Sony again. He still had to participate in the Toronto International Film Festival that was scheduled before, but as for the screening, he would be more relaxed. As long as the 7-day screening conditions for the Oscar are met, enough judges can see the film and get an Oscar nomination. Roland doesn't care about the box office at all. He is just waiting for the Simpson case to end and then sell the discs. After all, after attending George Lucas's 50th birthday party, Roland certainly understood how much those guys care about this game. Since Forrest Gump is the highlight moment of Robert Zemeckis and Tom Hanks, why does Roland want to join in the fun with The Shawshank Redemption? Not to mention that this movie didn't win an Oscar. Even if it did, he could just hide his work and not participate in the competition. Friends help each other. It's no big deal. As for selling discs, he doesn't have to worry about it. As the developer in the DVD standard war, selling a disc to Roland is really easy. After finalizing the acquisition in one day, the previously purchased Eat Drink Man Woman was also put on the screening schedule. Of course, this is more for self-entertainment. If it can make a profit, it's better. If it can't make a profit, Roland won't lose. He didn't sign any gambling agreement. It's his own profit. As long as he is happy, he can do whatever he wants. After finalizing the business that needed his presence, the rest of the work was naturally left to others to do, and Roland himself was learning from Master Yuan. Although he could use a double directly for actions that he couldn't do or dangerous actions, he had to put on a good look at other times. This was Spider-Man, not Charlie's Angels. The soft and floppy movements were fake at first glance. After all, it was recognized that, if 3 men were to play the series, it would fail even more miserably. The reboot was even worse. Although the correctness of various fields was taken into account, the overall look was like a child playing house. Pay attention to your back, and don't bend up. You can be slow, but don't do it with your hands and feet. Look at the plum blossom pile under you first. I don't want you to fall off it. That's right. In order to make Roland's movements more smooth and coordinated, Master Yuan directly put him on the plum blossom pile. At the beginning of the teaching, for fear that Roland would not understand, Master Yuan personally demonstrated what it meant to open the crotch and follow the hips, and tried his skills to show his flexibility. Although Roland already knew all these things, and he always believed that, as for animals, although Zhang Chenjin learned more like them, Master Yuan, who is an old hand, should be able to design better postures to teach students in a more relaxed way. However, after seeing Master Yuan's design, he instantly lost confidence in the 6-month study. Damn, isn't the plum blossom pile a walking one? What the hell do you want me to crawl on all fours? The point is that it is easy to shift gears with high and low pitches. It is normal to have ups and downs with different spacing. Especially after Roland got on, he found that he was the Luozaohe who was chasing his tail. As we all know, cats and cattails are two different creatures, and Roland, who got on the plum blossom pile, above the neck and below the neck, are two different species. His eyes, ears and head told him that he was really good at it, but his limbs and body told him that no, you can't. Of course, although the practice in reality is much more difficult than imagined, Roland did not give up. There is a certain gap between the performance effects of a double and a real person. The most classic one is Escape Plan 2, Hades. If there is no Stallone, the whole movie can be called Huang Xiaosu and his doubles. It doesn't matter if you use a double, but don't show the double's face in the movie. Are you afraid that the audience doesn't know that you used a double? Although the battle suit can be used to reduce this bug in the filming of Spider-Man, according to the truck driver, he will arrange to show his face in the fight. In this case, Roland will not take it lightly. He knows that Tobey Maguire used a double in the shot where he punched the Sandman, and he doesn't reject these things, but if the truck driver wants him to do it, he must be able to stand in front of the camera at any time. After all, the entire IP is his own, and this is a project he managed himself, and he doesn't want to ruin it because of his laziness. And the practice is not endless. It is from 6 to 8 in the morning, and then from 9 to 12 o'clock. The rest of the time is still free to arrange. Compared with those guys who really make a living from action movies, Roland's time is really not enough. But to be honest, you want him to practice paralysis like Woojin. He admires Woojin's tenacity, but this kind of thing can't happen to him. Holding 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway, he has a place on the rich list. Making money is just to practice paralysis? Before you start to enjoy life, you lie on the hospital bed to enjoy your old age, and then watch the cabbage being dug by others? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can keep learning for what he likes, but risking his life, he can't do it, and those old men won't let him do it. It's like Spielberg asked Jackie Chan how to shoot jumping off a building. For Roland now, if the problem can be solved by technology, then spend money to do it. Note, errata, as pointed out by a commenting book friend, there is a small bug in the paragraph about Panasonic selling American music. Panasonic was also in the console war at that time. They worked with EA, AT&T, and Time Warner to develop 3D and research home game consoles. I have played the Heroes of Might and Magic and Toy Soldiers Wars, but I always thought that this company was American because Motorola and Japan's Sanyo also participated in the production. I always thought that Panasonic was just a machine manufacturer like them, but in fact, selling American music and abandoning Universal were also related to the sudden death of 3D. Although it did not affect the plot, it was indeed written with problems. Many movies in the summer of 1994 were flops, or in other words, the movies on the list that year were either released before and avoided the Simpson case, or were released during the Christmas season and had little impact. There were few movies that competed with Simpson and made a profit. The Love-In trilogy was indeed made by Castle Rock, and the first one was already waiting to be released at that time. The old version of Spider-Man punching through the Sandman was indeed a special effect. I'm not being mean. Sony's explanation was that they found a disabled person to punch so that they could save money on special effects. They could just do the visual effect of sand flying without having to Photoshop the hand out. Chapter 153 Trivia. August 31st, 1994. In a burst of tight breathing, Roland performed the turtle fist according to the movements taught by Master Yuan. The fine beads of sweat all over his body shone golden in the sun, and the hair stuck to his face was like mottled shadows in a bird's nest. Although his image was not good, 2 months of training had changed Roland's previous carefree spirit. The look of Jehu sitting on the sofa was gone. The spirit brought by continuous practice made him look sunny. Of course, if a fan saw it, they would definitely shout, "So handsome." The reason why the movements taught by Master Yuan were called Turtle Fist was because the other party did not teach Roland any real skills at all. According to the project requirements and Roland's own conditions, Master Yuan temporarily designed a set of training methods. But this is normal. Master Yuan is a martial artist. He learned northern martial arts from his father since he was a child. If he really wanted to accept disciples, he would want them to hand over their real kung fu to foreigners. Isn't that a fantasy? When Jet Li learned that Time Warner invited him to the studio not only to film The Matrix, but also to record his lifelong kung fu during the filming breaks, didn't he reject the invitation? It's just like doing business. If the other party doesn't want to, you can't force them to buy, right? Okay. Stop. Master Yuan clapped his hands, signaling Roland, who was still posing, to get up. Roland, who was getting back on his feet, raised his hand and was about to wipe the sweat off his forehead with his slippery arm, but the studio assistant who had been waiting for a long time had already handed him a towel. He wiped his face casually, but before the towel was handed back, a blue water bottle was handed to him again. Almost at the same time, the towel he had used before was also taken away. Master Yuan, who had just arrived, thought he was a big shot at first, and his head was full of weird thoughts like you actually go to the toilet yourself, and you actually eat yourself, but after watching for 2 months, he got used to it. There was no way, who asked the head of the studio to come and take a look around when he had nothing to do. Not only that, the newly promoted CEO of the film company who got a promotion because Spielberg couldn't stand the two brothers who fanned the flames and had them kicked out by Sony, would also come to join in the fun and express his sincerest condolences to Roland, who was practicing diligently. Nonsense. You have to be sincere. If this gentleman is unhappy, he can get Sony to kick him out in a minute. In this situation, if Master Yuan is still entangled, then this class can't be taught. But for Roland, he has long been accustomed to this kind of A+list treatment. Not to mention stepping on the high and praising the low, just based on Sony's brain circuit. He thinks everything Sony does is normal. There is no way, who said that except Sony, no manufacturer would study the weird design of skipping ads by shouting out the name of the ad. After 2 months of practice, you should be able to complete most of the movements now. In the next week, you can rest or practice freely. I will spend a week studying the director's ideas and designing special movements. In the next 4 months, I will continue to practice and test the feasibility of the movements and the aesthetics of the pictures. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Master Yuan told Roland about the subsequent arrangements in his half-baked English. Roland nodded and agreed without objection. Okay. According to the shooting method of Hong Kong movies, all action scenes are designed while shooting. Master Yuan and his team thought about it on the set and started teaching the actors. After the actors learned it twice, they could shoot it. But it's not possible here. Not to mention that most actors have no action foundation. The model of learning first and then shooting that has been developed for many years is not so easy to abandon. It's good enough for the truck driver to let Master Yuan design the movements. As for designing while shooting, I can't see the finished product and I'm panicking. If you don't show me a finished product, how can I know whether the final effect is 10,000 years BC or 100 million years BC? You know, a truck driver is someone who has requirements for even the angle of the set. Want him to do it in the dark. Dream on. Whoever pays is the boss. Master Yuan will certainly not refuse, and for Roland, this is actually a good thing. All unknown factors can be eliminated during the preparation of the film, so that the danger can be minimized, not to mention that when The Matrix 4 was filmed in San Francisco, it was not until it arrived at the location that it was discovered that this place seemed a bit high. After saying goodbye to Master Yuan who had taught him, Roland went to the bathroom of Sony Studios to take a shower. When he came out, after taking a shower, he went straight to the restaurant to fill his rumbling stomach. While he was looking for food, the old man in the baseball cap also came in. He looked around and saw Roland, then he stepped forward. When he skillfully opened the seat, grabbed the big chicken leg from Roland's plate, dipped it in the sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Roland, who was already used to it, sucked his thumb and asked, "How was it?" The truck driver certainly understood what Roland was asking. He nodded while gnawing on the chicken leg, and then responded with vague and excited words. "Great. It's simply great. That's the most realistic picture I've ever seen." Then are we still shooting the real scene? Roland grabbed a napkin and wiped his hands. Of course. The real scene must be shot, but those dangerous scenes of shuttling through the city can now be solved in the studio. That's right. What the two talked about was actually the content of the subsequent shooting. After the official injection of funds in the project, the truck driver had already asked people to think about the shooting location. When choosing the location, the person in charge encountered a problem how to shoot the scene of Spider-Man flying around in downtown New York. The solution given by the team to this problem was to use wire ropes at night. Although the truck driver felt that it was inappropriate, he had no choice. Because neither Jurassic Park nor Forrest Gump had a large number of moving scenes that applied CGI. He could not think of any other way except to use real shots and then synthesize them. After learning about these people's judgments, Roland directly threw away these ideas in front of the truck driver. Really, fly to the center of New York? Isn't this a brain hole? The puzzled truck driver was directly pushed by Roland to the production base of Industrial Light and Magic. Roland asked him to take a look at the production scenes of Apollo 13. Although Ron Howard's side only started filming half a month ago, the visual effects of Apollo 13 have already started. The most classic is the scene of the launch of the Saturn V carrier rocket. The entire clip was generated by computers without using a single frame of data images. But even so, when it was put together with the real video of the rocket taking off, even NASA people couldn't tell the difference. Jim Lovell, the commander who brought Apollo 13 back to Earth from space, even wondered how the crew got the rocket launch footage from NASA after seeing the launch. Yes, 2 years ago, everyone was still running around, shooting the real scene first, then shooting the portrait with a green screen, and finally synthesizing the dinosaurs and humans through computers. The technology has been eliminated by the times. Now Industrial Light and Magic only needs to rely on the outdoor scene data and the studio green screen interior to synthesize various scenes, and in this way, Peter Parker doesn't need to fly around New York. The scenes that are difficult to shoot in real life can be done directly on the computer, and this is why Roland set up the practice venue in Sony Studios. While practicing, you can also get first-hand preparation information, instead of tossing around with phone calls. How are the props? Roland asked after wiping his mouth with a napkin. The clothes are difficult to make. The truck driver told Roland the tragic news very straightforwardly. Don't worry, the clothes are definitely elastic, but your height and body shape are not fixed. Stan told me clearly that, in order to avoid wrinkles on the clothes, he can only make the clothes according to your current body shape data. This may cause a problem, that is, when you wear it, it may be a little small. But he assured me that, even if it is small, it will definitely not affect the filming. At most, it will be. What is it? Roland was very concerned about this question. At most, you will wear the battlesuit naked. Since Roland wanted to get to the bottom of it, the truck driver fulfilled his wish. Don't worry, Stan assured me that he will definitely make special arrangements. At most, it will be a little uncomfortable when you wear it. Roland was full of black lines. Although he knew in his previous life that the battlesuits of superheroes were all anti-human, he still thought it was funny when he learned that Holland drank water with his eyes. But when these things really happened to him, the first reaction in his mind was naturally not to squeeze himself. When he lowered his voice and asked the truck driver to tell his friend to use safe materials, the guy who was eating and drinking for free almost spit out Roland's weird brain circuit. When other A+lists face this problem, the first thing they care about is their image. Is there any problem with this? Do you think you are great just because you have a daughter? Do you believe me? I will draw a portrait for my niece. Okay, I will tell Stan. Don't worry. The truck driver immediately became timid. The reason is simple. When he went to Industrial Light and Magic to observe and study, he saw the portrait in Lucas' office. After discovering that Roland's name was left on the painting, he asked a question. This question was a big deal. Lucas told what happened at his birthday party 2.5 months ago, and Spielberg's initial revelation fell into the ears of the truck driver. Roland wants to draw a portrait of his daughter? The world is so big, you can draw anyone. Just spare me. I'm full. Let's go. As if he didn't want to give Roland a chance to continue, the truck driver who had just returned from Venice clapped his hands and stood up after eating 2 chicken legs. It's almost 1 o'clock. They should all be here. Go pick a girlfriend for you. Because he didn't want to talk about his daughter with Roland, who was recognized as a pervert by the Jewish gang, the truck driver directly pulled his arm and pushed him out of the restaurant. Such behavior also made Roland speechless. This is really yellow mud falling into the crotch. It's shit if it's not. He just emerged from the cocoon and became a butterfly. How could he become a pervert? This is more exaggerated than Overwatch and Diablo wanting to create an animated series. Of course, although Roland had many dissatisfactions in his heart, he put on a serious face after entering the audition room. There was no other way, who made him just step into the hall, and the girls who had already arrived all saluted him. If they were dressed in the same uniform, with a label on their waist and a handbag in their hands, Roland might have turned around and cried for help. He just told the truck driver about his demands, but this guy wanted to take revenge on him 40 times in 3 days. With so many blonde girls, he might die here. Even teachers who took 2 with him when he went out to play. Okay, no joke. After receiving the notice from Sony, the families of the girls who submitted their resumes started to prepare crazily. Although many people were not born blonde, wouldn't it be enough to dye their hair? As for makeup, even if Roland and the truck driver had no requirements in this regard, no one would neglect the guys who could come here. As a result, when Roland entered the audition room, he glanced over and saw that the 40 girls on the scene were all the same. The feeling of seeing a mountain as a mountain, seeing a mountain as not a mountain, and seeing a mountain as a mountain again made Roland shudder. Fortunately, they didn't come in for the audition at the same time. Otherwise Roland might have slammed the table and said, I want them all. Who's in favor? Who's against? Of course, the audition was not just a matter for Roland and the truck driver. In addition to them, Catherine Kennedy, who was in charge of everything, the production director sent by Sony, and 3 audition directors were all present. With the help of these tools who didn't even deserve a name, the audition went smoothly. The audition clip chosen by the old man was the classroom. Peter, who was bullied by his classmates, was comforted and encouraged by Gwen. Because he was beaten up by the bully in the class, and then pulled up by Gwen, Roland, who had just taken a shower, rolled on the ground under the truck driver's smirk. Although what the other party said before choose whoever you like, was true. Roland also found many problems in the process of being pulled up again and again. Katherine Heigl was half a head taller than him. Mila Jovovich was also half a head taller. Liv Tyler, his forehead rubbed against the other's nose when he stood up. To be honest, Roland is not short at his age. If he grows an inch taller, he will be as tall as Tom Cruise in full form. But in front of these girls, who can be models, well, in addition to height, the audition must be performed at least twice. Roland knows that he is handsome, but what is the point of view? The people with connections, asking for autographs right away. With the idea of getting close to Roland and Roland's first screen girlfriend, the extremely unprofessional performance of suddenly laughing during the audition is the same as Anne Hathaway falling off the bench during the audition. Fortunately, there are many people who want autographs, and some who bring Polaroid cameras to take photos, but the frequency of laughing is not high, which is within the range that truck drivers will not be angry, but will only treat it as a joke. Of course, there are also those who are bold enough to want another chance, but the parents of those who dare to speak up are basically big names in the circle. After trying all 40 people, it was already 5 o'clock in the evening. Roland's clothes had been rubbing on the ground, and there was a hole in them. When he shook his head to tell those guys that he would accept anyone, the truck driver took a resume neatly, then let's go with her. Reese Witherspoon just got into Stanford this year. She is 5 feet 1 inch tall. Even when she is wearing high heels, she has to look up at you. When she pulled you up just now, your eyes and her shrinkage looked good. Note, the truck driver is a guy who really won't start filming until all preparations are completed. When filming the ship, he even calculated the degree of tilt of the ship before filming. Before Christmas in 1996, they spent more than 3 months shooting the balanced stage shots. As a result, after returning from the holiday, they found that the ship tilted 6 degrees, but because the 3-degree tilt was not filmed, the truck driver asked someone to level the ship. As a result, when doing it, it was found that it would take 2 weeks to move 3 degrees, and another 2 weeks to move it back. So the truck driver angrily cut the 3-degree shooting scene in the documentary. Special effects are developing so fast. When Jurassic Park was being filmed slowly, Forrest Gump allowed Gump and Kennedy to meet. In the 3rd year, when Apollo 13 was filmed, the rocket launch and space scenes were all CGI. Chapter 154, Dedicated Roland, Blueprint of Dreams. Reese Witherspoon. To be honest, I would rather choose Marion Cotillard. When Roland heard this name, a pink lawyer outfit popped up in his mind. Legally Blonde made Reese Witherspoon touch the tail of the A-list, and the flop of the sequel made her fall back again, but the title of America's Sweetheart was confirmed. However, just when her status was unstable, Walk the Line starring with River Phoenix's brother Joaquin saved her life. Perhaps the road of being an actor is not easy to walk, so Reese chose to make a biopic and transform into a producer. After seeing the popularity of Twilight and the Hunger Games, she bought Gone Girl, founded her own company, and invested in David Fincher. In the end, the works that Roland remembered her for were Big Little Lies, whose appearance was crushed by Nicole Kidman, and the American TV series The Morning Show, made with her bestie Jennifer Aniston. Compared with those actresses that Roland had followed on Facebook and Instagram for a long time in his previous life, Reese's figure was very vague in his memory. What he remembered most was Reese, who was born in 1976. In Vanity Fair, which was filmed in 2004, she played the mother of Robert Pattinson, who was born in 1986. Although her role was deleted in the end, in the eyes of people in the industry, her appearance actually collapsed quite quickly. Of course, if these alone were not enough to be the reason for Roland to remember for more than 10 years, the movie that really made him remember the black history of the two was Water for Elephants, released in 2011. In the movie, Robert Pattinson and Reese Witherspoon became a couple. They were mother and son 7 years ago, and they fell in love 7 years later. The power brought by the promotion of status is so magical. When the work fails, you have to play whatever role the producer gives you. If you win the Best Actress award, you can transform into a producer and achieve results. Everything is easy. As for why Roland pays attention to these failed works, is it because he has too much time and has nowhere to spend it? Bullshit. If Fox hadn't released the news that Scarlett Johansson auditioned for Water for Elephants, how could Roland pay attention to Robert Pattinson's movie? He is not interested in movies like Twilight at all. He is even less interested in the fanfiction 50 Shades of Grey of Twilight. Oh, it turns out that he loves deeply. He has only liked 2 people for so many years. Only the schoolbag dude who always wants to drink bath water can be more loyal than him, right? Of course, Reese Witherspoon's appearance is still quite good these days, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sell more than 100 million box office with just her face. But for Roland, the real concern is not her herself. It's the school and the truck driver's words. You said she just got admitted to Stanford this year? Roland reread the information pushed by the other party. Yeah. The truck driver was a little confused. What's the problem? She's enrolled in the spring. If you think she's a little old, then we'll choose Michelle Williams. Kathleen Kennedy on the side added, she's also in our candidate range. Yes, Michelle Williams, who later dated Heath Ledger, gave birth to a daughter for him, and starred in the controversial My Week with Marilyn, was not born in a grassroots family. She appeared in the newly released Lassie this year, 94. Although the box office of this movie was just a little short of 10 million, the disc sold well. After learning about the audition, her resume also appeared in the information table. However, it's better to choose Reese Witherspoon than Michelle Williams. Although she will only exist for 2 films, everyone hopes to work with a beautiful woman, right? Besides, Roland doesn't care about age. It's Stanford. For Roland, Stanford is a magical school. It produced Vinton Cerf, one of the co-designers of the TCP/IP protocol and the internet architecture, Sergey Brin and Larry Page, the founders of Google, David Packard and William Hewlett, the founders of HP, Lena, the founder of Cisco, and the 2 founders of Yahoo, Chiefs Jerry Yang and David Fillo. As a guy who had just traveled through time and reincarnation, and wanted to finish from the door to the door, he naturally would not miss these opportunities to make money. Before the Simpson case broke out, he wanted to create a wealthy persona to let these guys know that he had money, but nowhere to spend it. Now, with all the talk show promotions cancelled, he couldn't find a channel to release the news, right? Besides, how many people can really see this kind of news without a blockbuster movie to match it? In this way, finding it by yourself becomes the key. Simpson made him see the instability of sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Sometimes you want to be lazy and don't take the initiative to attack. If you miss it, you will miss it for the rest of your life. However, after he tried the domain name countless times at home according to his memory of his previous life, he found nothing. If Google had not yet been established, it was natural that it could not be found. But he could not find Yahoo's official website even after entering Yahoo. What the hell was this? He firmly believed that he could not have remembered Yahoo's website wrong. When a bunch of classmates were using Heyo 123, he typed the website address himself to find the official website. He had been typing the Yahoo website address for many years, and it was impossible to type it wrong. As for Yahoo not being established, that's even more nonsense. During the time when the alien Jack Ma became the richest man, there were endless reports about Yahoo and SoftBank. Various media reported on their history of making a fortune. Roland clearly remembered that Yahoo, which was rated by the media as missing Google, Facebook, and Microsoft, was established in early 1994. It received investment from Sequoia Capital in early 1995. Therefore, without the media's publicity, this creator of the internet miracle at the end of the 20th century would not come to the door in vain. Although Yahoo fell all the way in the end, its market value fell from 100 billion to 4.8 billion and was acquired, and it went from occupying the throne of the world's #1 internet to leaving the market in disgrace without even keeping its name. The story of the fall of this giant is very unpleasant. But Roland doesn't care. What does it have to do with him, whether Jerry Yang and David Fillo are stubborn or not? He chose Yahoo for money. Compared with making movies, holding copyrights, hugging Berkshire Hathaway, and sneaking to pull a bear hair, investing in Yahoo and then selling stocks to cash out is the simplest, safest, and fastest way to make money. Sequoia Capital invested $2 million in 1995, and it doubled 250 times when it went public a year later. Before going public, Masayoshi Son invested a total of 102 million, accounting for 35% of the shares, but a year later, he made 450 million by selling 5% of the shares. This is faster than robbing a bank. Compared with Soros' shorting of the Thai baht, the initial cost of investing in Yahoo is even lower. The reason why Roland dared to promise Elizabeth to build a zoo for her when she was 10 years old was because of Yahoo. And to kill the media giant Disney, you have to spend money, okay? In America, the last 5 big companies that can laugh at the end have divided up all the TV stations such as NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, UPN, and WB. And all kinds of cable stations and pay stations are almost all their subsidiaries. As a guy who mainly plays media and secondly plays real estate, the entertainment revenue accounts for less than 20% of Disney's total revenue. If you want to deal with him, you can make a Titanic a year for 10 lifetimes, and you will still be trampled on the ground. At this time, Disney's film industry is indeed withering, but they have money to acquire it. In this case, finding Yahoo is a must. Invest in the other party first, and then when the market value soars, you can find a buyer. That's right, there is no need to wait for the internet bubble to burst, because the money that is slowly cashed out can do a lot of things. For example, Masayoshi Son himself said that before Amazon went public, Jeff Bezos approached him to invest and offered 30% of the shares for 130 million, but Masayoshi Son only wanted 100 million, and the deal fell through. For another example, Sergey Brin and Larry Page wanted to sell Google's web crawler algorithm for 1 million. For another example, when Jobs returned to Apple in 1996, Apple's stock price was less than $1 per share. There are so many things that can be done. Roland is not greedy. He knows that, even if he has money, he can't eat all these things. If he eats alone, he will be targeted. Epstein is a typical example. Besides, he doesn't understand the operation of the company. He has to shoot movies and has no time to stare at these things. He just wants to take advantage of every little bit of the bargain. Of course, it would be best if you can build an industrial chain of terminals, software, and content services. If you can't build it, you can just make money and use the green dollars to kill Disney. But, no matter whether it's money or industrial chain, you have to have the green Franklin. But the problem is, he hasn't found Yahoo yet. This is a bit embarrassing. He even set a timeline for himself. In mid-November, Aunt Canetti will take the Olsen sisters to shoot Jumanji. If he hasn't found Yahoo by then, he can only ask David to go to Stanford to help him find Jerry Yang. And for this kind of behavior of "I don't know if you want money, but I just want to invest in you," he can only find someone else to take the blame for him. In the case that the truck driver doesn't understand the internet, he can only blame Cole Needham in the UK or Mike Mohamy in Irvine. Roland thinks they won't mind, because their beloved industry also needs to burn money to develop. However, with the appearance of Raise with a Spoon, Roland felt that he might not have to wander around the internet alone. He glanced at the other party's resume, and found that the other party had no filming schedule in the first half of this year. After the blank period of "should have time to go to school," he knocked on the table and said, "No, no, no, I have no objection. Let's go with her." "Okay, you take the contract and sign it with her." Since Roland and the truck driver had no objection, Kathleen Kennedy didn't have to stay here. After throwing all the work to Sony's production director, she left early because she had something to do. The Bridges of Madison County, Congo Shock, Puppy Porto, Little Raiders of the Cabinet and other projects were all led by her. If she really ran one by one, even if she could split herself, it would be too late. Controlling the overall situation and throwing things to others is a real way for these producers to make money. Without interpersonal relationships, the position of producer is not stable. "I'm leaving too. Call me if you have anything." The truck driver is the same. Although he has divorced Catherine Bigelow, he still invested in The Last Days, directed by the other party, and wrote the script, and served as the producer. The whole movie is in production, and will be released in the second half of next year. Even if the relationship is not harmonious, 42 million real money has been spent, and the publicity and distribution party is Fox, which has a long-term cooperation with the truck driver. In this way, the quality of the movie really needs to be carefully checked by him. Although the divorced couple is working together after 3 years, this kind of thing sounds like the 110-year-old American Boy Scouts Association filing for bankruptcy, which makes people feel very mysterious. But when Roland thinks of the bald Steven Soderbergh who is obsessed with multi-threaded narratives in Contagion, Pepper is green and cute, while calling the other party to tell him I love you, he doesn't have too much doubt about the truck driver's behavior. After all, reality illuminates the movie. In an era where Tetris can drive, it's not surprising for him to have anything happen. Besides, the truck driver hasn't married Linda Hamilton, who gave birth to his child yet. If they are not married, it's not considered cheating, so he can do whatever he wants. As the two left, Roland was relieved. After all, things wouldn't go well with them around. After the production director showed up with the drafted contract, Roland, who was acting as a supervisor, followed him out. Although the staff on the scene had already cleared the scene before the result was finalized, and everyone left with the result, Reese with a spoon also knew that she was selected, but when she really saw Roland, the excitement was still beyond words. Gee whiz. I really didn't expect it to be such a result. Do you want to shout damn? When I first learned that I was selected by the director, I was as excited as you. Because they had met before, and these guys came just for her, Roland didn't feel alienated. Oh, I usually like to use my god. Reese saw Roland responding to her with a smile. The girl, who was 3 years older than Roland, immediately covered her mouth and said embarrassedly, I prefer to use damn to curse people. Really? Then you can tell James about this speaking habit. I think that guy will modify his tone according to your speaking habits. Roland tilted his head slightly and suggested. Hearing this, Reese with a spoon immediately showed a surprised expression. She didn't expect that Roland would be so friendly when they met for the first time. After seeing the other party cover up his surprise with a smile, Roland knew that the first greeting after confirmation could end here. Don't be nervous, I just want to formally meet you who was chosen by Catherine and James. Before the filming officially starts, I will be here every morning. If you have any questions, you can come to me. What? This statement surprised Reese even more. Just as she was stunned, the agent who brought her here immediately agreed with a smile. She was so excited that she was stupid. After all, you are the biggest star she has ever seen. After receiving the script, I will watch her read it carefully. If there are any problems, I will definitely come to communicate with you. Note, I looked through the comments and saw that all 3 candidates were selected, so I picked the one that can promote the main plot. I have materials for the 3 candidates and I can write about any of them. However, the other 2 are side stories, one expanding the film company and the other improving the music company. The reason I said it is because I will not write about those 2 stories. As for why I didn't choose South African Diamonds, just like the comments of the 2 book friends here in Zion's Big Blue Ox, I was afraid that you couldn't accept it. The results of this trial were a bit harsh, not just being seduced. And Reese, after being a mother in Vanity Fair, wanted to get back and complained that the other party was disgusting. This is already the most childish revenge in the circle. There are other materials, but the scale is acceptable. Cameron's love life is indeed magical. He and Linda both have children, and he also invested in Bigelow's movies. In the early days, Gail Hurd said that she couldn't understand him. She commented that Cameron didn't understand love. After learning that he had the ability to invest in Terminator, he decisively divorced his wife. As a result, when he met me, he was swearing at the grass and racing, and he didn't want to be with me at all. After meeting Perelman, they divorced. Masayoshi-san was unwilling to invest an additional $30 million in Amazon. They themselves explained the reason. 30% was to clear the small shareholders who invested at the beginning. Since Bezos asked his father and relatives to raise money when he started his business, he needed a higher premium to persuade those who helped him at the beginning. Masayoshi-san asked him to pay for it himself. Chapter 155, Free Agent, Weird Domain Name. Why did you freeze just now? You almost wasted such a good opportunity. The agent parked the car against the curb right after coming out of Sony Studios. Without unbuckling his seatbelt, he turned around awkwardly while holding the steering wheel. His neck was stretched like a goose, and his head was almost pressed against the wheel. His surging words made the girl in the backseat stunned. Do you know what you almost missed? It was the face-to-face feeling. When we first met, Roland greeted you in a friendly way. Couldn't you just continue talking along with what he said? Why did you look at him with surprised eyes? Do you think he was overly enthusiastic and had bad intentions? Or do you think he was mentally ill? The barrage of questions stunned the girl, who was deeply excited and surprised for a few seconds. When she came to her senses, a feeling of apology surged on her face. Although she did not explain, this action, which was more like a tacit agreement, made the agent take a deep breath and stare at her. Looking at the girl, who was listening attentively, the agent spoke in a much calmer tone. Robert Mulligan is indeed your father's comrade in arms, but his highlight moment in Hollywood was To Kill a Mockingbird. And this time, we heard about Diane Keaton's audition. Will people pay attention to you all the time? This unexpected opportunity is very rare. Please don't waste it, okay? The girl nodded silently after hearing the earnest words. After seeing the other party's punished look, the agent sighed, sat back, started the car, and continued to move forward. That's right, Diane Keaton was the key to let Reese with a spoon hear the news of the Spider-Man audition. This Oscar-winning actress, who played with Francis Coppola and Woody Allen, became a director in 1990 and made a movie called Wildflowers. Reese's second work after her debut was to cooperate with her. Of course, although she had connections to protect herself, and after a few cameos, she became the leading actress within 3 years and filmed The Illusion Hunt. But this kind of network of connections was not enough in front of Roland. In fact, when facing Roland, Reese's sudden stunt action had already made the agent who came with her secretly shout badly, because at this time, or no matter how they climbed up, they could never offend Roland, a small person, just like Renee Zellweger played in the movie Judy, where she won the title of Queen. In this circle, without the blessing of capital, you will never be you, but a commodity on the industrial production line. Freedom to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep is a luxury. Although Forbes only briefly broke the news about Roland's wealth, when Michael Jackson was tossed around, the media, the police, and even the plaintiff, none of these three parties mentioned Roland, which was the best time to show off. In addition, Reese's agent came from CAA, and the flat management model in CAA let him know a lot of news. In his opinion, Roland, who couldn't get CAA before he became famous, showed goodwill to his employer, so that's it. Compared with him, you are a poor guy. Since you have nothing, are you still worried about being cheated? As for your body? Haha. Go out and ask, how many people in the circle are willing to be cheated by him? It was with this mentality that when he sent his ancestor to the doorstep, he did not forget to tell him, give you 3 days, go and deal with the school. In the next few days, I will take you to the studio. This is your chance to take off. Don't mess it up. If Roland knew about the strange brain circuit of Reese's agent, he would definitely be like young Master Yang, who forced his father Nick Young to do whatever he wanted, with a head full of question marks. Is my behavior so special that it looks like a pervert? If the other party could hear it, he would definitely agree. Yes. Who among the A+ list in Hollywood is not arrogant? Although they are kind in front of others, unless they are greedy, who would welcome the female lead when signing the contract? Don't say that you don't know each other. Get closer. There are so many opportunities to get to know each other. There are so many times to talk closely, such as fitting, makeup, and script reading. There is no need to meet at the beginning, and there is no need to expose the director's past, saying that the other party can modify the lines according to the actor's speaking habits. Yes, Roland, who was a little impatient because he couldn't find Yahoo, was a manifestation of love at first sight in the eyes of normal people. As for saying that Reese was decided by Catherine and James, this is just to fool children. People outside the circle don't know what Roland is like, so how can people inside the circle not understand? Even if those grassroots don't know, there is no grassroots who can participate in the audition. It's just that Roland's status is too high, and those staff on the scene can't complain, and those who can complain about him don't know the truth. But no matter what the eyes are, Roland doesn't care. On the morning of September 4th, when he unexpectedly saw the other party appear in front of him, Roland who was still thinking about how to ask the other party out, felt very happy. In the eyes of others, Reese, who went from being unfamiliar to being natural, was getting into Roland's state in advance. But for Roland, the top priority was to spy on Stanford's news under the banner of getting to know each other and creating a feeling of classmates in advance. After communicating, he learned that the other party's major was English and that she didn't use the internet much. In Roland's heart, there were 100,000 beasts galloping through. You, an American actress, studying English at Stanford? Are you kidding me? It's better to find a few oral teachers to teach you at home than to go to Stanford to study English. But it's not his turn to manage what the other party learns. After confirming that the other party didn't use computers much, Roland was a little disappointed that he didn't get a satisfactory answer, but he was not discouraged. He didn't want to wait for the result and suggested that the other party take him to her school to find out what it felt like to be a student. Others looked at Roland's idea even more strangely, but Reese knew she couldn't refuse Roland's legitimate reason. If those seniors who were interested in experience knew that Roland chose to liberate his nature for acting, they would definitely be moved to tears, because the school's grove was the place where feelings were most likely to grow. But Roland didn't think so much. After arriving at Stanford, he became the focus of everyone's attention without hiding his identity. After his secret investigation, these guys gave him an unexpected answer. What? You said that the website you use most now is Jerry and David's World Wide Web Guide? Roland couldn't believe it. What a weird name. I've never heard of it. If it is really the former name of Yahoo, then it is harder to remember than the former name of Barrymore, Pete's Subway, the former name of Starbucks, Warehouse Coffee, the former name of Nike, Blue Ribbon Sports, and the former name of Google, Webcrawler. Okay. Roland's surprise did not surprise others. The chubby boy who was holding a book and looking for Roland's autograph saw Roland's curiosity, so he shook his body and wanted to talk more with his favorite star. Yes, this guide was made by my senior. In order to complete the thesis, they found a lot of information on the internet, but in the process of collecting information, they felt that there were too many web pages, and it was difficult to remember, so they wrote a classification guide. The guide is placed in our school's workstation. Many people use it every day. The normal operation of the school's computers is often disturbed by this. The school has talked to them many times, but they have no money, can't set up a company, and can't afford a server. When Roland heard the word they, he had a hunch that he had found the right one, and under his inquiry, the name Jerry Yang finally appeared. Although it was a bit different from Jerry Yang, with the special identity of Asians, it was impossible to make a mistake. So, Roland, who was pretending to be a real detective, slapped his forehead and thanked the guide Reese. He also said that he remembered something and needed to rush back to deal with it immediately. When Roland got home, he went straight into David's study. When he broke into David's study as usual and wanted to tell him about his chosen target, Ganetti, who also came out from inside, blushed and showed surprise. Didn't you say you and Reese were going to Stanford to play and would be back on Friday? Something unexpected happened, so I came back early. Roland replied casually. Why didn't you call us in advance so we can ask the chef to prepare dinner? Ganetti stretched out his tone. I can eat anything. Roland responded indifferently as he entered the room, but when he smelled a strange smell in the air, he immediately turned his gaze to David sitting behind the desk. When his eyes swept over the other's untidy shirt, he guessed the reason and quickly changed his words. Company matters are more important than what to eat. You can't learn from us. The reason we argue is because no one can convince anyone. Your company listens to you alone. There is no need to delay your health for work. Ganetti forced an explanation and then said, I'll tell them and ask them to prepare some food you like. Oh, by the way, are you going to pick up Lizzie later? David and I promised Ashley and Mary to pick them up together. We originally wanted to pick them up first and then turn around to pick up Lizzie. Now you're back. No problem. Roland smiled and nodded, knowing that they wanted to correct his confession. At the same time as he answered, the satisfied Ganetti also opened the door and left. When the bang sounded, Roland, like Sherlock Holmes, used his 24K titanium alloy wire dog eyes to carefully look around. After confirming that there were no signs of fighting in the place he chose, he sat down opposite David with a beer. The moment he sat down, he smacked his lips. TSK TSK TSK. I really didn't expect it. My dear Uncle David. If James and the others knew that their parents wanted to give them a brother or sister when they went to school and went out, I think they would be very happy, right? Especially Lizzie. She is finally not the youngest in the family. David was out of breath after hearing the unbridled words. He glared at Roland, knocked on the table, and said directly, "Did you come back suddenly to find something to hold against us? Or has Reese been taken down by you?" Roland suddenly had an idea to go to Stanford to play with the newly selected actress of the crew. This kind of thing would naturally arouse the imagination of parents. Although David felt that Roland was not the kind of person who would rush to the limit, after spending several years with him, no one knew which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. Even the guy who took the Go course could be more awesome than the teacher, so what else could be impossible? But David did not give any special instructions when Roland left, because he was afraid of provoking the rebellious psychology of the adolescent. In his opinion, if Roland came back on time, then there would be nothing wrong. But if he came back earlier or later, he would have to talk to Roland about it. And now, Roland told him dirty jokes with an indifferent attitude. This situation. Yes, he didn't think there was anything wrong with him and his wife being intimate at home. When he wanted to ask tentatively, Roland, who told the joke in a joking tone, directly took David's retort as a bad rebuttal. While shaking his head to deny, he also smiled and said, "Oh, don't be like that. I really just went to Stanford under Reese's guidance." "Really? And then you found business opportunities related to the company in Stanford?" David didn't believe it. "How much money your company has, how many copyrights, how many projects, and the monthly salary and income of employees. I know these things better than you. The field you invested in has nothing to do with the school, so don't hide it. It's normal to want to fall in love at your age. It's useless for you to hide it. I'm not a fool." After hearing what David said, Roland's smile became even bigger. Being misunderstood as falling in love by others is much better than being misunderstood as a prophet. In the time loop, Roland had already detected that David was a very superstitious guy. If it wasn't for his own safety, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to pass the buck all these years. Okay. Roland stood up and pulled his chair to get closer to the table. After sitting down again, he held his chin with one hand and looked at the other person. "Do you remember the situation when we went to the UK? Internet Movie Database, Cardiff University. How many of those who build websites have the money to buy servers? Those who don't have money can only parasitize on universities now. So why can't they find interesting things in Stanford?" After hearing what Roland said, David believed it a little, but he didn't change his words immediately, but continued to ask, "So what interesting things did you find?" "Oh, a website that is very suitable for old people like James," Roland said without hesitation. "James? Old people?" David suspected that he had heard it wrong, because his son was not old. Roland realized that he had not explained it clearly, and quickly added, "James Cameron, old people like him. James Cameron has been telling me recently that it is too painful to write scripts with a pen. He saw that computers can type very quickly, so he wanted to learn it and asked me to teach him. In the process of teaching him, he found that the internet is quite interesting, but there are too many domain names for various websites, which are not easy to remember. I have been thinking about whether to let Colormic write a website to classify domain names when they are free, so that they only need to remember one domain name. But when I went to Stanford to play, I happened to find out that someone in their school had already created such a website, called Jerry and David's World Wide Web Guide. After I took a look, I wanted to invest. It doesn't matter whether it is profitable or not. As long as they don't die, then James Cameron and other old people will have the blessing of fast internet access." That's right, Roland finally put the blame on James. There is no way, because among those old people who can't remember domain names, only the truck driver has met him recently. When Roland once again used the other party as a shield, David who was still suspicious that Roland and Reese were in love, put away this idea because in his opinion, if Roland was really in love with someone, the needs of the truck driver would never be the fundamental reason for Roland to go home early. Roland and the truck driver would fight after staying together for a long time. The two of them had such a big conflict. How could Roland give up love and do what the other party wanted? If Roland knew his thoughts, he would be even happier. Okay. Then all the blame will be piled on this old man. Okay, for the sake of your benefit to the elderly, I will ask someone to talk to you about investment. What's the name of this website? Jerry and David's World Wide Web Guide. What a weird name. Do you think James and the others can remember it? Forget it. When I ask someone to talk, I will also ask them if they can change the name. How much are you going to invest? Tell me so that I can also ask someone to talk. Oh. This rhythm is right. After getting the confirmation, Roland was finally satisfied. Of course, I have to follow the law to decide how much I will invest. Didn't the Securities Act of 1993 come out last year? Angel investment cannot exceed 20%. Let's follow this standard. Of course, don't force others. If they don't have any commercial ideas now, then leave them a phone number. When they are short of money, they can come to us. After all, we are not the devil. We can't force others to drop out of Stanford. Note, Reese is from CAA, and her current husband is also an agent of CAA, but her husband doesn't take her with him. Her agent does control her private life. When she was 21 years old and talked to Ryan Phillip, her agent was particularly opposed and wanted her to go the sweet girl route, but she chose comedy herself. So there was the romantic teacher and the Thunderbolt girl. Behind Reese is indeed Diane Keaton. Diane used her in the first movie she made when she wanted to be a director. Diane is also Pacino's wife in the Godfather series. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that she and Woody Allen started dating in 1970. The movie she won the Best Actress award for was the movie that Woody Allen won the Best Director for, Annie Hall. Again, all teachers who teach acting in emotions are liars. As for the origin of the name of the movie Annie Hall, Annie is Diane's nickname and Hall is her real name. Yahoo was indeed called Jerry and David's Guide to the World Wide Web at the beginning, and the domain name was JDGWWW, but Jerry Yang himself often made mistakes, so in the second half of 1994, when the number of hits exceeded 1 million, it was renamed Yahoo. Later, when registering the company, they encountered the same problem as Blizzard, that the name had been registered by someone else, so they added an exclamation mark after Yahoo. The US Securities and Exchange Commission Rule 501 and the Securities Act of 1993 have clear angel investor standards. Investors must have a net worth of $1 million and an annual income of no less than $200,000, or invest at least $150,000 in the transaction, which must not exceed 20%. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. Roland, who knows nothing, is a rich mouse in the chaotic market. What is the development history of Yahoo? Roland is not clear. What is the secret of Yahoo's success? Roland is not clear either. What is the core of Yahoo's defeat of all competitors and its position as the world's #1 internet company? Roland is even less clear. Yes, although he lives in the internet age, he knows nothing about the success factors of those internet giants. If you ask him to analyze the movie market, he may be able to talk endlessly, but if you ask him to write a brief discussion on the development of the internet, he will only be able to fart and jump 3 times. He is just a user, not a creator, and he is not capable of becoming a pioneer of the times. If you want to do whatever you want, you will succeed. Isn't that just a dream? If success is really that simple, he would have been above 10,000 people in his previous life. Roland only knows that in the face of the threat of AOL, Jerry Yang rejected the other party's acquisition, and when the giants were also tinkering with similar products, Jerry Yang led Yahoo to successfully stand out. As for how they succeeded, how much help did Sequoia Capital, which invested in Apple and Cisco, give him? What ideas did Masayoshi-san, who started tinkering with SoftBank in 1981, give? Will Roland's intervention cause a star product to die suddenly? There are no answers to these 4 questions. Roland didn't know whether his actions would have an impact on Yahoo. To put it bluntly, he knew that apart from money, he could not give the other party any active help. If Jerry Yang needed his help to advertise on TV, or like Jack Ma, to find a way to get on the cover of Forbes and make the cover photo the best business card for him when he went out for negotiations, Roland could help him get these resources. But what development suggestions did he want him to make? If he really had the ability to point out the way, he wouldn't be waiting here for Jerry Yang. He would have formed a team of programmers long ago and let people create websites according to his own ideas. It is precisely because he knows himself that his most valuable asset is the memory of his past life that he clings to movies and only invests in other projects. Compared with other industries, movies are his home field. Even if there are problems, there are a bunch of old antiques around him who can help solve them. For those he does not understand, or only knows the fur, he can only believe in the power of professionalism. He is willing to invest money for them to try and make mistakes, and help them contact the most accessible helpers, such as NBC's publicity media, such as Jobs Marketing Genius, and if he really can't do it, then ask Spielberg to help him contact Microsoft to see if they need a portal website. As for things that are not sure, why do you still do it? Womanful, think about asterisk. After all, people have to eat. Only when the basic life is solved can they have the energy to pursue the so-called dream. 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway are the basis for his food and the confidence for his pursuit of dreams. Even if he fails miserably, his net worth is still billions. In this case, why not toss? After giving David the goal of Jerry and David's guide to the World Wide Web, Roland, relieved, no longer bothered about Yahoo. David would find professionals to evaluate the market value and negotiate investments, and Roland would not bother at all. Although it was an age issue, David could save a lot of trouble by coming forward, but even when he became an adult, David would still be the #1 candidate to manage the company, for no other reason than that it was safe and trouble-free. There were too many miscellaneous things in a company, and Roland had no time to hang around there. As for David absconding with the money, haha. Your daughter is in my hands. Where can you run to? My first goal, after making money, is to build a zoo for your daughter. As a father, you don't watch and help, but you have the nerve to run away with the money? Where's your face? This is called using cabbage to control your father-in-law. Because of this, he asked the other party to contact Jerry Yang and the others in the near future. After receiving a positive answer, Roland, in a happy mood, ran to Leakey's school to pick up the little girl who had already finished school. Because he came here often, everyone in the school was familiar with him, so naturally there were fewer onlookers at the beginning. The moment she saw him, Elizabeth, who had known that Roland would go to San Francisco with his partners, immediately showed a surprised expression. She stood still as she walked towards the door with her small school bag on her back. When Roland squatted down and clapped his hands and shouted, the little girl who heard the sound reacted and smiled instantly. She rushed over and bumped into Roland's arms. The raised hair swept Roland's face, and the action of throwing the school bag was even faster than a monkey. She let Roland carry the school bag in one hand and hold her up with the other hand. The little girl who was holding his shoulder asked curiously, "Didn't you go to San Francisco? Didn't you go to Stanford to play? Why did you come back early? I thought you might have no one to pick you up, so I came back early." Roland lied with his eyes wide open. "Really? Aren't you in love with Reese?" The little girl lying on Roland's shoulder asked like a cat. "Who said I was in love with Reese?" Roland looked confused. "James." The little girl sold her brother out again. "Hey, your brother doesn't have enough homework again, and the teacher needs to make up for him." Roland threw his school bag in the car and got in with the little girl in his arms. "Do you believe him or me?" "I believe you." The little girl answered very straightforwardly. So, Roland started to guide again. "James lied to me again." The little girl said very dissatisfiedly. "Bingo." Roland snapped his fingers and raised his hand to rub the other's head like the Golden Lion King. The little girl was used to Roland's behavior. She was still giggling when she bent down to avoid it. As for the driver responsible for the pickup, when Roland got into the car, he had already opened the liftgate. Although Roland's new project was being prepared in an orderly manner, there was not much news from the outside world. Spider-Man was officially funded and approved. Everyone has heard about this. Spider-Man has a super luxurious lanoop. Everyone knows about this. Spider-Man has selected the female lead, and Gwen's look has been revealed first. Everyone has seen Raze's look. That's right, no matter how Sony spreads the news, the impact of public opinion is very limited, and this result is also expected by Sony. It's not that Roland is out of date, nor that Marvel has failed, nor that the luxurious lanoop of stars and directors can't arouse people's desire to watch movies, but that the entertainment industry is not a necessity in people's lives. What's more, there are too many major events this year. For example, more than 40% of the American public are concerned about the case of the century. Another example is that on September 27th, Europe suffered the worst maritime accident since World War II. The Estonia sank in the Baltic Sea in southwestern Finland, killing at least 852 people. In addition, during the period of social unrest after the collapse of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, various military supplies instantly became popular for smuggling, which also caused a chain reaction, resulting in a small increase in the prices of various products in America. Another example is that on October 6th, the Iraqi army assembled at the Iraq-Kuwait border, and the United States and Britain immediately announced to increase troops to the Gulf. This incident aroused strong protests from the anti-war faction, but before they could start organizing demonstrations, 5 days later, Russia suffered Black Tuesday, and the ruble depreciated by 30% in one day, and Wall Street financiers began to celebrate. In the face of mainstream contradictions such as racial issues, social issues, territorial disputes, and financial issues, what is entertainment? I have to pay for the war by paying taxes when I'm hungry, cold, and have no money to earn. How can I have the leisure time to play at this time? So, although 1994 is the 100th anniversary of the birth of movies, the box office of movies is terrible. Except for Forrest Gump that everyone loves, other movies basically open low and close low. Admittedly, it is impossible for all people to pay attention to these acute social issues, and whether the ruble depreciates or not directly affects the interests of a few people, and it is impossible for everyone to go to the streets to participate in anti-war demonstrations. But this is not the era of mobile internet after all. People can't use their mobile phones to surf the internet and watch. Those service providers use big data to provide them with news that they will be interested in. With traditional media controlling the outlets, the news people are exposed to is extremely uniform. In this way, a situation has emerged. Entertainment still exists, but compared with the acute problems that emerged at the same time, entertainment is a younger brother. Yes, people do know that there are new movies released recently, but how many people are willing to watch them? When entertainment news cannot overwhelm social news, its influence on people is minimal. If you take a closer look at the North American box office rankings in 1994, you will find that the #1 movie, Forrest Gump, depicts the American dream that everyone hopes for, and the following movies, The Lion King, The Santa Claus, The Flintstones, Wrestling Attack, Dumb and Dumber are all movies driven by children's purchasing power. Due to the impact of social problems, adults' desire to watch movies has dropped rapidly, and children who are not affected have directly become the main force contributing to the box office. In this case, The Lion King voiced by Roland is still selling well, but the influence is limited. Want to trigger a wave of movie watching like Jurassic Park and Home Alone 2? Before asking this question, you have to ask yourself, are you worthy? Can you overcome the contradictions between different races? Or can you overcome the price increase? Can you overcome the anti-war people? Or can you overcome the financial crisis? Since no one can overcome it, just do your own thing honestly. You can't always be the focus of people. Because of this, Roland, who was temporarily forgotten, was happy to be free. He didn't expect to become Franklin, whom everyone loved, but he could ensure that he would not become a rat crossing the street that everyone shouted and beat. When everyone didn't need him, he consciously didn't join in the fun. Of course, no matter what problems occurred, life still had to go on. In the case of a sluggish film market, TV programs that everyone can enjoy for free naturally became the first choice for those who want to kill time, and the one that got the top bonus was Friends. The American drama, which only started filming on April 28, 1994 and premiered on September 22, exploded as soon as it was broadcast. Yes, this is indeed a magical drama that has been always popular and never eliminated. But the creation of all legends has always been about the right time, right place and right people. On the afternoon of the day when Friends was launched, NBC had just done a special report on the first round of evidence collection in the Simpson murder case. Tens of millions of people watched the show, and not long after the show ended, Friends was broadcast. The second episode happened to coincide with NBC's special report on the analysis of the Estonia shipwreck. NBC organized experts to speculate on the cause, and linked it to the sudden changes in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and explained the impact of global material panic buying on the current American society. Then, tens of millions of people expressed their concern about their own food problems. Not long after the show ended, Friends was broadcast again. You can say that the quality of Friends is excellent, but no matter how good the work is, it will be lame without decent publicity. After NBC TV station deliberately kidnapped the audience with social issues twice in a row, all publicity was saved. Because of the existence of the Simpson murder case, The Shawshank Redemption was a direct failure, but in the hands of NBC, the entire case was the best way for the TV station to retain people. Because of the Estonia shipwreck, the move is released at the same time and the potential price increase may have a sharp contradiction. But in the hands of NBC, this is the best publicity for public American TV series. You don't have to spend money, and you can watch the show. At this time, for people, free is the best. So when the high ratings data are placed in front of peers, no one will envy NBC's performance. Not only that, Universal and Disney, which do not have a broadcasting and television network, have also set their sights on preparing Fox, Time Warner and Paramount. The former directly spent money to build a TV network after Murdoch's intervention, and Time Warner had already become the world's largest media group through mergers in 1990. As for Paramount, Viacom, which owns CBS and MTV, is its parent company. When these three companies were frantically tinkering with cable networks, the other two thought they had too much money to spend. But now, everyone has seen clearly that when the movie market is pre-cooling, cable TV networks can still bloom with unlimited possibilities. It's a pity that Universal has no choice. They can't decide who Panasonic will sell itself to, but Disney has secretly contacted ABC's parent company Metropolitan, wanting to acquire the other party at a price of no less than $15 billion. No time to build a radio network. The market share has been divided up. Then buy it. Spend money. If $15 billion is not enough, then $16 billion. If $16 billion is not enough, then $17 billion. Billions and billions. I don't believe you won't sell it. Anyway, I have money. I have been beaten too many times. I just want to beat people now. Universal's NBC is using social news to promote the entertainment industry. It made Disney jealous. Although they have long had the idea of invading the TV network, NBC's huge profits have become the last straw that broke the camel's back. While Roland was eyeing Yahoo and wanted to seize the beachhead on the internet, except for Universal, which had no choice, others were also growing. Fox and Time Warner chose the path of media entertainment. Sony wanted to set the standard for home entertainment through game consoles and film and television entertainment. Disney, which owns the world's first theme park brand and entertainment IP, will understand through continuous spending that the first in the industry is bullshit, and the rich are the real father, and Paramount said that as long as Viacom does not fall, it will not go bankrupt. Alas, guys like Paramount and Universal who are sons of others are actually the most pitiful children in the circle. And just when Disney couldn't wait to show its money ability, the old man who had not contacted Roland for a long time finally released his big move that he had been holding back for 4 years in October. DreamWorks, led by Microsoft and followed by Samsung, and with a $10 billion credit loan from Chase Bank, was established. Note, the film market in 1994 was a mess, and the box office could not be raised no matter what. If the success of Forrest Gump was the right card, then the success of The Lion King and other films was actually driven by children to pay for it. Movies like The Flintstones could get 300 million yuan in box office worldwide, all because it was a PG-rated movie, which children loved to watch, and it had an audience base. This is a report released by Warner itself. In the A+ list that year, only Hanks did not fail, and Jim Carrey and Keanu Reeves were not A+. If you must describe it vividly, just imagine putting The Wandering Earth in this year's Spring Festival. Friends is a great drama, but what is even more amazing is NBC's publicity. When social hot issues broke out, NBC directly sold historical ratings records. Compared with NBC, the marketing of The Last Night on Earth is simply at the younger level. Disney could really come up with tens of billions in cash at the beginning. Although its movies were not good, it was rich. This was admitted by Buffett himself. Buffett held 25% of Capital/ABC shares. He pushed Disney to swallow up ABC. Shareholders headed by him hoped to complete the transaction by merger and obtain cash plus Disney stock, but Disney offered a full cash acquisition. Although the deal was finally reached and everyone took a step back, Buffett's shareholders still tuck away $7.68 billion in cash. It's not that I want to hold on to Yahoo, but Disney is too damn rich. Chapter 157, Friendly Forces Don't Shoot, 1994. Microsoft's desire to enter Hollywood is nothing new. In the 1980s, when George Lucas had too much money to spend and spent money on computer special effects, Microsoft, which was also researching graphical interfaces, had already hooked up with him. After discovering that Lucas was not interested in computer animation, Microsoft proposed to acquire Lucas, hoping that Lucas could sell the entire Pixar team to itself. If Jobs had not found Spielberg, Lucas and Spielberg would have been closer, and perhaps Pixar Animation would have been in Microsoft's hands in 1986. After that, when Pixar Animation suffered losses year after year, Microsoft, which had already made achievements in graphical interfaces, continued to raise prices and wanted to buy Pixar Animation from Jobs. But who is Jobs? He is the big boss in the technology circle who dislikes Gates the most. If you change someone to buy it, he might have sold it. Now Gates wants to buy it? Dream on. It is precisely because of Jobs' tough attitude that the Hollywood giants are a little relieved. Although Microsoft is a layman in the entertainment field, with a professional team and money, it can still shine brightly. Not to mention how far Microsoft can go. No one wants the rich giants to come in with money. After all, the entertainment pie is only so big. If one more person shares it, others will have one less bite. But now, what the hell is Microsoft investing in DreamWorks? The guy with the highest box office as a director and the highest box office as a producer in the world, who understands the market the most, accepted Microsoft's investment? Isn't this the rhythm of Silicon Valley invading Hollywood? Although when the news was announced, the Hollywood giants had already asked people to find out the reason, and learned that the investment of 500 million yuan for 18.5 shares was made by Paul Allen alone, and Paul Allen had left Microsoft long ago, but he had a falling out with Bill Gates at the beginning, but he had reconciled with him in 1987. When he bought the Seattle Supersonics of the Mosaic League, the guy who appeared in the audience with him was only Bill Gates. The reason why he bought the Seattle Supersonics of the Mosaic League was also very simple, because Microsoft's headquarters is in Seattle, and when he invited Bill Gates to watch the game, he didn't need to fly around. As for Samsung, their appearance did not arouse a strong reaction from Hollywood giants. Although Koreans can't get rid of three things in their lives: death, taxes and Samsung, Lee Mi-kyung, who invested in DreamWorks, is not the daughter of Lee Kun-hee. She is the daughter of Lee Meng-hee, the eldest son of Samsung founder Lee Byung-chul. What is the difference between Lee Meng-hee and Lee Kun-hee? The story of the love and hate of the Samsung Lee family can be told for 3 days and 3 nights. Generally speaking, Lee Mi-kyung's father, Lee Meng-hee, did not get any of the Samsung group's property when Samsung was divided. As the eldest prince who was unlearned and unskilled, he carried the name of Samsung and did a lot of heinous work such as smuggling. This kind of brainless behavior naturally made him lose his father's favor. After his father passed away, he inherited the first sugar company, which was later renamed CJ Group. Lee Kun-hee is the current head of Samsung Group. Lee Mi-kyung, who invested in DreamWorks, and Lee Kun-hee are uncle and niece, but this relationship is useless in the eyes of those Hollywood giants, because Samsung Group, which is still buying semiconductor products from Sony, is not good enough. If it was Lee Kun-hee who invested in DreamWorks, they would still pay attention to it, but that useless prince's daughter? Haha. What's the point of taking 10.8% of the shares with 300 million? Is the Korean entertainment industry good enough? Apart from money, Lee Mi-kyung has nothing. And if you really want to compare money with your pockets, MGM United Artists, who has been getting up and shouting I'm going bankrupt, lend me some money to operate it every year, is not afraid of the CJ Group. After all, the Broccoli/Wilson family behind them does not want to see the collapse of the 007 series. In this way, what really makes Hollywood giants wary is actually the financial invasion and technical support of Silicon Valley. They didn't know how much impact these 3 SSR level guides from DreamWorks would have on the current film and television industry. But just as they held an emergency meeting to try to figure out how to deal with this sudden news, Sony, which had been quiet for half a year, joined forces with Spielberg to issue another cooperation announcement. Sony announced that it would divest Columbia International and TriStar International under Columbia TriStar Pictures, and transfer all 41 distribution offices and 26 long-term cooperation agreements around the world to the newly established company. Not only that, Sony also sold 50% of the shares of the new company in exchange for the investment rights of the Spider-Man trilogy and a series of Spielberg's films. The new company has only 3 shareholders. In addition to Sony, which holds half of the shares, Roland and Spielberg hold the remaining half. When this news came out, Ben, who was still thinking about how to kill the giants of DreamWorks, was stunned. What? Stop. What the hell? You, a big-eyed DreamWorks special code, turned out to be a friendly army? Ben was still thinking about whether they should unite as one. Time Warner, Viacom, Disney, MGM and United Artists, and unite to take away DreamWorks, which wanted to make trouble, but they all stopped. If it was just the formation of DreamWorks, they would definitely not be polite to old friends like Spielberg, because the table for dividing the cake is so small that it can't accommodate the emerging capital of Silicon Valley to show off here. But the problem is, if it is to take over Sony's overseas distribution, then everyone will be friends. Because Sony has always been an external force they want to eliminate. When Sony acquired Columbia Samsung, it was the most prosperous period of the Japanese economy, and it happened to be the trough of the American economy at the same time. But even so, facing the hot money from Sony, these guys still didn't feel cold. Since Coca-Cola sold Columbia Pictures, everyone has tacitly set a trap for Sony, participated in the bidding, forced Sony to pay a premium for the acquisition, instigated Sony to hire the famous fire-fanning brothers in the circle. Time Warner took the opportunity to make a move and swiped $1 billion in the Sony acquisition case. Various bigwigs showed their magical powers. Spielberg, Dustin Hoffman, Jack Nicholson, Tom Cruise, Francis Coppola. These guys contributed one after another eye-catching financial statements to Sony and squeezed the profits of the film completely. Otherwise, even if Sony was stupid, it would not have suffered a huge loss of nearly $3 billion in 5 years. Even if they don't understand the rules of the game, they still have the ability to distinguish profits, right? In fact, from the beginning, these guys didn't take Sony seriously. In their opinion, even if the Japanese consortium acquired many American companies, they would have to spit out the principal and interest in the end. Mitsubishi acquired Rockefeller Center. In the end, didn't it return to Goldman Sachs at half the price? Yoko Hideki bought the Empire State Building. Panasonic, which dared to acquire American music company, is now crying and looking for a buyer. As for Sony, they felt that Sony, which was about to lose money and cry, could not hold on for much longer. Of course, this was the previous idea. To be more precise, it was the industry consensus before Sony announced that it had obtained the investment rights for Spider-Man. But after winning Spider-Man, these giants no longer thought so. Because an A+ list recognized by the market can support the performance of a company, MGM was able to hold on like this. That's right, although the circle was harmonious, when the news of Spider-Man belonging to Sony broke out, their feelings about Roland changed. The subsequent Forbes magazine or the forced purchase and sale of copyrights were all a means of testing them, but Roland didn't know it. They were going to calculate everything, and then carefully study the relationship between Sony and the Jewish gang. If these old men are tired of living, and want to support Sony, then, you still have time to turn around now. Give up Sony and we are all good friends. Just when the film market was sluggish and each company was ready to cut down according to the situation, the company that Sony bought at a high price had its overseas distribution eaten up by half. Spielberg and his guys didn't want to introduce Silicon Valley funds to work alone, but wanted to dismember Sony. Damn. Since they want to kill Sony, they must be friendly forces. What's the situation now? On the high slope of Beverly Hills, the most secretive and precious place is called Beverly Park. It is a wide green space. Dozens of mansions of different styles are hidden among the trees and flowers, as well as heavy iron gates that separate these mansions from the world. Those who can live here are either Hollywood superstars, senior producers, or media tycoons. Even the smallest house has never been sold for less than 10 million yuan. In such a garden, a 71-year-old rich man who had just climbed out of the swimming pool sat on the edge of a lounge chair and let the waiter wipe his body. His eyes were always focused on the middle-aged man next to him. It seems like there is a big commotion outside? Yeah. The middle-aged man in a plaid shirt smiled and nodded. Steven and the others are making too much noise. If it was just to attract funds from Microsoft and Samsung to set up DreamWorks, we would have already targeted them. But the problem is that, while setting up DreamWorks, Steven also took away half of the shares of Sony Overseas Distribution Company. If they are here to seize the market, we will definitely not give them time to develop, but if they are here to replace Sony, then it will be difficult for us to do it. The words of the bald middle-aged man made the old man laugh. He raised his left hand slightly, and the waiter, who understood the situation, naturally handed over the wine glass. After taking a sip, the old man asked again, "This should not be your idea alone, right?" "Of course." The bald middle-aged man responded, "Jeffrey, Gary, these guys haven't taken action now, because we all want to figure out what is going on." The Jeffrey and Gary mentioned by the bald middle-aged man are the two helmsmen of Time Warner, and the old man who is asking about the matter here is Summer Redston, the boss of Viacom, and the bald man is Philip Thorne, Redston's deputy who has followed Redston for more than 10 years. "Do you think they are dismembering Sony?" Redston asked. "It's possible." Philip's answer was not so certain. "Reason?" Redston put down the wine glass. "Take the lead in occupying overseas distribution." Philip's eyes flickered a little. Although he had been with Lei Shidong for more than 10 years, Philip still did not dare to confront him, because he knew that Lei Shidong had a bad temper. If his answer deviated too much from Lei Shidong's idea, Lei Shidong would definitely scold him without leaving any face. Although the overseas distribution channel is not making money now, selling it hastily is definitely a sign of Sony's surrender. Since the acquisition, Sony has suffered losses for 5 consecutive years, which is in line with our expectations. According to our estimates, if Sony still cannot see the hope of profitability, then they can only give up the film and television entertainment project like Panasonic. Now they would rather sell the shares of the overseas distribution company to win over Steven and others. Isn't it just to make a last-ditch effort before the official launch? If they can make a profit, they still have hope of rising. If they can't make a profit, then I'm afraid they will officially withdraw. Why do these media giants want to exclude Sony? Isn't it because the whole circle cannot tolerate outsiders? The two helmsmen of Time Warner are either Jewish or married to Jewish wives. Redston, who controls Paramount's parent company Viacom, is Jewish. Stanley Gold, who owns the majority of Disney's shares, is also Jewish. After these 3 companies are eliminated, Universal is looking for a new owner. Sony is clinging to Hollywood, and Fox, Murdoch, who is sensible, is not Jewish, but he has 1/8 Jewish blood. Although he is not popular, because of his friendliness towards Jews, no one wants to attack him immediately. From this point of view, isn't it reasonable to get rid of Sony? Because now there is only this outsider messing around in the industry. The reason for getting rid of Sony is that their identities are wrong and the weapon of public opinion cannot be controlled by outsiders. The reason for getting rid of DreamWorks is that the knife for dividing the cake is already full. But if DreamWorks only eats up the part of Sony, if DreamWorks wants to replace Sony, it is actually a good thing for us. Philip shrugged and said, Sony's Columbia TriStar Pictures and Music Company are not of much significance to us. Our next goal is to acquire Columbia Broadcasting Corporation, while Time Warner has its eyes on Turner Broadcasting Network. Disney wants to take over ABC. For us, the most important thing is to divide up the cable media network first. Things like film companies and music companies are not important for channels at all, and their existence overlaps with the business of our Paramount, Time Warner's Warner Brothers, and Disney headquarters. Perhaps Disney, which has no lead action film business, will want to take over Columbia, but taking over Columbia is not very meaningful to us. That's right, Roland initially wanted to use Sony's channels to break through the blockade of the Big Six, but for these giants, what they feared was not DreamWorks' ability to create myths, but that there were too many people dividing the cake. For them, the entertainment pie is already too big for 6 people to share. If they tolerate the entry of DreamWorks, which is supported by Silicon Valley, their interests will be damaged. However, if the total number of 6 people sharing the pie remains unchanged, and DreamWorks only replaces Sony to share the pie, then they will still welcome it. Because the 3 giants of DreamWorks are all Jews, their interests are the same. In their view, Roland asked Spielberg to take over Sony's channels, which was not meant to unite Sony and fight against the 5 companies, but to unite the 5 companies and eat Sony with their help. Because in the previous 5 years, Spielberg had cheated at least $100 million from Sony alone. Everyone has a tacit understanding. Everyone knows it well. Only Roland himself would think that instigating Spielberg to exchange the game copyright for overseas distribution was just a show of power. In fact, the old man knows more than him. After taking Sony's channels, his own people will not fight him for the time being. Because on the surface, they are united against the outside world. Since they are friendly forces, no one will treat them to pasta. Since the DreamWorks Big 3 want to replace Sony, Columbia, and Samsung, their interests are the same as those of the other companies. I understand your idea, but how do you explain that 25% of Sony's new distribution company's shares are in Roland Allen's hands? Redston waved his hand, signaling all the waiters standing by to go down. If DreamWorks wants to replace Sony, then please tell me, why don't DreamWorks directly hold the shares of Sony's newly established distribution company? Instead, they are divided between Steven and Roland. Because DreamWorks can't take the half that belongs to Roland. Philip had read all the information his subordinates had collected before coming. All the copyrights sold by Marvel are now in Roland's hands, and the Spider-Man he and James are working on is the project Ronald, Perelman, and Carl Icahn need. We can say that they are working on something they like, or we can say that they are helping those 2 guys advertise globally, but no matter which case, we can't deny the possibility that Ronald and Carl may profit from it. The 2 of them used Marvel shares as collateral for collateral, issued junk bonds, and merged other assets, and cashed out nearly $1 billion in total. In order to stabilize the stock price, they need to let shareholders see the big picture of the film and television industry they painted in 1991. In this case, if Roland is bullied and cries, do you think they will stay on Wall Street and do nothing? I tell you. Philip did not mean to make any guarantees. We never doubt Steven and his team's talent in movies. DreamWorks and Sony share channels, so it is very easy to make movies. And after Sony turns a profit, it will definitely find a way to tinker with its own projects. So, I personally think that, while we keep a close eye on CBS, we must also let Paramount find some fun for Sony and their team. There is a high probability that DreamWorks will make a profit, and there is also a high probability that Sony will follow suit. At this time, if Sony's own projects continue to lose money, they can only continue to rely on DreamWorks. In this case, Microsoft and Samsung, who see the possibility of swallowing up Sony, are very likely to continue to invest, allowing the 3 of them to eat up Sony, and as long as they fight, there are many things we can do. Yes, although Time Warner and Viacom can accept 6 people sharing the cake, the fewer hands sharing the cake, won't they make more money? What they wanted to see the most was to fan the flames and let DreamWorks and Sony fight. But now, don't worry about them for now, let them cooperate for a while. Redstone put down his wine glass and said, no one will interfere with the Spider-Man project. No one wants to provoke those two wolves. Our current goal is to grab the cable TV network. The market share cannot be eaten by Time Warner and Disney. At the same time that Redstone, the helmsman of Viacom, made this decision, Time Warner and Disney also maintained a high degree of consistency. After seeing NBC, a subsidiary of General Motors, messing around with such a showy operation, occupying the cable TV network is their biggest goal. As for the establishment of DreamWorks and Sony's cooperation with them, no matter whether it is cooperation or embezzlement, there is no rush. Let the bullets fly for a while. It doesn't make much sense to take action now. Not only that, the only target they can hammer at this time is Roland, but no one is crazy enough to hammer Roland. They are indeed big and powerful, but they don't have a money printing machine at home. If Roland knew what these people were thinking, he would only sigh and say that it was unpredictable. It was true that he knew a lot, but that didn't mean he knew everything. Cooperating with Sony was actually considered by these guys as wanting to swallow Sony up. Damn it. If he had known that these guys had this idea, he wouldn't have worried about anything. Let the old man go first. Haha, these people didn't even think about fighting right away. However, this was also a good thing for Roland. Enter the village secretly without shooting. Notify the other party before doing anything. Isn't that stupid? The tacit understanding of these giants could naturally not be publicized by the media. Of course, this was nonsense. The media was owned by their family. How could they say bad things about them? As a result, after the news of the establishment of DreamWorks was released, the outside world was full of amazement and surprise. Those ignorant people were full of infinite expectations for the formation of the Big Three. In their view, this was the voice of resistance from entertainment to capital. Those who really liked music, animation, and movies hoped that DreamWorks could continue to make dreams like its name. Under the voice full of hope, other things continued in an orderly manner. Warcraft was launched as scheduled. The Olsen sisters joined the Jumanji crew on November 14th. Sony's PS game console was announced on time, and the Christmas season also kicked off. Unfortunately, this year is the year of entertainment Mercury retrograde. No matter how the film companies struggle, there are always social hotspots and livelihood news grabbing the headlines. On December 19th, 1994, Mexico suddenly announced to the outside world that its currency, the peso, depreciated by 15%. The Mexican financial crisis came suddenly, and what impacted this country, which is close to America and needs to be isolated by a wall in the future, bring to America? America's 20 billion stocks in Mexico evaporated 7 billion directly, and with the devaluation of the peso, the accumulated losses exceeded 10 billion. As money became worthless and prices soared, some people who were already struggling to make ends meet wanted to take risks and sneak into America. Such behavior naturally became a social hotspot. In the face of such a sharp problem, what is the Christmas season? With refugees constantly pouring into the country, who would go to the movies? The 4 states on the US-Mexico border were directly affected. In this case, the guys who were staring at the cable TV network did not hesitate. If the movies were damaged, then they would start the TV business. There will be crises every year. Only if the size is large enough and the business is sufficient can we survive every time a risk arises. It was given away for free in 1994, and this year's losses mean better profits in the future. Note, Paul Allen and Gates did have conflicts, but they were resolved shortly after Microsoft went public. Gates accompanied him to watch football games. He helped Gates prepare for the wedding. He was always with Gates when Microsoft was under antitrust investigation, and later he proposed to acquire Google. When he invested in DreamWorks, there were voices in Hollywood that Microsoft wanted to save the country in a roundabout way. Those giants never doubted that if DreamWorks took off, Allen would sell his shares to Microsoft. At first, it was Lee Kun-hee who wanted to invest in DreamWorks. He prepared $1 billion for Spielberg, but during the negotiation, the old man found that Lee Kun-hee was not interested in entertainment at all. He invested in DreamWorks just because Sony bought Columbia. Samsung's goal at the time was to break away from Sony's control in semiconductors and copy their successful model. So the old man refused to cooperate with such a guy who didn't understand entertainment, while Lee Mi-kyung was interested in entertainment. So the investment of $300 million was reached. Sony was pitted by these guys when it entered Hollywood. In reality, it could not survive, but a miracle happened. Spider-Man saved its life. The boss of Time Warner is Jewish, and the boss of Paramount's parent company Viacom is Jewish. This is all true, including the current NBC Universal, whose parent company Comcast's boss Ryan Roberts is also Jewish. His father is the founder, and the Disney family's stock in Disney is also represented by Stanley Gold, Burbank Clover Holdings, who is also Jewish. After Fox was acquired, only Sony still survived, which is really not easy. Chapter 158, Breathtaking Operations, Reshuffle of the Entertainment Industry, Summary of all projects. WTO. PlayStation. On January 17th, the Great Hanshin earthquake occurred. The sudden accident caught Sony off guard. As the second largest port in Japan and the sixth largest port in the world, Kobe is a large industrial port city. A magnitude 7.2 earthquake occurred here, which directly strangled the possibility of PlayStation's overseas exports, not to mention that a bunch of companies such as Sanling, Panasonic, and Sony all rely on the aluminum products and copper castings produced here to survive. Once something happens here, it will be like taking half of their lives. Although the real semiconductor factories that make a living suffered less damage, the 10 trillion yen loss estimated by Goldman Sachs is enough to make these companies rooted in the island country bleed. There is no way. Sony can only announce that the launch time of PlayStation in America will be postponed. Even if they really want to sell machines under the banner of Jurassic Park, they have to sell the machines. In addition, the most typical thing is that Panasonic has completely quit Hollywood. Fuck you. My house has been robbed. How can I still have the mood to engage in entertainment? With the damage to the core industry chain, Panasonic also accelerated the pace of selling the company. Originally waiting for a price, they directly agreed to the plan of Canada's Seagram's Winery to swallow MCA for $5.7 billion. When this news came out, Fox, which had refused Seagram's Winery to advertise in Home Alone 2, immediately became alert. But before they could think about whether to give Roland some wind, as the details of the transaction were disclosed, the guys who wanted to meet new friends were all speechless. In order to acquire MCA and enter Hollywood, the head of Seagram's Winery, Edgar Jr., directly exchanged and cashed out DuPont's shares worth more than $12 billion at a price of $9 billion, losing $3 billion in vain. Deg. This move stunned the local snakes who wanted to welcome newcomers. No, I haven't done anything yet. Why did you stab yourself first? Hey. Don't lie on the ground and pretend to be dead. At least get up and let us slap you first. $5.7 billion to swallow up MCA. This deal could be done by Time Warner, Viacom, Disney, News Corporation, but no one would cash out their $12 billion in assets to $9 billion in the acquisition case. Cashing out is to cash out at a high point. No idiot would cut 25% by himself and force the cash. $5.7 billion plus $3 billion, isn't that $8.7 billion? And spending $8.7 billion to buy MCA. This is even more ridiculous than Coca-Cola raising the price by $10 billion to let Sony acquire Columbia. Isn't it giving money to them for these little pigs to enter the market? Yes, under the force majeure, Hollywood has indeed undergone a major reshuffle, but those old guys who have been rooted for many years have not understood what these new money that have entered the market are doing. It's okay for Microsoft and Samsung to find 3 top guides, but this Seagram, you are just playing with snakes. So when Seagram announced that he officially settled in Los Angeles, California, none of the old giants welcomed him. There is no way. It's not that they don't want to bully him, but they feel ashamed to bully such a fool. If they have this spare time, they might as well focus on the cable TV network to negotiate the acquisition. Wasting time on these fools will only make themselves suffer from a disease called stupidity. Although the frequent occurrence of various accidents has caused the box office to slump, the Hollywood reshuffle has not affected Roland, which is a good thing for him. And when those big guys are keeping a close eye on the media channels and don't take those low-end players who are still playing with content seriously, they still have to live their lives and do the projects. David Fincher took $30 million funds from Roland for the filming of Seven Deadly Sins. Since Roland invested the full amount, there are only 2 companies in the list of production companies. One is the Warcraft films funded by Roland, and the other is the Kennedy/Mars Hall film production company owned by Kathleen Kennedy and her husband. Even if the other party is willing to operate, the money that should be settled still has to be paid, and the 5% that the producer should take still belongs to her. Regardless of whether the film makes a profit or a loss, the final settlement amount is calculated based on the global awarded box office. David Fincher gets a fixed salary, and he also guarantees that the filming can be completed before April and there will be no additional investment. In addition, Eat Drink Man Woman and The Shawshank Redemption bought by Roland also handed in the corresponding answers. Under Sony's operation, Eat Drink Man Woman was first screened in 14 theaters, and until the end of the screening, it was only about 200 theaters. However, the performance of 11,000 per theater was already very good in 1994, when the box office was poor. The overseas box office has nothing to do with Roland and others. They are all bought out according to the authorization. The whole movie made a small profit of $2 million, but for Roland and Sony, it is the same as not making any profit. As for The Shawshank Redemption, this movie made Roland lose all the $10 million he earned from The Wedding Banquet and Eat Drink Man Woman. Because the O.J. Simpson murder case was so noisy, Roland and Sony did nothing. After returning from the Montreal International Film Festival in Canada, Sony followed Roland's instructions and screened the movie for free. That's right, he really paid out of his own pocket to book a theater in a city where Golden Globe judges, Oscar judges, and film critics gathered and screened the movie for free. Before the screening, he sent invitations to those guys by invitation, ensuring that every audience member was an industry insider. Although they didn't send gifts, hold parties, or lobby after those guys watched the movie, who would not know what the boss of this movie meant. Roland almost told them clearly that he didn't want to cause social disputes anymore, so you can choose for yourselves. And it was this kind of sensible idea that made The Shawshank Redemption successfully miss this year's Golden Globe nomination. On January 21st, when the 52nd Golden Globe Awards were held, the movie Shawshank Redemption was not on the list of candidates for the Best Drama Film. Morgan Freeman was nominated for the Best Actor in a Drama and the Best Screenplay. However, in the list of nominees announced by the Oscars, it was included in 7 major awards, including the Best Picture and Best Actor. Although everyone knew that this was the final result, Roland was still very happy, because his goal had been achieved. When the Oscar ceremony was held, those smart black guys would definitely be curious about why they had never heard of the movie in which Morgan Freeman was nominated for the Best Actor for the second time, and why the movie starring him and nominated for the Best Picture had not been released on a large scale. As long as these guys start looking for it, the disc will definitely sell out. The time for releasing the disc that Roland and Sony discussed was strictly based on the trial time of the Simpson case. As long as the result of the Simpson case came out and he was found not guilty, Sony could produce the film. They strive to release the disc within a month, and the propaganda slogan is naturally judicial justice, American progress, and the liberation of human rights. What, do you think there is a problem? How could it be? It is precisely because of the rigorous trial that Simpson can avoid the prison disaster like Andy. Isn't this justice? The jury can withstand the pressure and make such a decision in the case of innocent before the doubt that the whole country is concerned about. Doesn't this reflect the progress of the United States and the uniform treatment regardless of race? Isn't it the liberation of human rights? Since the case has been concluded, who dares to object? That is to make things difficult for black brothers. That is racial discrimination. Of course, like The Wedding Banquet and Eat Drink Man Woman, this movie will still not be served with Roland's own logo. He just needs to make money by holding the copyright and let Sony do the famous things. It is said that Seven Deadly Sins is the first movie produced and released by Warcraft Films, so don't even think about grabbing other movies. As for Before Sunrise, which was also purchased After the movie was shown on a small scale for 2 months, it was put on the disc market. It certainly won't be profitable in the short term, but Roland doesn't care. It's just a few million. He can still afford to lose. After finishing the movie projects he invested in, Roland also checked the box office. Forrest Gump is indeed a hot Oscar candidate. After 6 months of screening, the global cumulative box office has exceeded 600 million. After winning the Oscar, it will be extended, and it is possible to exceed 700 million. Tom Hanks, who only gets the share, will make a lot of money. As for The Lion King, which cannot be promoted on a large scale, its global box office has exceeded 500 million since it was shown in the region for half a year. According to a general calculation, Roland's pre-tax income will be able to reach 25 million. For this kind of work, that only worked for 2 weeks, could not be used to promote the film on a large scale, and had to give Roland a share of the money. Disney was really helpless and wanted to hit him when they thought about Roland giving up more than 10% of the box office share in order to give them a friendly price and choosing 5% of the omni-channel. They almost found a piece of tofu to kill themselves. According to the current popularity, the disc of The Lion King will definitely sell better than the box office, and the more they earn, the more Roland will get. The point is that this guy doesn't have to do any work. He can get hundreds of millions of income continuously after 2 weeks of dubbing in the recording studio. Isn't this a retirement contract that I open to my son? Roland, I'm your father. Roland naturally didn't know that Disney was cursing and whining and didn't want to pay, but still had to pay. But even if he knew, he didn't care. At most, he would record the other party's improper behavior in his little notebook and slowly settle the accounts later. In addition to the movie, the sales of Warcraft, Orcs and Humans were also affected by the overall environment. Of course, the 3 giants of Blizzard are not the incompetent people who destroy the overall environment, as Uncle Ben's hand said. With the support of VA channels, this game, which was regarded as a follow-up to Dune, did not become a masterpiece, but its sales were still obvious to all. The most popular part was actually the random map generator and real-time strategy online mode that came with the game. It was precisely because of the ability to play against players that the entire project started to make a profit just after 4 weeks. When the time entered 1995, the first batch of profits from EA was enough for them to develop 2 games at the same time. Roland, who learned the news, was not stingy and directly took out 30% to give them a bonus. Not only that, Roland also approved their ideas of developing a sequel and recruiting soldiers. In addition, Roland also paid out 1 million yuan from his own pocket, of which 500,000 was donated in his personal name and another 500,000 in the name of the entire production team of Warcraft to California, which was hit by the flood. Although this amount of money is small compared to the economic loss of 3 billion, it has made a name for himself. Blizzard, the game company, finally made a profit, but it was still a bottomless pit. After donating 200,000 yuan in early 1994, these guys shamelessly asked for 800,000 yuan at the beginning of this year. However, their asking for money was a good thing for Roland. Moreover, with their help, J.K. Rowling's divorce case and permanent custody of her daughter also came to an end in early 1995. There was no other way. The founding team of IMDb had a lot of masters and doctors from Cambridge, Oxford, St Andrews, Durham, and Imperial College. They might not have money for the time being, but they had too many ways to get legal advice. Roland donated money to help them fulfill their dreams, and they helped Roland find a law professor in the school to fight the lawsuit. With Roland paying for the lawyer's fees, it was easy for them to fight a divorce lawsuit. As for J.K. Rowling's husband accusing her of having no source of income and wanting to take her daughter away, the judge just laughed when he heard this. The lawyer they hired was well known all over the country. When he sat there were only 2 words: expensive. You said this kind of person has no money? I believe you, but I believe more that the guy who can hire such a lawyer can make money. Because of this, when the dust settled, Cole Needham and other guys asked Roland for sponsorship again. He gave it very generously, and Aunt Rowling, who wanted to forget the chaotic past, also began to work hard on writing, striving to write the stories that Elizabeth and others were interested in, as soon as possible. It didn't matter how much money she could make, But the main thing was not to let Roland feel that she had wasted her money. In addition to Blizzard and Imb, Roland actually participated in another internet company, Yahoo. Unfortunately, after a brief contact, the two founders of Yahoo were still thinking about writing a company development plan. Because the plan had not been handed over, David, who adhered to the principle of good faith cooperation, had not invested in them for the time being, but because the Overwatch venture capital led by David was a venture capital that took the initiative to come to the door, the probability of them running away was not high. Of course, this was also related to David being a celebrity who didn't know about the Olsen sisters and Roland. David, who often appeared with them, was naturally well known to everyone. What did Jerry Yang and his team have to worry about when such a guy came to them to invest? He was worth more than $1 billion, so there was no need for him to make himself happy. After finishing these trivial matters, on January 25th, Roland flew to New York with the crew. After filming Jurassic Park in 1992, he finally started filming again. Well, the one in Forrest Gump wasn't considered a serious filming, but the dubbing in The Lion King was just like playing. Note, Panasonic did agree to Seagram's plan to acquire MCA not long after the Great Hanshin earthquake, but Seagram's had already killed itself before it was targeted by those guys. The loss of $3 billion in the acquisition of MCA was fine, but the most incomprehensible thing for people in the industry was that when they acquired Polygram in 1998, in order to raise $10.4 billion in acquisition cash, they sold Tropicana, the world's #1 juice brand with an annual profit of $3.3 billion US. Then, after Polygram and American Music merged to form Universal Music, they suffered losses for just 2 years and they didn't want to play anymore, so they sold the entire company to Vivendi for $34 billion. Yesterday, I wrote that the Jews have always targeted outsiders, but after Seagram's breathtaking operations, they took themselves away before they even started to wrestle with Time Warner. The Lion King had such a high box office after the first round of screenings, the second round of IMAX re-screenings, and the third round of 3D re-screenings. I'm not suppressing it. Chapter 159 Filming. According to the original arrangement, after the Christmas holiday in 1994, the crew would fly directly to New York to start filming in early 1995. After 2 years, Roland, who had learned, experienced, and accumulated experience, would stand in front of the camera again. But things are unpredictable. Even with Kathleen Kennedy, who knew the industrial production process by heart, as the operator, she had to consider the schedule of each actor. Roland was indeed idle for a long time, but Robert De Niro took the project for Martin Scorsese's sake, while he was also filming The Old Man's Casino. The filming started on September 14, 1994 and ended on January 25, 1995. As the absolute protagonist, even with Scorsese's help, De Niro's scenes were finished first, and it would be around Christmas when he finished work for them. Taking a break for 20 days before filming again was already a very short adjustment. Not to mention that Heat, a collaboration between De Niro and Pacino, was going to start filming at the end of February 1995. Even if Pacino didn't mind the crew filming his scenes first, De Niro, the second male lead, had to rush back before mid-March, leaving Roland and his team with only 40 days for pre-production. Anthony Hopkins had already taken on Oliver Stone's Nixon, and although it was pushed back to May, the overlapping filming schedules of Hopkins as the Green Goblin and De Niro as Dr. Lizard were very short. As a result, the only option for the crew to arrange the schedule was to go to New York to shoot the drama first, and then return to Los Angeles to reshoot the scenes of the final battle after the two of them were done. There was no other way, because these big names were so popular. It was already very good to give them face to act. As for acting, if you can shoot every part of the film well, that's your strength, and if you can't shoot a single film well, then Hollywood doesn't have the soil for him to act. What's more, guys like Robert De Niro like to wander around in various crews. When filming The Fanatic, he also took on The Boss. While wandering around in the Tuck cruise, he also went to Diane Keaton and Meryl Streep's It Starts With the Heart to play a cameo role, and in his words, this kind of wandering will not affect his performance at all, because he is acting with guys he likes and is familiar with. In this situation, where I know what you are going to fart as soon as you stick your butt out, playing a cameo role can also perform better than others. The point is, what we are shooting now are special effects blockbusters. Isn't it a matter of course to contribute normal acting skills and special effects blockbusters? You watch Independence Day to study how Will Smith successfully promoted to the A+ list with his superb acting skills? Don't be kidding. This kind of special effects blockbuster sells visual effects. If you really dig deep into the plot performance, what is the difference between Independence Day and Legend of the Swallows? It's just that Will Smith didn't let you see his brain. Moreover, even the screenwriter and director Roland Emmerich himself said that the inspiration for Independence Day came from the fact that few people in Hollywood have made a movie about aliens attacking the Earth, and the name of the movie is the same as the 4th of July Independence Day in the United States, which is just a publicity gimmick found by Fox, which is responsible for the publicity and distribution during post-production. Those guys who want to expand the movie into a 1,000,000-word paper and talk about every detail and every arrangement with great relish either have nothing to do after dinner or are the smart people that the film company likes to see the most. With these guys bragging, it proves that their publicity is extremely successful. Because this series of I'm smarter than the director is what they want to see the most. Because of this, they know the selling points of special effects films very well and have no intention of being restrained. Since time is limited, they will shoot in groups. The rivalry between Robert De Niro and Anthony Hopkins, two old actors, is all handled by Stan Winston. This guy's not only a special effects master, but also the truck driver's exclusive assistant director. He helped the truck driver shoot Terminator and Alien 2. He is responsible for the scenes of two guys who are 100 years old in total. The truck driver is very relieved. As long as they follow the storyboard script, it will be difficult for these guys to make the audience lose interest. As a result, when Roland checked into the Hilton Garden in Times Square and packed his luggage to rush to the set, the only ones being stared at by the truck driver and talking about the play were Roland and Reese. At the beginning of the story, Peter's feelings for Gwen were just like what was described in Leon, the professional. Leon likes Matilda, but he knows he can't be with her. Leon is a killer wandering in the dark, but Matilda is in the light. It was only because her brother was killed that she chose to fall into the darkness. From the beginning, the homeless Matilda only regarded Leon as a harbor to rely on, and the belief in revenge was the opportunity for them to get along. Because of this, worldly prejudice became possible. Similarly, Peter likes Gwen, but because of his introverted personality, he can't find his own advantages and doesn't know how to speak. Gwen initially cared for Peter, a nerd, out of justice. It was not until Peter became Spider-Man that the opportunity for them to get along with each other officially appeared. So, for the first scene we are shooting today, you don't need to act out the feeling of being in love. Reese, just treat him as a boy in your class. And Roland, you don't need me to teach you how to arouse your secret crush, right? We all know it, huh? At the end of his speech, the truck driver had already spread out his right hand. As a left-handed person, he used 3 fingers to form a dot and kept tapping and drawing on the palm of his hand. His look of knowing everything made Roland roll his eyes. Hey, what a fool this old man is. He can talk about a trivial matter for a whole year. What is a rousing secret crush? It's so easy for him. Who is he? Is there a need to do something like a secret crush? It's clearly a blatant greed. These guys really don't have any eyesight at all. Roland was too lazy to talk to such a fool like the truck driver, so he nodded as a response. Since that day, when he discussed the script of the trilogy with the truck driver in a simple and easy way, the role of Peter Parker has been very simple for Roland. At least there will be no problem when shooting the first part. Peter Parker in the first part is a child who has just grown up, or a pure loser. At the beginning, he was introverted and inferior and didn't talk too much. After gaining superpowers, his personality gradually became cheerful. Of course, he is still far from being a big mouth. The so-called cheerfulness is not the jumping in the comics, but the calmness of a normal person. In this way, the portrayal of the whole role is simply very simple for Roland. How to play a loser. Wasn't he a loser in his previous life? Does this feeling need to be played? How to play an introverted and inferior person without talking too much. Tom Hanks played Forrest Gump in front of him for half a year. He just needs to follow the template of the other party, take back the seriousness of Forrest Gump, and replace it with the feeling of grievance when he did something wrong. To put it bluntly, Peter Parker, who was bullied by his classmates at the beginning of the film, was just a little bitch. And how to find that weird feeling that is incompatible with the ordinary world. In his previous life, Disney was riding on his face. He has a deep understanding of the helplessness and grievance caused by facing a behemoth that cannot resist. Just call it directly. Even the performance process is filtered. Knowing that Roland had made careful preparations, the truck driver did not hesitate to wave his hand and started snapping when he saw the OK sign. When the crisp snapping sound spread throughout the car, Peter Parker boarded the school bus. He was wearing grey clothes and shabby glasses. His signature blonde hair was dyed brown for the role. Not only that, his handsome bangs disappeared. As he panted slightly, he raised his right hand like a good boy and said to the school bus driver with apology, "Thank you, sorry I'm late." However, before he could get a response from the school bus driver, a ball of paper suddenly appeared in the camera and hit him on the forehead. The sudden attack interrupted Peter Parker's words, and as he instinctively turned his head and took a small breath, his eyes swaying left and right betrayed his mood at the moment. Regardless of whether it was the school bus driver's deliberate stroll or the malicious attacks of the students on the bus, Peter Parker was already used to these school bullying incidents. When he slowly walked forward and wanted to find a seat to sit down, the students along the way all laughed and mocked him. He is no more than a loser. Hearing this, Peter Parker smiled awkwardly, turned his head and said nothing. But just as he turned his eyes to the empty seat on the left, the girl sitting on the inside suddenly moved her body and occupied the seat that Peter Parker wanted. "Don't even think about it, Parker. I don't want to sit with a loser like you." Before he asked, the smile that he wanted to hide his embarrassment froze on his face in an instant, and he paused for a second. While his lips were pursed, the hesitation in his chest turned into motivation to move forward. As he moved forward, his eyes kept wandering. His wandering eyes and the helplessness that enveloped him fully reflected his feeling of being out of place. Unfortunately, no matter how he moved or who he passed by, the guys sitting on both sides of the seat all said no to him with their actions. When he saw that he might have to stand all the way to school, the girl sitting on the outside of the second to last row suddenly picked up her school bag, moved her body, sat in, and gave up her seat. The attitude of "I won't say anything more, you move on your own" made Peter Parker very happy. But just when he wanted to sit down and thank the blonde girl, a black foot suddenly stretched out, trying to trip Peter Parker, who was walking forward. Under normal circumstances, a continuous shot here would be considered completed. The director would shout "cut good" or "no good." But how could the truck driver's filming end so easily? Since he didn't call for a stop, Peter Parker continued to move forward. But just when he bumped into the Blackfoot and was about to fall to the ground, he was responded by a sharp break. With a creak, Peter Parker, who felt that the script was wrong, had no time to control his body and fell forward. Then there was a muffled sound of bang, and Peter Parker fell forward and grimaced. The next second, the number 2 camera, which had been responsible for shooting the lower 3 roads, made an OK gesture. After receiving a positive response, the truck driver shouted, "Cut good. Roland, are you okay?" Reese, who reacted, quickly stood up and squeezed the camera away, wanting to see what Roland had fallen into. As she squatted down, the extras sitting on the school bus also cast their eyes on Roland on the ground. Not only that, some guys looked directly at the driver when their vision was blocked. They wanted to know what the guy in charge of driving was doing. Although they really wanted to ask the driver why he braked suddenly, Roland, who had really fallen on his chest, grabbed Reese's arm and climbed up with the seat beside him. He gasped and his face showed it clearly. Real fall? He was used to this kind of thing. The last time he was filming Terminator 2, the truck driver directly used a fake corpse to scare him. This time, in order to make the fall real, isn't it easy to understand that the driver stepped on the brakes? So, while rubbing his chest and standing up, he forced a smile and said to Reese that it was okay. After that, he looked at the old man helplessly with a dark face and asked, "How is it?" "The effect is good." The truck driver smiled very satisfied. Not only that, he also asked knowingly, "Does it hurt?" Nonsense. Try falling on your chest once. Roland was too lazy to pay attention to him. Oh. Don't be like that. Aren't we all here to make a good movie? The truck driver patted the shoulders of the two photographers, motioning them to stand aside with their cameras. After bending down to pick up the glasses on the ground and handing them to Roland, he laughed and put his arm on Roland's shoulder. "You haven't made a good movie for 2 years. I'm here to help you find the feeling of filming. But you acted really well just now. You had a strong student vibe. I thought you couldn't act like a poor student before. Now I see that Tom Hanks and his people really taught you seriously." "Hey." Roland rolled his eyes. The truck driver's mouth is a lie. If he believed what this guy said, wouldn't he be kicked in the head by a donkey? Roland and the truck driver have known each other for 4.5 years, since the summer of 1990. He knew that, although this guy allowed big names to use stand-ins to do those dangerous actions, he would not be polite during normal filming. He would do whatever he wanted with shots that would not cause death or disability, and the most fundamental purpose was naturally to pursue the effect. Although this kind of word sounds a bit contradictory, Roland can understand it. It is to strive for excellence while ensuring safety. Of course, Roland is not opposed to this method. It is understandable to pursue the effect without losing his life. He is indeed afraid of death and disability, but these old men have a number in their hearts. There is no way who let the old men cherish his body more than him. Without his face, how could Fox be willing to give him the startup capital? And he is not as delicate as Robert Pattinson. He has to find a substitute even when riding a motorcycle. Note, everything starts from the heart is Marvin's Room. After the release, De Niro was criticized for acting, and then he replied, "How can acting with familiar actors be called acting?" He likes to jump into the play very much, and he took Marvin's Room because it is a movie with Diane Keaton, Aunt May, and Little Leo. Yes, Little Leo is also an acquaintance of De Niro. In Boy's Life, they played father and son. The script of Independence Day was written during the filming of Assassins. The director himself said that it was purely a reporter who asked him if he would make another movie about aliens falling from the sky. Then the reporter and the director brainstormed and the script came out. The name was decided after the filming was completed because the naming rights of Independence Day were in the hands of Time Warner. In order to get this name, they negotiated with Warner for 2 weeks. The so-called connotation was all the Hollywood screenwriter formula. This one must not be offended, that one must be flattered, and then publicity and promotion were put in place. Chapter 160, The Narrow-Minded Roland and the Honest Leo. The filming process of Spider-Man is not complicated, because the filming mode of superhero origin movies is the same. The first step is the emergence of contradictions, the second step is the intensification of contradictions, and the third step is the elimination of contradictions. To put it simply, it is the total score that primary school Chinese teachers emphasize when writing. But even if it sounds simple, the final results written by different people are very different. The reason for this difference is that everyone's ability is different. Dark Phoenix and Men in Black are also in this format, but they are bad when they are filmed. Why? Because their narrative structure is wrong. There are 2 common narrative structures for superhero movies. One is the Golden Fleece. The prototype is a story of the hero Jason in ancient Greek mythology who traveled through mountains and rivers to obtain the treasure Golden Fleece. The protagonist will go to some places with beautiful scenery, but full of dangers along the way, and the protagonist completes self-identification, value choices and psychological growth in the adventures and battles along the way. The other is the Oedipal style, the prototype of which is Oedipus Rex written by the tragedy master Sophocles. Of course, the core of this model in commercial films is not killing the father and marrying the mother or 3 unities. Instead, it focuses on describing the protagonist's constant struggle with the tragic fate. In this process, the protagonist recognizes himself, realizes his value, and finally achieves success. The most typical movie of the first structure is Spider-Man, Far From Home, and the most typical movie of the second structure is Iron Man. Although the overall structure has been reduced a lot, and the tragedy and 2 things that have nothing to do with business have also been cut, the method of creating conflict remains unchanged. As for the Star Wars universe and the X-Men series, they use the narrative structure of Campbell's myth theory, so any tribute is nonsense, and the world's articles are copied, and the director and screenwriter also write according to the framework. Because of this, Spider-Man, which is also written according to the framework, and mainly requires stability, cannot actively jump out of this comfort zone. Nonsense. This movie is just for making money, and only those with broken brains pursue originality. Even if you can't copy the answers correctly in an open book exam. This is clearly capitalism. Like in Men in Black, International, holding a Dyson vacuum cleaner to fight aliens? If the audience doesn't get the point, then there's something wrong. And the awkward dancing? Was this movie invested by Kelly Chen? Keep dancing. It's better to dance than to fall in love. The so-called selling point of the first Spider-Man is actually the cool special effects, fancy fighting and a little bit of love. Everything is based on satisfying the fans' eye, with a plot more suitable for children, inviting these little ancestors who can drive adults to spend money to the cinema. After such a commotion in 1994, the producers who did not doubt the purchasing power of children would not offend this group. In this way, after making up a few shots of torturing the protagonist and showing a little school bullying, the crew moved to the selected campus and filmed the scene of brotherly love at the door. To be honest, although Roland specifically asked to invite Leo, this was also the first time he met him. In the previous life, the only channel to know about him was Media News, and before this life, it was still Media News. The reason why Leo was invited to play Harry Osborn was not only because he looked younger and had a suitable appearance, but also because they wanted to see who was more handsome. When Roland saw the blonde figure, his heart was finally relieved. Well, that cheap couple is really nice. A face that has charmed thousands of girls is still very popular. Roland touched his angular cheek and thought narcissistically. However, when Leo saw Roland suddenly appear, he, who was still struggling in the B-list position, walked up and wanted to say hello to the hottest star in the circle. He felt like a dark cloud was about to destroy the city, and Roland curled his lips. Well, it is true that a white face can cover up 100 ugliness, but a fat body can ruin everything. With the suppression of altitude, no matter how handsome his face is, when the two stand together, he is inferior to others. No way. This is intolerable. Absolutely intolerable. Although Roland's 5'7" height is very good at the age of 10 years and 60 months, and is only about 2 inches short of the average height in America, compared to Leo's 6'1" height, they are nearly 5 inches short, or half a head. If it were an ordinary situation, this wouldn't be a big deal, but when they were in the same frame, wouldn't this be a couple's height difference? When he thought that Leo would raise his arm and put it on his shoulder, tilt his head, and his nose would easily rub against his forehead, and open his mouth to ask concerned questions, Roland shuddered. He had seen Leo's performance, and that kind of beautiful face staring at each other was so gay. As a result, when Leo was about to raise his right hand with a smile on his face, wanting to get to know Leo Xiao and Lan, he turned around and got into the nanny car while he was struggling with the height difference. That neat and swift action stunned Leo, who wanted to show his goodwill. His slightly raised right hand froze in midair, and an awkward smile was printed on his face. When he turned his head and peeked around, his expression was similar to Bazentang's "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What's wrong with him?" Leo, who shook his hand and pretended to be indifferent, asked the assistant beside him furtively. "I don't know, but I heard from Robert De Niro that he has a good temper." The assistant was also confused. Could it be that he thinks I'm more handsome than him and is jealous? Leo, who is very satisfied with his appearance, secretly guessed. No way. The assistant thought it was unlikely. The last time, the Los Angeles Times conducted a special survey among the female respondents, aged 10 to 28, 78% of them thought he was handsome. TUI. Although the assistant did not say it clearly, how could Leo not know what the other party meant? Isn't it just to let yourself go to where you want to be cool? As a guy whose own movie grossed 2.5 billion, and whose movies grossed over 4 billion, 78% of the respondents thought he was handsome. What does that mean? Doesn't that mean those guys are his fans? Compared to Roland's terrifying fan base, He who has been acting in independent movies thinks he is pretty good looking? Isn't that just narcissism? He curled his lips and sighed helplessly, and just as Leo couldn't figure out the situation, Roland, who had just entered the car, came back before the truck driver rang the gong to find someone. And this time, oh, shit. Looking at Roland, who suddenly became almost as tall as himself, the truck driver who was posing for the live camera in front of the monitor almost jumped up in fright. While cursing, he also asked in surprise, "Damn you. How did you suddenly become taller?" That's right. After Roland found that his height might not be able to withstand Leo's blow, he took the initiative to find his assistant and put on the killer he had always carried with him, height increasing shoes. It is said that wearing height increasing shoes, catching up with Yi and Yeo is not a dream. Knowing that Huang Huobo is 1.7 meters tall, Huang Xiaoming, who is wearing a height enhancing insoles, can prove that Space Yi and Yeo are 1.8 meters tall. This is simply a magical tool. What? Is there a problem? Seeing the truck driver with a frown on his face, Roland stamped his feet. The shoes are custom made. They are quite comfortable to wear. And you don't have to worry about twisting your spine. Who cares if they are custom made or not? Who cares if you are comfortable or not? Who cares if you will hurt your cervical spine? The truck driver's face was full of question marks. After scanning up and down with his suspicious little eyes for a while, he raised his hand to touch Roland's forehead. Are you sick, kid? Why are you talking nonsense here? Hey, don't touch me. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. Roland leaned back, not wanting to be caught by the old man. Upon hearing this, the truck driver immediately felt that Roland's logical thinking was problematic. Did you hit your head just now? If you feel uncomfortable, just tell me. This is Ronald Perelman's territory. I'll ask him to find the best brain doctor in New York for you. Oh, I'm really fine. Facing the octopus-like truck driver, Roland's face turned black. If you're fine, why did you suddenly change to high-heeled shoes? The truck driver didn't believe it. Hey, isn't it for the harmony of the composition? Roland stopped pretending and showed his cards. Hearing this, the truck driver was stunned at first. After staring at Roland for a few seconds, he turned around and cast his eyes on Leo next to him. After repeated observations, he loosened his hands holding Roland. A feeling of helplessness surged into his heart. Small-sighted. Don't talk nonsense. I'm devoting myself to art. Roland shamelessly retorted. I'm half a head shorter than him. How can you ask the photographer to shoot? If you think it's not good after shooting, and you say no good and start again, isn't that a waste of film? Yeah, you are right. Then what are you going to do when shooting Ruiz's scene? The truck driver was too lazy to pay attention to Roland and cast his eyes back to the scene. I'll take off my shoes at that time, isn't it? Roland shrugged. The truck driver took a deep breath, and he almost choked to death by Roland's words. He touched his forehead with his left hand. After a long pause, he finally said, "You are such a clever little guy." Although changing to high-heeled shoes is just a small matter. After all, when Wayne Johnson, Vin Diesel, and Jason Statham were filming their close-ups, in order to create a visual illusion of equal strength, Bald Fan and Gu Oda were still standing on stools to film. Otherwise, how could a 5'10" diver and a 5'12" Bald Fan be as tall as the 6'5" Dwayne Johnson? If a guy with Johnson's size were to go diving, even the Filipino fish frying players would win the championship. But, the director hadn't even asked Roland to step on stilts yet. This guy was already changed. TSK. The truck driver didn't even need to think about it. He had already guessed Roland's idea. Not only that, he also wrapped his coat tightly, thinking about being on guard against Roland in the future. A kid who cares so much about his height must also care about other things. He felt that he had to be careful about what he said in the future, lest this little brat put the blame on him when he wasn't paying attention. Roland naturally didn't know what the truck driver was thinking, but when he reappeared in front of Leo, the guy who was still struggling with whether Roland had any opinions about him almost laughed out loud. Well, it turns out that he went to change shoes. You should have said it earlier. I wouldn't be nervous if you had said it earlier. Although Roland has a good reputation in the circle, the projects he has participated in, and the guys he has worked with have never revealed any disagreements, but everything has its surprises. In the case of only being able to receive low-cost independent films, no actor would offend him. After all, offending him is the same as offending those producers who want to please him. They may not care, but no one can guarantee that those producers who want to invite him to star in the project will not care. Just like Mel Gibson, do you really think he was banned after scolding the Jews? In fact, after filming Braveheart, his movies could no longer attract investment. Braveheart was banned in the UK because the movie made fun of the Plantagenet and Capet families. It offended not only the current Windsor family, but also the entire European royal family. Although Braveheart was released in the end due to the issue of free speech, since then, except for some commercial films, he could not get investment for the feature films he wanted to make. So he returned to his hometown in Australia and invested his own money to make The Passion of the Christ. Although the film sold well, he did not get much money. The New Market, which was responsible for the North American distribution, directly used the theater share as publicity and distribution expenses. No money will be given to you. After you made Braveheart and The Passion of the Christ, who will speak for you? You have offended the European vote, the Middle Eastern vote, and the American Jews. Even if you cry and want to sue, will anyone listen to you? The more you earn, the more money goes into our pockets. Don't accept it? Come and bite me. I will rob you of your money openly. What can you do to me? Dissatisfied, Mel Gibson angrily accused all parties. In order to attract attention, he directly criticized the US-Iraq war. When this kind of situation appeared, the worst time was that he had to report to the police station 5 days out of 7. Because the other 2 days, the police officer who was responsible for helping him solve the problem needed to take a vacation. What's the use of A plus LIST? The capital hasn't even started yet, and you have been suffocated by the little brothers who want to show their loyalty to the capital by punching you in the chest. In this place, where you will be targeted, if you take the wrong script, you want to swear at the sky, the earth, and the air. Do you think you are a cat? Do you have 9 lives? The point is that the whole circle knows it, and even the producers of the 6 majors are too lazy to provoke Roland. In this case, let alone Roland seeing the situation is not good, he went back to change his shoes. Even if he asked Leo to squat to film, he had to squat. Of course, Roland is not a devil. He just cares about the altitude. After changing his shoes, he took the initiative to say hello to Leo and shook hands. Hello, I didn't expect you to be more handsome in person than in the photo. No, you are much more handsome than me. Leo shook his head and smiled. Roland was very happy to hear the words from the heart, and 2 thoughts popped up in his head. First, the handsome Roland will be the focus wherever he stands. Second, Leo is really honest. He likes to deal with such a straightforward boy. Just as Roland was thinking about having a good chat with this honest guy, the truck driver who had already adjusted the machine had already raised the director's baton and shouted loudly, "Roland, stop chatting there. Come over to shoot." Harry Osborn's first meeting, asking about and comforting Peter Parker's part. Note, the reason why superhero movies are criticized as products of industrial assembly lines is that all formats remain unchanged. When Scorsese criticized Marvel before, Joss Whedon stood up to support him, saying that Avengers 1 and 2 were written by Kevin Feige, and he also revealed that Guardians of the Galaxy director Gunn was kicked out by Feige in order to keep his own script, and that Ant-Man screenwriter Wright wanted to shoot a generation of Ant-Man, but Feige did not allow a film that would connect the previous and the next to tell the origin of Ant-Man. So the script that had been prepared for 10 years was taken down. Wright handed the script to Marvel in 2003. As for Star Wars, Lucas himself admitted that it was a script written based on Campbell's concept. All those who think that he is the boss and I'm the third are suppressed. When the box office of The Passion of the Christ was divided, the media company used various methods to blacken Gibson and never mentioned that the New Market took his share. Not only that, his wife's car was watched and ticketed every day, and the paparazzi took a camera to his face. If he got angry and hit someone, he would be arrested in less than 5 minutes. Finally, his wife couldn't bear it anymore and divorced him. In order to compensate, Gibson had to sell his film company. Because he didn't get along with the giants, he sold it to a familiar British tycoon. As a result, the other party became the chairman of United International Pictures not long after he bought it and called Gibson to tell him that he was from Paramount and Universal. It's too easy to deal with people without backgrounds. The methods used in Harry Potter are all kind. If they really want to touch you, they can just rob you. No matter how you jump, no one will help you. Chapter 161 Fans. Cool. It is neat. It is righteous. Absolutely right. This must be Roland Allen. Oh my god. Roland is actually filming in New York. Why hasn't the media reported these things before? In a McDonald's in New York, a group of 14, 15 or 16-year-old middle school students held freshly baked hamburgers and looked at the TV in the store that was used to broadcast news with surprise. The dramatic performance of covering their chests to express shock attracted the eye rolls of the people around them, but after hearing the content of the news broadcast, the guys who were queuing to order food also turned their eyes to the screen. When they saw the guy hanging on the wire in the air pretending to swing, but actually crying and screaming on the TV, a funny emotion instantly surged into their hearts, and many people saw the guy in ordinary clothes hit the sponge pad hard, and then slowly slid down like a dead body, and the laughter filled the Golden Arches restaurant directly. Oh. Is this filming Spider-Man? A young man dressed casually and wearing a baseball cap backwards said in surprise. For Peter Parker, isn't New York his backyard? Why is it portrayed so badly in the movie? Another businessman in a suit, tie and briefcase also smiled. Oh, I see. This should be the scene when Peter just mutated. He should be testing his abilities. Even if it was a test of ability, Roland shouldn't have been hit so hard, right? The young woman who heard the businessman's analysis pushed her glasses on the bridge of her nose. She obviously hadn't read the Spider-Man comics when she asked this question, but it didn't matter, because while she was asking the question, her eyes were fixed on the screen. Damn. Roland has grown up in more than a year. I didn't expect that he would look so energetic after cutting his bangs. Yes, yes, yes. Another young lady in her 20s also nodded frantically, as if she had found a confidant, and said in surprise, I was worried that he would grow ugly because he only made a cameo appearance in Forrest Gump, but I didn't expect him to be more handsome with dyed brown hair. That's right, unless Roland is a lifetime member of teobayo.com, how could he not make headlines without the internet? New York, this is the world's largest city. Filming in this place in broad daylight, flying around in the sky like a fool. If no one can find it, then what's the difference between it and the telescope Jin who can't hit anyone with his ultimate? You are Spider-Man, dear. You are not Tarzan. The media are not fools. It's okay that the crew didn't make it public before, but now you are flying blindly. If they still don't report it, then they are sorry for the channels they have. With the appearance of the video, the long silent Roland fans became as excited as the piglets crying for food. Although the internet is still not popular, the number of internet users in America is only a pitiful 25 million, but it doesn't matter. The guys who grew up with Roland have classmates. The guys who watched Roland grow up have colleagues. When the news spread, the startup information that was suppressed because of the disaster was also dug out by them. With the videos broadcast by major media, Roland occupied the campus again after a year and a half. Wow. This looks much more handsome than Batman. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are Roland and the others really swinging on the swings in the city? Who is the protagonist in the first movie? It can't be the Kingpin, right? He is the weakest and easiest villain to film among Spider-Man's villains. And the other villains probably can't be made, right? Or the effects will be very poor? How can he fight the Kingpin? Didn't Sony announce it before? Robert De Niro will play Dr. Lizard. Hey, don't worry. George Lucas is in charge of the post-production special effects of this movie. George Lucas? Yes. He's the director of Star Wars. He also helped with Jurassic Park. What? If that's the case, then Spider-Man is really something to look forward to. Compared with these cute kids who care about movies, Roland's older sister fans are much simpler. They don't care about villains, special effects, or plots. Compared with the movie itself, they are interested in Roland as a person. After seeing their favorite cabbages growing well, the stupid plot of hitting the wall is silly and cute in their eyes. Of course, while staring at the video and flipping through it, they also start to dig up the heroine of the movie. This is actually a very normal thing. Since the last hype of a girl chasing a boy, Roland has not had any scandals with any women so far. Although it is not appropriate to expose his relationship given his age, who doesn't know how chaotic the Hollywood circle is? The guys who like him expect Roland to be a good boy, while the desire to pry into private affairs on the other hand makes them want to get to the bottom of it. This contradictory psychology is actually human instinct. As they dig, fans in New York even do the work of looking at maps and identifying places, and find the filming site in New York in many twists and turns. Not only that, some guys even proudly posted the photos on the internet. When the filming location of the crew was exposed on the internet, those fans who had internet access at home and lived nearby gathered there excitedly. When Roland learned that the door of the temporary studio had been blocked by his fans, he didn't know what happened, and his mind was full of question marks. He also felt strange and strolled around the door with curiosity. Little Leo went out with a smile on his face and came back dumbfounded. The human wall composed of many girls made him tremble with fear, and the most unacceptable thing for him was, "Do you know? I just went out for a walk and heard that one of your fans said that she drove from Chicago to New York. 730 miles. She drove for more than 10 hours just to see you. Wow." Little Leo's words were extremely sour. Although I already knew that Roland was very popular, this kind of thousands of miles just to see you. Bah. What do you mean by destined to meet each other thousands of miles away? Isn't this a special gift of thousands of miles? Isn't this a bit too magical? What's wrong with me, Leonardo DiCaprio? I have good looks, height, and talent, but why don't I have as many fans as Roland Allen? Of course, no matter how he feels bad, Roland doesn't care. When the critics were boycotting Home Alone 2, he relied on these fans to turn the tables. Now that he knows that he is filming in New York, isn't it natural for some guys to come to visit him? Taylor Swift's fans can even rob a bank for Taylor Swift. What's wrong with these guys coming to see him? In this way, Roland, who smelled the sour smell, asked Leo to stay here and not move, and he went out to buy him a few oranges and let him continue to be sour. Although he could cruelly reject the kindness of those guys outside the door, considering that these guys are his bread and butter, he decided to say hello to the truck driver and go out to meet him. As he expected, as soon as he showed up, the fans who were waiting eagerly screamed. Looking around, wow, these fans were all wearing clothes made by their own company. With so many people supporting him, let alone buying oranges for Leo, even building a train station for him would be no problem. After waving his hands, saying hello, and thanking the guys who came spontaneously, Roland also agreed to their request for a photo. When he asked them why they came on holiday, the reasons they gave him surprised him. Because it's too boring. A girl in her 20s replied. What? Roland suspected that he had heard it wrong. However, these people's explanations really made him feel that these people were quite boring. Since all kinds of bad things broke out one after another, the entertainment industry has been bleak. Michael Jackson's concert was cancelled because of the heavy rain, storm, and flood. The filming of many American TV series was postponed. Not only that, after the box office market flopped last year, there were only 2 movies that could make people shine in early 1995. One is Fear starring Dustin Hoffman and Morgan Freeman, and the other is Bad Boys, which made Will Smith a star and earned $5 million per movie. Unfortunately, these 2 movies are almost nothing for Roland's fans. Fear tells the story after the outbreak of an infectious disease. Few of the guys who like Roland like this kind of disaster movie, and they are even less interested in the pure action movie Bad Boys. There is no way who made Will Smith not as handsome as Roland. The box office of these 2 movies is actually one good and one bad. Fear, released on March 10th, cannot make back its investment at all by relying on the box office. Although Bad Boys was a big hit, it was based on their investment of $19 million. This kind of low budget commercial film can easily make a profit as long as the visual effects are good, but it is a dream to expect a big hit of $500 million. His North American box office can't even reach $70 million. Compared with the sensation Roland often causes, this number is simply a younger brother among younger brothers. So, you came here, after seeing the news of my filming on the internet? Roland asked while signing autographs for the guys in line. Yeah. The fans who came forward in an orderly manner nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Then where did you see the news of my filming? Roland asked again. In the forum of the film database. Someone posted your set photos there. Your name is ranked first in the cast list. We can see it when we click in. Roland was full of black lines after hearing the almost identical answer. Oh, it turned out to be a pot stewing himself. Compared with the sour little Leo, Roland actually cares about how these guys found him. They only shot for 2 days in total on The Wire, and then moved on to other places. If fans can find this, then they are just like Lu Xiaofeng with 4 eyebrows. These guys have been fighting monsters and leveling up for 20 years, and they can help the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security answer Congressman Kennedy's questions. But if they use him, should we praise Cole Needham and his team for their good development, or complain that they didn't delete the post in time? However, thinking that the website platform must be fair, just and open in the early stages of development, Roland didn't get stuck on this issue. After taking a family photo with the fans who came, he wanted to go back to the set to film, but was asked the last question by everyone. Roland, will you contribute your first screen kiss in this movie? No. Roland answered neatly. Don't look at his pleasant face now, but to be honest, no one likes fans blocking the door of the studio to interfere with the crew's filming. The guys who heard this were a little disappointed, but those who thought Reyes was not good looking secretly laughed, and even couldn't wait to know the answer. Why? Because after Spider-Man, I took on a love movie. Roland waved his hand and said with a smile, so, you don't have to stare at me now. The things you want to see will be filmed after Spider-Man is released. Go back, you can post anything in the forum of the movie database. I won't deny it, now that I have said it. Before he finished speaking, Roland went back to the set. As he disappeared, the fans who were hit by the heavy news were stunned for a few seconds, and then burst into cheers. Because what Roland said was the question that most people wanted to know the answer to. And why did Roland reveal this news? It's because he didn't want fans to block the door of the set. He can satisfy one group of people today, but what if another group comes tomorrow? With the New York scenes to last at least 3 weeks, he can't hide. In this case, let's spread the things they care about most. Roland is going to make a love movie. This news can make those guys who want to come to the set to get some free money stay at home. Anyway, they won't be able to see Roland and Rhys's intimate scenes on the set, so they might as well wait and put the motivation for the pursuit on the next movie. As for the announcement now, how should the next movie be shot? Oh my god. The big ship bought land, dug pits and built ships for filming. Even if Roland explained it in advance, these fans can't catch up. And how will fans discuss his love movies on the internet? This has nothing to do with Roland himself, but it has a lot to do with the database he is eyeing. Anyway, IMDb will eventually become his forum. Digest your own traffic yourself. It's not cheap for others. Hey, he is such a thrifty and clever guy. Just when Roland was besieged by fans because of his first public shooting, David Olsen, who was far away in San Francisco, California, was making the final processing of Roland's needs in his office. The current valuation is $4 million, and the valuation after financing is $10 million. So in the angel round, we decided to invest $2 million to obtain 20% of the company's shares, and we also have to agree that, if the founder resigns, we have the right to ask the company to repurchase our shares. Do you have any questions? Yang Ziyuan and David Farrow, who had already discussed the details, smiled and shook their heads and said, no. Okay, then sign it. David pushed the contract in front of the lawyers of both parties. Note, Tenna's private fans are very crazy. Sneaking into her house and sending her emails are trivial matters. The most amazing thing is that they robbed a bank and scattered money in Taylor's house. Because star chasing interfered with her life too much, Tenna built 2 walls next to her house, one of which was 2 meters long. Later, she felt that it was not enough, so she built another 4-meter wall. Bad Boys is indeed Will Smith's real hit movie, but after Bad Boys, His salary was only 5 million, which was exposed when he was filming Independence Day. After Independence Day, he became A-list. The normal pay for a star is only between 10 million and 20 million. Those who earn tens of millions for a movie are the ones that the producers have to pay because they cannot do without them. Of course, many guys without any background are able to make money, but not to spend it. The producers who control the media have too many ways to bully people. There are no saints in this world. You will be gone if you reveal some negative information about them. Chapter 162. Unreachable Projects. Investments Attracted. Shortly after Roland left Los Angeles, Jerry Yang and David Fillo had already found David Olsen, who was interested in them, with the prepared schedule. The two sides had a pleasant discussion, because 2 million was an astronomical figure for them who were still studying, and the 10 million valuation, after financing, made them ecstatic. Of course, they were not fools, and the reason why they agreed to David Olsen's buyback condition was because compared with David's original veto power, he had already made a lot of concessions. Yes, David was not a spendthrift like Roland. In his eyes, although angel investment was very risky, it was also controllable and preventable. With the veto power, they could intervene in the company's development progress, and with the company's buyback clause, the investment loss could be reduced accordingly. Facing such harsh conditions, the two young Yahoo chiefs did not want to agree to it, but considering that so far, only David Olsen had taken the initiative to find the venture capital, and the venture capital they found themselves were not interested in unprofitable schedules and projects. After persuading David to give up the idea of veto power, accepting the buyback clause became the best result for both sides. To take a step back, however, even if the two parties reached an agreement and signed a contract, David was not interested in Roland's idea of investing in Yahoo. After studying the current situation of the internet market, he felt that Yahoo really had no great prospects, and it would be better to invest in Netscape than in it. Now, almost everyone is using Netscape browser. Their market share exceeds 90%. And they are still raising funds, and 40 million can get 5% of the equity. Investing in such a monopoly giant is much safer than investing in a portal website. In addition, Netscape is the last round of financing before its IPO. If you enter the market at this time, the possibility of profit realization is very high. I don't know what he is thinking instead of making such quick money and staring at a web page. He is still surfing the internet every day. He can't even see such a good project as the browser. I really don't know what he is playing all day long. After flying back to Los Angeles from San Francisco, as soon as he entered the house, Ganetti asked about the result of the matter. Facing his wife's curiosity, David sighed while taking off his coat and shaking his head in confusion. Hearing this, Ganetti took the coat and laughed. You told me before that you didn't understand the internet. How come you become an expert after just a few months? I don't understand, but I can check. David shrugged. Before investing in a project, investigate the market conditions first. Isn't this what a qualified investor should do? How can there be someone like Roland who invests in anything he likes? Kids, it's normal to buy something they like, isn't it? Ganetti thought it was natural. If Roland didn't have enough money, your son would have instigated him to acquire Marvel long ago. And Lizzie, she wants to hang out in Disneyland every day. If Roland had money, do you believe she would cling to his thighs and tell him to buy Mickey, buy Mickey, buy Mickey? When Ganetti imitated his daughter, shaking David's arm and repeating the same words over and over, David slapped his forehead with his hand in childishness. But just as he was showing his helplessness, a little head suddenly popped out from the stairwell, looking at his parents with bright eyes, wondering, Dad, Mom, who wants to buy me Mickey? Bang, bang, bang. Two short legs seemed to be attached with wind talismans, and rushed in front of them. No, no. Seeing that his daughter was about to bump into him, David squatted down, opened his arms, and picked her up. I was talking to your mother about Roland's investment company. No, your father thinks Roland made a not so wise decision. Ganetti corrected her husband's words. Elizabeth was a little confused after hearing what her parents said. When the little girl wanted to find out what happened to Roland, David's summary made her pout. Roland is not stupid. He found the frame a long time ago, but he thought it had no investment value. HMM. Although his daughter's expression was a little problematic, David understood what she meant. While casting a curious look, he also asked, "Why do you say that?" "No. How do you know about this?" "Because I often go to his study." He stares at the frame while playing on the computer and told me it was called a navigator. How could Roland not know Netscape? This company that can force Microsoft to the point where it must be investigated by the antitrust law also has huge investment value. But the problem is that, even if the investment value is great, it does not belong to Roland, or in other words, it does not belong to any angel investment company. Because their founder hates venture capital. Mark Andreessen, the founder of Netscape, worked for the National Center for Supercomputing Applications in the United States during college. The guys who worked there were not short of entrepreneurial opportunities. Jim Clark, who wrote the browser with him, was the founder of Silicon Graphics, which launched the world's first batch of graphic terminals and graphic workstations. Just hearing the name may sound unfamiliar, but although Silicon Graphics is not as famous as IBM and HP, it has a position that cannot be replaced by other products in the field of graphics and high-performance computing. All special effects movies on the market are made with the super workstations they produce, such as Jurassic Park, Forrest Gump, and Jumanji shot by the Olsen sisters. The Titanic that the truck driver wanted to shoot could not be made without their workstations. From this point of view, isn't it as easy for Roland to invest in Netscape as eating candy? Wouldn't it be enough to just let the old man take him to meet people? But the problem is, even if the old man introduces these two guys to him, what's the use? Roland sat there with a big horse and a golden knife and told them that I want to invest in Netscape, $4 million for 20% of the shares. They would definitely change color, pick up a shotgun and shove it into Roland's head, blowing his head off. Why? Because Jim Clark, the founder of Silicon Graphics, was kicked out of the company by venture capitalists. When he founded Silicon Graphics, after the angel round, the first round, and the second round, his shares in the company were only a pitiful 5%. Although this is not a small amount in the IPO, for him, the capitalists who supported him to realize his dream have completely occupied his company. If you talk to such people about the angel round, they will only shout hallelujah, and then kick you out of their company. They don't need angel investment. They think angel investment is the devil that infringes on other people's achievements. And if a company like Netscape can't enter the market in the angel round, then it's meaningless. With 40 million, wouldn't it be better to use it to shoot 7 deadly sins? How much can you cash out if you enter the market in the last round of financing before listing? In addition, once the shares exceed 5%, they must be disclosed. Once disclosed, how will Microsoft, which is also tinkering with browsers, think? Isn't the cooperative atmosphere at DreamWorks ruined? It's fine that you can't make much money, but you also stab your allies in the back. Do you think you are France in Civilization 6? Since Roland doesn't have the ability to make others stand on the same side, he won't bother to do anything, since he has already chosen a side. If you can't make some money, then don't make it. Besides, this is not a choice that can affect the future. If you lose it, then you lose it. Of course, Roland won't tell David about these things. Anyway, with James taking the blame, he doesn't have to think of other excuses. After shooting in New York for another 3 weeks, the crew finally returned to San Francisco. The next fighting scenes were all shot in the studio. Everyone is a family, so of course the studio used was Industrial Light and Magics. Since you can shoot, edit and design special effects at the same time, there is no need to fly back and forth between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Since Leo didn't get involved in the fight, after flying to San Francisco with the crew, he transferred his own flight and flew back to Los Angeles after finishing all his scenes. Before leaving, this guy who had been jealous of Roland for more than 2 months quietly pulled Roland to tell him that he was actually very free. Roland was not a fool. How could he not hear the meaning of the other party's words? This was obviously telling him that if there were any good projects, he could recommend them. But Roland didn't produce projects. He was just a porter of projects. Then, what about DreamWorks? Leo asked cautiously. Well, this guy still wants to get in touch with DreamWorks. In the past life, all kinds of news were flying around, saying that Leo only wanted to win an Oscar and didn't care about the commerciality of the film. This is simply bullshit. He just didn't want to act in a commercial film where the special effects completely overshadowed the performance. How could he refuse a commercial drama that could really make money? For Spielberg, there are too many dramas that can both win awards and reflect commerciality. In this case, isn't it reasonable for him to target Roland? But Roland thought about it and still expressed regret. The reason why DreamWorks invested in my Spider-Man is because they don't have to manage the project themselves. Sony invested 75%, DreamWorks paid 25%, and the other two production companies, one is mine, which specializes in publishing rights, and the other is Catherine's, who is responsible for production management. If you want to wait for the projects prepared by DreamWorks, then DreamWorks has just been established, and there will be no new projects in the next 2 years. Oh, shit, Leo cursed. Seeing the disappointment on the other's face, Roland added another sentence. But if you have any scripts you like, you can bring them to us to do it. HMM. Leo cast a puzzled look. Become a producer yourself, and come here to get investment. Roland didn't think there was anything wrong with what he said. If an investor comes to you, that's great. If you have a project you like, but can't find an investor, I can also take a look. After all, the current film market is actually a two-way choice. The main purpose of the producer hiring you is to make money, and the main purpose of you looking for a producer is to get investment. But for me, the situation is not like that. I founded the company in 1991, but so far I have never let those companies make money actively. I have never touched money. I have no interest in money, but I'm interested in spending money, especially spending money to help people realize their dreams. I bought a game company, and I was very happy to see that the games they made were popular in the market. I sponsored a website. Although they asked me for 1 million and didn't count my shares, I was very happy every time they excitedly told me how much the website traffic had increased and how many people they served. I bought the movie The Shawshank Redemption. Although it may never be released, when Castle Rock Pictures happily handed this burden to me, I was very happy to help others. And that David Fincher, I gave him 30 million to make a movie. I was very happy to see him pat his chest and tell me that he would definitely make a good movie and guarantee that it would be released this year. So, if you have any ideas, you can also come to me. Although Roland said it seriously, the corners of Leo's mouth twitched. I don't believe you. You are a bad old man. The company doesn't make money? That's because your movie can take away half the life of the producer. If I can take away 18 points of the box office, I don't care whether the project I invested in makes money or not. He gave Roland a blank look, but Leo's mind became active because of this. Yes. Anyway, there is a sucker here. Since I can't get on the DreamWorks line for the time being, it's the same to find a rich man to invest in the project myself. Thinking that this was feasible, Leo boarded the flight home with great fighting spirit. While watching him go farther and farther away, Roland also returned to Lucas's old nest, Skywalker Manor, with his hands in his pockets. Why did he suddenly mention investment? Was it because he wanted to compensate Leo for stealing his Titanic? Bullshit. He was not the kind of saint who wanted to repay you for stealing your opportunity. He mentioned investment because it was valuable. Roland believed that even without Titanic, Leo could still make a name for himself. Why? Because he called Robert De Niro dad on the set. In his previous life, when Roland was watching movies, he felt that Leo's performance was getting more and more similar to De Niro's. Now, after more than 2 months of getting along, he finally understood why this happened. Is it that Martin Scorsese only has one trick to teach his students? No. How can they not be alike if they are father and son? Not only that, he also understood why Leo could take over all of River Phoenix's projects after his death. Because of Robert De Niro. This king of drama is very familiar with Harrison Ford, who promoted River Phoenix as a guy who can make others pay out of their own pockets to act with him, even if they have never made any relationship public. People in the circle are not deaf and blind. Those who should be taken care of will be taken care of. In this way, Roland, who gave the other party the role of the second generation Green Goblin, and promised to watch the investment, was actually taking care of his own people. It doesn't matter whether it is profitable or not. This is an investment in people, not an investment in movies. Note, Netscape could not enter the market in the early stage. The founder was driven away by venture capital. Jim Clark would remind entrepreneurs in every speech later that relying on people for funding was wrong from the beginning. If you let seed fund investors hold 20 to 30 shares, you will pay a heavy price for it. And it was because of his speech that Bezos only asked his family members to raise money at the beginning of creating Amazon. Of course, Jim Clark had the confidence to say this. Shortly after Netscape went public, his wealth in the internet industry ranked 4th, ahead of Jobs, Intel CEO Andy Grove, and Bill Gates. He is very awesome, or in other words, without his research, computer special effects may not appear until a few years later. The achievements of Industrial Light and Magic Digital Domain and Weta Digital are all based on his workstations. Leo did not start from scratch. How could an idol who shot a big ship have such an easy transformation? It is true that he has a good relationship with De Niro. The most typical example is the 1995 movie Fatal Pleasure. Sony did not want Leo to act, but Sharon Stone paid Leo's salary out of her own pocket. As soon as this project was finalized, Sharon Stone immediately received Scorsese, De Niro, and Joe Pesci's Casino. You should know that Scorsese has already decided on Madonna for this project. Not only that, she also won her first Golden Globe and Oscar nominations for the film. There is no such thing as luck in Hollywood. If there is, it is only that the big guys take a fancy to you, and then you will be very lucky to appear in some big name projects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163, The Bad Year of 1995. Fox secretly rejoiced. On July 10th Eastern Daylight Time, a severe summer heat wave hit all parts of the country. Except for Maine, the highest temperature in 48 states across the continental United States will exceed 100 degrees Fahrenheit today. According to the latest warning data released by the National Weather Service, the temperature in the northeastern, midwestern, and southern plains states of America will break through the 110 degree Fahrenheit mark in the next few days. Places like Chicago will even exceed 120 degrees Fahrenheit. Whether you are an adult or a child, please stay home. Don't go out. If you have animals at home, lock them at home. Keep them in the shed. Don't let them out. In this kind of weather, even cows can be roasted to death. On a day in early July, a stern warning from a radio host came from the living room TV. Roland couldn't help shaking his head when he heard the loud roar, as if Marginteo was possessed. Okay, this 1995 is wasted again. The crew joined the crew at the end of January and the filming was completed in early July. It was more than enough time to shoot a superhero movie. As time passed, the guys and the crew gradually became excited. In addition to the reason of finishing the filming and taking a vacation, those guys who had movies released in the summer of 1995 were also looking forward to this year's box office market. The shocking incident of the Simpson murder case in 1994 messed up the box office market that should have been booming. After that, a bunch of trivial messes directly crashed the box office market for the whole year. The natural disasters that occurred in early 1995 made people feel that life in the past 2 years was really fucking hard. Many people expected that with the arrival of the summer vacation in 1995, the entertainment market would bloom with new vitality with the influx of young people. However, no one expected that before the students had been on vacation for 2 weeks, a deadly heat wave swept across the Midwest of America. What does a normal temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit mean? If you stand in any cool place without air conditioning, it's like spiraling to heaven. What does it mean that some areas exceed 110 degrees Fahrenheit, and the Chicago area can even reach 120 degrees Fahrenheit? The roads and railroad tracks can be bent by the sun. The Bull Demon King was eating a mouthful of grass, and before he could chew his cud, he was already killed by the heat. Of course, any disaster is just a hooligan if it is described without data. And the worst in this regard is NBC's daily news broadcast. In addition to the nonsense about how hot it is today, the data is also shocking. Starting from July 10th, 850 cows died in Wisconsin in 5 days due to the heat, and 85 people died in total. In Chicago, the death toll from the heat has reached 500 in 5 days, even though the cooling center was open. There were even wildfires in Southern California, but fortunately, those guys who might have caused trouble like the birds in Australia were also killed by the high temperature. Even though it was difficult to put out the fire, there was no situation where birds threw burning branches and set the whole state on fire. The heat to death is actually just a small matter. The more important thing is that there is no food. Due to the heat and lack of rain, the farmland cracked, and the growth of crops was seriously affected. The corn and soybeans that were about to bloom were almost dead. What followed was a surge in food prices. 5% and 7% were small numbers. The increase of 20% to 30% in soybean and corn prices was too common. Because of the law that dead poultry were not allowed to enter the market, the price of chicken doubled in 20 days. In this situation, the governor of Ohio even called on citizens to pray to God for rain. When Roland, who was hiding at home and blowing the air conditioner, saw this news, his eyes almost popped out. Wow. Praying to God for rain? What's the difference between this and hallelujah for anti-epidemic? The universe country is indeed the universe country. Have they learned all the twists and turns of this sword-taking approach? Don't laugh at them, they have no choice. Like Roland, David, who was hiding at home because of the hot summer heat wave and watching TV on the sofa, shook his thighs on the coffee table and sighed. In fact, there are not many air conditioners in our central region. What? Hearing this, Roland, who was still wondering whether God would show up and give his believers a reminder that it will rain only after the chickens have eaten the rice, the dogs have licked the noodles, and the fire has burned the logs, raised his head unexpectedly. David, what did you say? They don't have air conditioning? Of course they don't have air conditioning. Before David could respond, James, who was also lying on the side, cast a contemptuous look at Roland. If you were in school, you would know. Not all families have air conditioners. Most of the families who have air conditioning equipment live in cities on the East Coast and West Coast. Only about 20% of farmers' families in the South and Midwest have air conditioning equipment. Why? Roland couldn't understand, because in the past 5 years, every place he went had this thing. Because of the cost. After seeing that his son was about to diss Roland, David popularized the social situation to this guy, who had not been to school for many years. Although electricity is a necessity for every family, it also has wires. From left to right, from top to bottom, or diagonally. These are all fine, but as long as it is built, it will not change. After the main power grid is built, the subsequent connection is actually the people's own business. Since most farmers in the central region are engaged in farming and planting and live too scattered, it would be strange if they were not far away from the main power grid. If they want the power company to lay a network for them, they have to pay for it themselves. One line costs 1 inch. It costs about 70,000 yuan to connect a line to a place a little further away. Do you think the farmers will spend money to connect it? If not, they can only get a small generator to generate electricity by themselves, and the electricity generated by the generator cannot support the use of air conditioning. So, the governor of Ohio can only let them pray to God, because even if they pray to the federal government cannot pay for them to build a power grid. Although it is a public utility, it also has to consider the operating costs. Yes, those who died of heat in the central region are basically real poor people who have no air conditioning or even fans. Without any protection measures, they can only stay at home and hope that their lives can be tougher than this heat wave. In this case, it is normal for the governor to take the lead in praying. Of course, although the deaths are all poor people, the impact of heat waves on all walks of life is still very large. The most typical one is the summer season mentioned by Roland. If you stand in the sun for 3 seconds, the smoke coming out of your head can make you gather 3 flowers and 5 ki to the top of your head and directly ascend to heaven. In this case, does anyone dare to go to the cinema? Go on foot with an umbrella? You can melt like SpongeBob. Driving with the air conditioner on. Believe it or not, you and your car will be in heaven as soon as you hit the road. Even railroad tracks can be bent by the sun. It is normal for tires to burst. In this way, when the outdoor temperature exceeds 90 degrees Fahrenheit, all film companies played the good game again, just like in 1994. Warner Brothers announced directly that Batman Forever, which will be released on June 16th, will most likely lose money. Disney also lowered the box office estimate for Pocahontas, which was released at the same time. After Apollo 13, which was released only 10 days ago, took nearly $100 million in box office, Universal decisively announced that under the influence of the death heat wave, the North American box office is expected to be around $150 million. And those who released early are not the worst. The worst are those who were released at the right time. For example, Steven Seagal's Hitman 2, the first movie was released in October 1992, a garbage time slot, and the box office took $15 million in the first weekend, but the second sequel was released in the summer, and the box office only took $12 million in the first weekend. Chris Columbus, the director who previously worked with Roland on the Home Alone series, and his new work, 9 Months, was directly declared a sudden death with a North American box office of $69 million because of the heat wave. Only low-budget horror films like Alien and larger-scale romance films like Clueless can make huge profits. Of course, this is also compared with their costs. The vast majority of movies are still losing money. To be honest, they can understand the sudden death of the summer season in 1994. After all, it was all done by the people who like to parade. If Michael Jackson had not been searched naked, even if the Simpson murder case had a big impact, it would not have made all the people stay at home to watch the live broadcast analysis every day. But, after the Simpson murder case, the weird development trend, they can't understand it. They can understand bad luck once, they can tolerate bad luck twice, but bad luck 3, 4, 5 times in a row. Is this a retrograde of the entire industry? Heavy rains and floods at the beginning of the year, death heat waves in the middle of the year. Will there be another ice age that will not be seen in a century at the end of the year? Ugh. Ning really thinks he is playing a game here. The frequency and speed of such natural disasters are too fake. Of course, although Hollywood, the global entertainment factory, could not understand what was going on in the past 2 years, while each household was clearing up their losses, they discovered a very serious problem. Kyo Dalmade. Not everyone was losing money. Those 2 guys who wanted to start their own business seemed to have not been affected by this series of problems. After setting a global box office record of $1 billion in 1993, the 2 of them disappeared. Of course, it was not right to say so. After all, old man Spielberg won the first Best Director and Best Picture in his life in 1994, and Roland also made a name for himself in Forrest Gump and The Lion King, but their projects didn't seem to lose money, right? Not only that, they made a lot of money. No. Why can they not be affected? When calculating how much the expected income for this summer would drop compared to last year, Paramount, which launched Congo Horror in early June, but was not well received by the market, was a little jealous of the small budget comedy romance Clueless. After all, they just released Forrest Gump last year. Although Tom Hanks took a lot of money, Paramount still gained the most. But this year's data, hey, not losing money is good. Maybe it's just too lucky. Disney, which also only released the animated film Pocahontas this year, also felt that something was wrong, but after considering that The Lion King probably not because of Roland's participation, it sold so well, Disney temporarily put the doubts behind its head. After all, how could predicting the future happen? They are indeed in the film industry, but they are not Chunabao. Okay. What monsters? Spaceships, these are all fake. Okay. It's entertainment. Only idiots will take it seriously. But the problem is, their luck seems to be a little unscientific. Steven can still use the expiration of his long-term contract to jump out of us, but when he was setting up the company, he happened to encounter a lot of bad things, and happened to avoid them. How can Roland explain it? As a newly promoted A+ list, it is hard to understand that he has not taken any projects for a whole year and a half. Don't talk about preparing for Spider-Man. He obviously started preparing after the outbreak of the Simpson case last year. Universal, which invested in and released Apollo 13, expressed doubts about Roland's weird behavior. There is no way. Who made Roland the only guy who didn't star in a movie for 3 consecutive years after being promoted to A+ list? Don't talk about Forrest Gump and The Lion King. These 2 movies were obviously taken halfway. Although the newly completed Spider-Man has not been scheduled, it is also aimed at the summer season of 1996. From this point of view, since the release of Jurassic Park in June 1993, Roland has not released any works for 3 whole years. What about Harrison Ford, who was compared to him among the top superstars? After the release of Star Wars in 1977, there was Commandos of Navarone in 1978, and the pure money-making Star Wars Holiday Special. In 1979, 4 works were released in one go, including Apocalypse Now and Hanover Street, as well as the equally money-making American Graffiti 2. Even Tom Hanks, the reigning Best Actor, has never thought of taking a break. Although he is not very productive with 1 film a year, he is still filming. But Roland was lucky. He actually went to Europe for more than 2 months. But Roland's vacation doesn't mean anything after all. The reasons he gave about the growth period and voice change period are still reliable. Besides, he didn't lose anything either. Didn't he buy The Shawshank Redemption from Castle Rock Pictures? This movie probably won't be able to sell discs to make back the money, so it's reasonable to have it in his hands. And from this point of view, he actually lost tens of millions in the storm, although we don't know why he bought the movie on impulse after Warner Bros. Painfully classified the Batman series as a project that may continue to lose money. They didn't think Roland was lucky like Paramount, Disney, and Universal, but thought that Roland was mentally ill. The Simpson murder case has obviously happened, and you still bought The Shawshank Redemption? Didn't you get kicked in the head by a donkey? If you really think you have too much money, then invest in our Batman. Anyway, we are afraid of losing money. We also want to find a sucker to share the cost. And the same idea as Warner is shared by Fox, which is sure to make money with Die Hard 3 this year. Although it is not because of The Shawshank Redemption, the reason is pretty much the same. There is no way. Who let Roland invest in David Fincher, who dared to criticize them before? In their view, David Fincher is just a fool who clings to George Lucas' thigh. If it weren't for George Lucas holding the Star Wars series, and Fox welcoming the possible sequel, they would not let David Fincher, the MV director, shoot Alien 3. What's more, even if Alien 3 has a bad reputation, so what? With their interference, this movie still made a profit, and killed all the enemies in the disc market. If it was really shot according to David Fincher's idea, who knows how the whole movie would be? What do you mean by luck to avoid disaster? He's just a kid who accidentally became famous thanks to the Jewish gang. Why don't you be an actor? Why do you have to start a production company? Do you really think it's that easy to start a company? Most importantly, this kid doesn't have good vision. They bought 4 movies in total, and only the low-budget independent movie shot by Ang Lee made some money. Do you really think it's that easy to be a producer? You can lose money with just 7 deadly sins. That's right, although Fox and Roland have no conflicts, who made David Fincher say rude things to everyone in Fox in front of the media? It's very restrained not to retaliate for the sake of George Lucas. As for wishing David Fincher a big hit in his movie, don't be kidding. Although they seem to be friendly on the surface, in fact, no one wants their competitors to make a profit. Roland is welcome to make a movie for them. But what about him doing it himself? You can't lose money. When will 7 be released? September 22nd? What a rubbish schedule. We shouldn't have any movies released, right? That's good. That's good. If he loses, he can't put the blame on us. Hey, wait. It seems that the verdict of the Simpson murder case will be officially announced on October 3rd. I heard that the federal government has mobilized thousands of police officers to be stationed in Los Angeles to prevent riots after the results are announced. Isn't that perfect? It will be released on the 22nd, and the movie will be a huge failure. 12 days later, the verdict will be announced on the 3rd, and Simpson will be found guilty. The Shawshank Redemption will be kept in the hands for a long time, and can't sell discs. Even if he has avoided the bleak film and television market for 2 consecutive years, what can he do? He still has to pay At this point, a goodwill laugh suddenly rang out in the Fox conference room. Outside, everyone is in harmony, and at home, everyone can speak freely. No one thinks that this is a curse on Roland, and no one thinks that they are targeting Roland. They think they are just stating a fact. If it was really that easy to make money in the film and television industry, there wouldn't be a record that in the 100 years since the birth of Hollywood, only the Disney Group has not been traded and acquired. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. This is indeed true. But no film company does not lose money in the early stages of development. Amblin didn't do it. Lucasfilm didn't do it. How can you, Warcraft Films, do it? Note, the heat wave in 1995, although it lasted only 5 days, was also a sudden attack, and there were concentrated deaths. According to the recollections of NFL coach Tom Coughlin, he led the players to conduct outdoor training at the University of Wisconsin that year. After the 5-day death heat wave, it was also very hot. No one wanted to go out during the day because no one knew if they could come back alive. Ice cubes could not be preserved, and the electric fan made it hotter and hotter. It is also true that prices have skyrocketed, and most people in the central region do not have air conditioning. In 1992, the United States introduced the Energy Policy Act, which allowed the sale of electricity on the open market, but because the franchise monopoly made little progress, after the heat wave broke out in 1995, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in 1996 explicitly required the separation of power plants from the power grid, which started the market restructuring. I saw someone say that what I wrote in the past 2 years is water, and the protagonist has not arranged anything. I can't arrange it. The market is like this. Unless God comes, no one can solve the pile of messes in the United States. Although I write about Hollywood, I can't write blindly with my eyes closed. Entertainment will always be the tertiary industry, and will never become the core of people's lives. The Simpson case broke out, and the box office was a big hit. This plot is impossible at first glance. The heat wave came, and there was a high probability of violent death if you go out, and then the box office was a big hit. This plot is even more impossible. Japan suspended classes, and students wanted to go to the park to celebrate the holiday. It was too magical. It was because I had read the public reports of those giants that I couldn't arrange the plot of the movie release. Reality is indeed more magical than novels, but if you can't eat and your life is gone, how can you have the heart to watch a movie? If you can't change it, you can only hide. Chapter 164, The Development Ideas of Racing Backwards, Traditional Education and Shameless Ideas. Roland didn't know that when the disaster broke out, those guys who were clearing their losses would actually think of him first. Can you please be reasonable? He is just a newcomer who has been in the industry for 5 years. He is just lucky enough to have a few big legs. There is no need for those guys to target him like this. Besides, the movies he bought and invested in are all junk that no one wants. Since you regard the project as dung, why do you laugh at his upcoming losses? Okay. Roland admitted that it was not a big problem for them to pay attention to him. After all, he was the first guy in the circle who played the game backwards. According to normal development, the growth of a film company is basically divided into 5 processes: cooperative investment, independent investment, peripheral operation, local distribution, and overseas distribution. The investment cost of each link is several times that of the previous link. Take Lucasfilm for example. George Lucas used the most popular entry method. He co-invested in American Graffiti with Coppola Productions and co-produced Star Wars with Fox. In these 2 projects, George Lucas only invested a certain amount of his own funds. Even if he lost all his money, he would only lose a few million, which would not lead to the bankruptcy of the company. After that, with the popularity of Star Wars, George Lucas, who had money, kicked out the co-investors and independently invested in Star Wars 2, The Empire Strikes Back, and Star Wars 3, Return of the Jedi. Then, the popularity of the series allowed Lucasfilm to officially enter the stage of peripheral operations. A series of derivative products such as comics, toys, games, and clothing are the company's biggest money-making machines. Because George Lucas is too lazy to beep, He has no consciousness as a filmmaker at all and never tries to show his sword to the giants, so the development of the entire company has stagnated, let alone the local and overseas distribution of the fourth and fifth links. Even the normal film and television investment is centered around the two types of Star Wars and Indiana Jones. This guy is too lazy to even do new projects, so no one expects him to challenge the 7 majors. What about the Warcraft film and television created by Roland? To put it nicely, it is called a film and television company. To put it bluntly, it is just an empty shell. No film and television company would start overseas distribution without any content. This is not running away before learning to walk. Instead, it has already flown to the sky and stood shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Your company doesn't even have a movie made by itself, but it has started to build channels. Isn't this just too much money to burn? The subsequent spending money to buy content and the investment method of only paying money but not producing made the giants speechless. Brother, entertainment sells content. Who are you showing your attitude of having nothing but money? If you can make content just by spending money, then RKO, controlled by Rockefeller, is the biggest film and television giant now. This is actually the real reason why those giants are targeting him. They don't want to see Roland lose money, but they want to see when this guy who dares to drive backwards will fall over. But the question is, will Roland not know these things? What a joke. Even if he didn't understand all this in his previous life, and only knew the operation method taught by success studies, but in this life, there are too many bigwigs who can tell him that there is something wrong with your company. But, there is no need. The perfect company production system is simply a burden for Roland now, because he makes the final decision on film selection and copyright purchase, and outsources production operations to Catherine Kennedy, and Sony can take over the distribution. In the face of this assembly line operation mode that can be sold, what's the point of having a system of their own? As for the incidents of being strangled by others that those film companies are worried about, Catherine Kennedy, the president of Amblin Entertainment and vice president of Lucasfilm, would not stab him in the back, and Sony, not to mention the issue of issuing company shares. They are now counting on the two big guys to take them flying in terms of their own profits. Therefore, the outsourcing links that the film companies think will have problems are actually the safest for Roland, because he does not have to worry about hiring some idiots to manage the company. Not only that, Catherine Kennedy's fees are also the average price in the industry, and he is so stingy. He is frugal. In this case, what is the need for a stable content production system? A grassroots team is a grassroots team. What's more, a grassroots team is for giants. In front of those second-tier companies of New Line, this is already a luxurious team. In August, the weather is still hot, but compared with the climate of July, it is much better. But even so, the desire of American people to watch movies has not increased. The reason is simple. It is a movie released in August. There is no phenomenal gimmick. Michelle Pfeiffer's Dangerous Game is the most interesting movie because she is beautiful. Next is Mortal Kombat. Yes, it is the movie adapted from the game. Although the plot is cliché, Bridget Wilson's papaya is huge. In addition, with the support of game fans, it sold much better than Resident Evil. After that, it was Baby Pig. As a movie that pleases children, because of the weather, American children could not go to the scene to support it. However, the overseas box office was abnormally high, with a total of 190 million yuan sold. Of course, entertainment is only an indicator of people's living index, and it cannot represent everything. When the entertainment market in the United States fell again, capital was still reveling. On August 9th, Netscape went public. The initial public offering was a huge success. At the close of the first day, the highest price per share directly reached $75. As Netscape's stock price soared, Microsoft finally couldn't sit still. On August 16th, they held a product conference to launch IE 1.0. On August 24th, they released Windows 95 again. Microsoft's all-out response surprised David. Not only that, he also said to Roland that if he had invested in Netscape, the 40 million would at least become 140 million. It would be fine. If Roland didn't invest, he could invest with his own money. Roland didn't say anything about this regret idea. Although he could tell David that Netscape would not be prosperous for long and would be defeated by Microsoft, which had joined forces with IBM, HP and other companies and made the decision to bundle browsers and systems for sale. But how could he explain to David that, after making the monopoly decision of bundling sales, Microsoft would not be split up by the antitrust law? Did he think that after Bell Labs was split, America's technological development path would be completely wiped out? In the field of communications alone, 2G would lose to Europe first, 3G would lose to Japan, 4G would take a breather thanks to Google's group of internet companies, and 5G would be sold out again. In the face of the bitter fruit of the gradual loss of high-end technological competitiveness caused by the split of technology companies, in order to complete the antitrust bill, emerging technology companies would not tell the other party about the results of the split, unless it was absolutely necessary. This was too troublesome. Besides, Roland couldn't explain why he could see the other party's failure after Bell Labs was officially split off this year. He couldn't find anyone to take the blame for this matter that most experts agreed to pass. So, in the face of David's complaint, he could only shrug and say, "Oh, then you think I made a mistake in judgment?" Such irresponsible words made David shake his head again and again. Although he didn't care much about missing out on Netscape, he cared about Roland's attitude towards spending money. Oh, Roland, I can understand your previous investment ideas, but recently, it may be, because you make money too easily, so I doubt whether you have seriously considered the profit and loss when investing. Investment is not something I invest because I like it, or in other words, you are far from being able to spend money to make something I like. I don't like to interfere with your ideas. If you really want to do something, I will support it, but I hope you can think clearly before doing it. Is this thing really beneficial to you? Okay. In fact, David wanted to talk to Roland a long time ago, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity. Although Roland's so-called scapegoating investment method can shut David up, the cross-industry investment behavior actually still makes this guy confused. In his opinion, unless you have achieved quite impressive results in a certain field, otherwise, cross-industry investment is no different from throwing money into the water. As an extremely cautious guy, he felt that Roland should focus on film and television first, instead of doing what he is doing now, while tinkering with film and television, throwing money at game companies, and investing in websites. This behavior is exactly the same as the Hollywood stars who spend money like water. Money comes too easily, and it doesn't hurt to spend it. But the problem is that stars act well. Actors, no matter what their identity is, their essence is still a commodity. As long as they are commodities, they will eventually be eliminated. Before that, if they get into the habit of spending lavishly, they are destined to have a miserable old age of bankruptcy and liquidation. Looking at David's serious eyes, Roland, who felt it was inexplicable, nodded. He knew that David was a qualified parent, so he didn't mind David's preaching. Oh, David, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, any decision I make is made after careful consideration. Not investing in Netscape is really for the harmony of DreamWorks operations. Although you may feel that the stock price gains are inconsistent with my idea of harmony, this is actually because our thinking directions are different. You consider the problem from the perspective of benefits, while I consider the problem from the perspective of relationships. You want to make money, while I don't want to destroy the relationship between Stephen and William. For you, a net profit of 100 million in a short period of time is very considerable, but for me, Stephen and William's good relationship is more important than that 100 million. Just like Ronald and Carl, although I don't have close contact with them, their names are there to help me block most of the problems, and many of those problems are beyond our ability to solve. So, you can't say my idea is wrong, right? Hearing this, David, who was still stern, laughed. Oh, seeing you so shameless, I feel relieved. Huh. Roland, who thought he could convince David, frowned. Oh, don't show that expression, I'm praising you. David opened his arms and put them on the top of the sofa. I'm talking about whether it's beneficial to me. The benefit here doesn't refer to money, but to everything. Since you think this relationship can be strengthened, as long as you have thought about it, I won't object. What I want to see is your thinking process, not the result. You live for yourself, not for me. As long as it's not an impulsive investment, even if I feel there is something wrong with it, I will support you, because you can afford to lose now. Failure once or twice is just paying tuition. Snap. If Roland had known that David was thinking this way, he would have directly thrown out a reason. Okay, don't be so stern. After realizing that Roland's face was dark because of his disgust, David took the initiative to change the subject. Are you going to New York in early September? The early September that David mentioned was naturally the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins held in New York on September 15th. Although David Fincher is unknown, Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman, Gwyneth Paltrow, Kevin Spacey and others are worthy of a premiere. Moreover, September is actually a very good time for Roland, because none of the blockbusters released by those giants will be released in September. Not only because September is not worthy of blockbusters with an investment of more than 50 million, but also because the verdict of the Simpson murder case will be announced in early October. Don't think those giants are so beautiful. They don't confront Roland head on, not because they are letting the young people who have just entered the industry go, but because these guys are afraid that after Simpson is found guilty, black people all over the country will start to march again. If this happens, the movie will be in vain. Therefore, only Roland, who was so stupid, beginning, hanging, beeping, that he chose the cold September. In the eyes of those film companies, the court controlled by white people would most likely find Simpson guilty. Once the result came out, even if Roland's movie had a record-breaking appearance, it would be useless. Under the wave of racial issues, all movies were cannon fodder. I'm going. What's wrong? Are you going too? Roland suddenly felt a little strange when he heard David mention this. Don't you hate this kind of gathering? No, 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 I'm not going. Seeing Roland's affirmative answer, David showed a strange smile on his face. I just saw the red carpet list faxed by Sony that day and remembered something. What is it? Roland was a little confused. You'll know when the time comes. David kept it a secret, but after seeing Roland's frowning toothache expression, he added, don't worry, it must be something you like. Note, the development process of the film company described in the article is the most traditional, and almost no one can break this development process. However, Roland's backward development model also has a real prototype. That person is Mike McDavoy, who I wrote about before, Spielberg's first agent. At his peak, he held the copyrights of nearly 400 films. These were either inherited, for example, when Marlon Brando died, he was the manager of his estate, or purchased, and a small part was produced by himself, but he was never able to break through overseas distribution, and finally had to sell the company with his partners. Chapter 165 Your good fortune has arrived. The temperature in New York in September was just right, and the sun was shining brightly on the 15th. Roland got up at 6 o'clock as usual, washed and brushed his teeth, then leaned on the sofa and listened to the morning news on NBC. During this time, he did not stop drinking green smoothies to fill his stomach until the show ended at 8 o'clock. Then he went to the top floor swimming pool of the hotel and took a short swim for an hour when no one was around. Then he went back to the room to take a shower, put on a suit, and let his long-term stylist comb his hair into an adult look. Unlike those companies that like to turn premieres into dinner parties, the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins was scheduled at 1:30 in the afternoon. They did not invite anyone to eat or drink. It's not that Roland is stingy, but at his age, it's not easy to eat and drink. According to American law, people under the age of 21 cannot publicly possess alcoholic beverages in any way, or for any reason. If a Hollywood premiere is held as a cocktail party, how can the boss not hold a glass of wine and be toasted? Although Roland can drink tea instead of wine, as long as he drinks it and is photographed by paparazzi, it will definitely be a black material that may violate the law, because no one can prove that he didn't drink wine. As for what happened, such as asking security personnel to smash the paparazzi's camera with a hammer, taking away the negatives, and accusing the other party of not having the qualifications to shoot, the paparazzi can also sue him in court, saying that in the face of the law, qualifications are not a reason to destroy evidence. Therefore, in order to avoid trouble and to avoid being consumed, not eating or drinking is the best way to resist dirty water. After all, Roland can't hire the lawyers who participated in the legislation back then. In this way, after confirming that the shape will not cause controversy, Roland took a car to the premiere at about 1 o'clock. According to the normal process, he first jumped across the red carpet with the momentum of Jingle Bells, and then accepted interviews from media reporters in the hall as an investor. Finally, it is natural to give the premiere to the main creative team. To put it bluntly, according to Sony's arrangement, Roland came to attend the premiere just to show his face, so that the media reporters could put the investor of 7 Deadly Sins on Roland's face. As for the deeper reason, isn't the desire to make money the biggest reason? But the problem is that it is unrealistic to want to make money and avoid trouble at the same time. After all, the only guy who stood and made money was Zhang Mazi, who forced the investor to death. Because of this, even if Roland wanted to give the protagonist's position to the main creative team, those invited guests holding invitations would still greet him hiding in the corner. There was no way. Who made his fame bigger than those people combined? It is true that Brad Pitt asked for a salary of $7 million, but when he stood with Roland, his reputation instantly went down. It is true that Steven Spielberg's goddaughter Gwyneth Paltrow and Brad Pitt are lovers, but compared to the love movie that Roland leaked before, the popularity is almost the same. It is true that Kevin Spacey and David Fincher both have spiky hair, but compared to Roland's blonde hair, people are more concerned about the brown-haired Peter Parker. Will there be only one movie? Faced with these issues that steal the spotlight, Roland was annoyed. After dealing with the big names who came to support the show according to the invitation list, he slipped into the lounge before the premiere started. The big names who came to support the show were just giving each other face, so he had to ignore them. As for the rest of the film critics who received travel expenses, the entertainment editors of the classified sections of major newspapers and magazines, and the celebrities in the New York social circle who came to join in the fun, he was too lazy to pay attention. Firstly, he had no intention of winning any awards. Secondly, he had already taken the lead in answering the reporters' questions, so he didn't have to worry about the media being unhappy. Thirdly, he didn't want to make himself look awkward before the movie was shown. While crawling into the lounge, taking off his suit jacket, and throwing himself on the sofa like a rag doll, Roland was also there complaining in a low voice, "Why are these guys endless? I said today is the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins, but those guys are still surrounding me and asking questions. I can't help it. Who made 7 Deadly Sins more willing to know about you than you?" The assistant beside him laughed. "Put yourself in their shoes. If I were them, I would also want to know about you." "Oh, Lisa, don't say anything. I just want to lie down for a while. Wait until David and the others finish their pre-screening speeches, then call me." Roland, who was lying on the sofa, waved his hand, indicating that Lisa, the assistant hired by David Olsen, and who had been with him for almost 3 years, should help him block people in the Foreign Affairs office. The continuous questions made him very helpless. Now he just wanted to be quiet for a while and vent his depression so as not to affect his mood for watching the movie later. But unfortunately, how many of the guys who got the invitation were easy to get rid of? Roland's disappearance did not mean that he could rest assured. After discovering that he had left, many guys who wanted to get close to him also came to him. In the 15 minutes that Roland lay down, the sons of this family and the daughters of that family kept coming up to him like a stream. What made Roland speechless was that among them, there was also Paris Hilton. The super socialite in the future, claimed to be a fan of Roland. She finally got an invitation to the premiere, hoping to meet Roland and become friends. If there was a chance, she also hoped to make some movies with Roland. Roland, who fell on the sofa, rolled her eyes at such a request. Who would want to be friends with Paris Hilton? Who would be willing to be the male lead in a videotape? Apart from anything else, Paris Hilton was not Roland's type. If he had to choose, he would rather be the male lead in the videotape of the daughter of the boss of the modeling company to which Paris Hilton belonged, and he was too lazy to have too much contact with Paris Hilton. Ahem. No, 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 no one. Roland was so angry that his hands were waving like an electric fan. David told me before that, after reading the list provided by Sony, he found something I should like. But what about now? I'm very upset. Yes, if it wasn't because David was keeping Roland on suspense and refused to tell Roland what he found, Roland wouldn't be so anxious as he is now. After all, he has been holding it in for nearly half a month. He came here with hope, but all he saw were a bunch of old acquaintances. If he didn't get a little emotional when his expectations might be dashed, then there would be something fishy. Not only that, Roland was secretly thinking in his heart that if he didn't find any surprises today and David didn't tell him the reason after he went back, then he would coax Elizabeth to move to the next door, to his own house. However, just as he was thinking about it, the assistant who had just been out for a while came back. Before she could speak, Roland had already asked, "Is it someone who wants to see me again, or is the screening about to start?" "Someone wants to see you. Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone?" Roland sighed, but didn't vent his anger on the assistant. Since he came in to ask, he must be someone who's hard to stop. "Tell me, who's at the door?" I don't know him either, but they said the invitation was from director Francis." "Francis? Isn't that guy filming Jack in the House with Robin? I invited him, but he didn't come. In this case, who else can he give the invitation to?" Roland curled his lips. If it weren't for the Jewish gang's group of big shots making movies and post-production, and no one came to support him, he wouldn't be like this, surrounded by a bunch of people. The older one said her name was Melanie Sloan, and she's also a producer. Melanie Sloan. Roland was sure that he had never heard of this name. But under the banner of Francis Coppola, it's better to meet him. After all, in New York, no one dares to cheat under the banner of Francis Coppola. At least before the millennium, Coppola, the big beard, was still very popular in New York. In this way, Roland, who had not rested well at all, stood up again. While sitting on the sofa, he also picked up the cup and gestured to the assistant in order to avoid being beaten by Francis. "When we meet next time, you let them in." The affirmative answer made the assistant turn around decisively, and as she went out, Roland also shook his head lightly and drank water. This is really a case of good people being bullied and good horses being ridden. If it were those A+lists with bad tempers, these guys would never flock here like this. Only Roland's good temper could cause so many troubles now. Just as Roland was drinking water and muttering, what kind of person could Francis Coppola, the bearded man, give the invitation to, and when would the good things David mentioned come true? With the sound of footsteps, 3 figures gradually appeared in front of Roland. When the assistant made way and wanted to introduce the 2 figures behind him to Roland, who was looking at them lightly, suddenly raised his eyebrows. His eyes, which were originally scattered, instantly focused. The first person who appeared in front of him was a middle-aged woman with black hair. She had long hair draped over her shoulders. She didn't look very good, and she was wearing heavy makeup, so the estimated age was probably around 40 years old. Anyway, Roland didn't know her. But, after moving his eyes down, Roland knew the girl with long straight blonde hair who was held by her. Unlike the princess, who Roland had just compared to Paris Hilton, the girl in front of him was not the kind of girl who changed drastically after growing up. As long as Roland was not blind, he could call out a name. Scarlett Johansson? That's right, the guest who came with the invitation from Francis Coppola, as the assistant mentioned, was Scarlett Johansson, and Roland, who had watched countless movies, didn't dare to confirm who this middle-aged lady was, but since this beautiful lady came with Scarlett, she should be her mother, right? While Roland was guessing, the middle-aged lady who heard the words was stunned at first, then reacted and smiled and said, "Yeah, it seems that Francis has already told you? I'm really sorry to meet you at this time. Originally, I wanted to take Kate to Los Angeles after filming Ozark, but Sarah's When Lucy Comes was filmed in Brooklyn, New York, so it just happened to coincide with the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins. Maybe it was because she had been in the circle for a long time, or maybe it was the big beard Coppola who instructed her to come." In short, Melanie Sloan showed a very cheerful personality in front of Roland. If Roland hadn't watched enough in his previous life, he would even be confused by the strange movie titles. The Ozark she was talking about was the movie of Spielberg's wife, and When Lucy Comes was actually the movie of Sarah Parker, the heroine of Sex and the City. Of course, she was also Robert Downey Jr.'s ex-girlfriend. As for how she knew Scarlett's mother, because after breaking up with Robert Downey Jr., Sarah Parker dated Nicolas Cage for a while. Well, Roland admitted that this was not something that could be explained by watching enough. For him, the information of the two little cabbages was clearer than what investment, no, what movie. After hearing her mother's endless explanation, Roland was secretly happy, but his face was normal, and he started to act directly. "Ah, Francis did tell me that." Bullshit. The old man clearly said before that he would go to Los Angeles after filming Prison Justice, but I ended up waiting from May 14th last year to September 15th this year before he showed up. Career is more important, I understand. Let's make movies first, it's okay. Nonsense. I thought those old guys had forgotten that Scarlett had sent her to work illegally in the children's clothing store of my future father-in-law's daughter's family. Sit down, sit down. Oh, by the way, have you contacted my uncle before? Is this the good thing David mentioned? The look of instant understanding in the familiar words made Scarlett's mother smile. After letting her daughter greet Roland, Melanie Sloan took her daughter to sit down and said, "Yes, Francis told me before that Steven found a stable job for Scarlett and asked me to bring her here to try. And then, when we were filming Ozark, I asked Kate for David's phone number. I have contacted your uncle many times, so he should know mine, right?" Yes. After George Lucas's 50th birthday last year, Francis Coppola returned home and briefly told Melanie Sloan about what happened at the party. After learning that Steven Spielberg's student's clothing brand might, probably, seem to need a stable model, Melanie Sloan agreed without saying a word and contacted David Olsen while her daughter was not filming. After listening to the story, how could David Olsen not know the details? Although he is not involved in Hollywood, Roland and his daughter have been together for so long. He naturally understands that this is the Jewish gang's move to kidnap people in depth. Roland is not Jewish. It doesn't matter, his child is. That's right, after struggling in society for so long, David is no longer surprised by the secret matchmaking between Jews. What's more, if those old men don't have these ideas, why would they suddenly introduce a model? There is no reason. Moreover, after seeing the photos sent by the other party, his eyes lit up. Wow, this girl is good. It is precisely because of this mentality that David told Roland in advance, "Your good news has arrived." Note, after filming Legends of the Phoenix, Pitt's salary ran up to $5 million. When filming Seven Deadly Sins, Fincher and Spacey shaved their heads together. Pitt's relationship with the Queen of Water was brought together by Fincher. This is what he said himself. As written in the article, no one dared to cheat in New York under the name of Coppola before the millennium, because after filming The Godfather, Brando and Coppola had a very high reputation in the New York gang. The movie was filmed in Little Italy in New York, where the Gambino family lived. Gianni Russo, who played Carlo, was a member of the Gambino family. The movie The Godfather was filmed with the approval of the gang. After that, Coppola and Brando ate in Little Italy without bringing money. This is not a fabrication. When the Gambino family was destroyed in the early 2000s, our morning news reported it, including the origin and development and the result of robbing Wall Street before being destroyed, as well as the history of the other four New York gangs. The June 6, 2002 issue. Coppola had a bad relationship with Paramount, but Paramount couldn't replace him for this reason. The Gambino family thought he was a good filmmaker. After the millennium, they were wiped out, so Coppola could no longer get investment and he stopped filming. Like Cameron, those who dared to knock on the tables of film industry giants all had people behind them who were not afraid of retaliation. Chapter 166. Also a fangirl, the future is not good. America is open and conservative. American Pie tells the story of four boys who want to say goodbye to their virginity before graduation, in order to get rid of the ridicule of their peers. The 40-year-old virgin tells the story of how a 40-year-old bachelor with no experience harvests love under the guidance of an experienced single mother with 3 children. Even in Disney's The Princess Diaries, Princess Maya, played by Anne Hathaway, will talk to her mother about her parents' love history, and the female version of Lin Yangjian turns a blind eye to the public love affairs of students in the school he manages. They are actually quite twisted. If they fall in love too early, they think it's not okay, and if they fall in love too late, they are very anxious. Looking at it this way, compared with us who can't fall in love early in school, get married immediately after graduation, and can't wait to complete a series of processes such as getting to know each other, falling in love, getting married, and having children overnight, there is actually no difference. David's imagination does not conflict with his identity as a parent, and for Roland, long live imagination. After figuring out what happened, he nodded his head and looked away from Melanie Sloan. He looked at the girl in a light yellow dress, staring at him with curious eyes, and asked with a smile, "Is this the first time we meet? But I noticed that you kept looking at me and smiling after you came in. Do you think there's something wrong with me? Is your hair messy?" Roland cast his eyes on the assistant, and when he saw the other person shaking his head, he turned his head back again. This image-conscious action made the girl raise the corners of her mouth, her eyelashes fluttering, and she smiled and shook her head. "No, because I'm happy to see you alive." "Live me?" Roland blinked his eyes, thinking that the girl's description was very strange. "Have you seen me dead?" The puzzled face and the ambiguous question instantly made the girl realize that she had said the wrong thing. He shook his head violently, and his face, which was still smiling, flashed with annoyance and regret. "Oh, sorry, that's not what I meant. I was talking about you in real life." As if she felt that her explanation was not strong enough, while emphasizing real life, she opened her hands, that were originally in front of her body, touching her fingers together, and said nervously, "I have seen all your movies. Starting from Home Alone. I once thought about how I would greet you if I ran into you in Hollywood one day. Should I ask you for an autograph first, or ask you to take a photo first? But now, I can't remember all the plans at the beginning. So, at this point, the girl bit her lip embarrassedly. Although her eyes were always focused on Roland, her fangirl-like state was undoubtedly revealed. This made Roland laugh even more. "Then I can understand that you liked me before, so you were a little excited when you saw me?" Yeah. Scarlett was stunned at first, then nodded, but while admitting it, she tilted her head to think for a while, and continued to explain, "It's not that I liked you before, but I like you now." The affirmative answer and straightforward words made Roland smile. "Well, it seems that my appearance is higher than that of Tang Bohu, who is known as a handsome man who is better than Panan and a pear blossom that overshadows a crab apple." He raised his hand and made a camera gesture to the assistant, indicating that the other party should find a Polaroid camera to satisfy the little girl's wish. This kind of straightforward display of love is too normal for Roland, because his accumulation over the years alone is enough to harvest the hearts of a lot of girls in the circle in the future. If he takes one of his current works alone, the box office is definitely not as terrible as The Big Ship, but all his works combined together, the lethality to children is huge. To put it bluntly, The Ship is like a food amplifier, which can make you, who has no fame, swell instantly. After all, before The Ship appeared, Leo could only date Liv Tyler quietly. After The Ship, the people who wanted to climb into his bed were Eva Herzigova and Carmen Case. And what about Roland? That's different. His works are a set of combined punches, which can hammer his peers into his own image. Don't talk about the princess, Paris Hilton, who just wanted to visit, and Scarlett, who now wants to ask Roland for an autograph and take a photo. These girls have the means to enter Hollywood. Even many guys who can't reach Hollywood will have ambitions for him, including the guy whose dad works at Merrill Lynch. Roland believes that if Taylor Swift meets him now, maybe he can become famous 10 years earlier. After all, it's easier to get that guy to write songs. Just talk about it for half a year, then break up with him, and the album will come out. As long as she can be signed to the company, the performance of Star Records will rise. Hiss, something is wrong. Roland came to his senses and felt that something was wrong. Anyway, that's what he meant. Even without using rejoice, Roland was still confident in his charm. After learning that Scarlett was also his fan, the feeling of alienation that Roland didn't want disappeared directly. After saying, "For your uncle's sake, I'm willing to take a photo with you," the girl who got the photo signature kissed the photo directly. Her lively reaction made her mother laugh so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Scarlett's mother is a girl who wants her daughter to become a phoenix. She has the same temperament as Natalie's mother. Of course, there are differences between the two. Natalie's mother is willing to wait and give everything to seize the opportunity to soar to the sky, but Scarlett's mother thinks that time cannot be wasted. If there is no opportunity, then create it yourself. That is why Natalie turned down a lot of female lead scripts after playing Leon, the professional, and went to play supporting roles in A+ list and A-list movies until the arrival of the Star Wars prequel trilogy, while Scarlett, during her blank period of clinging to her mother, accepted a lot of scripts that were difficult for outsiders to understand according to her mother's wishes. Among them was Manny and Sisters. And Scarlett's family also appeared in the film. Of course, what does her mother's idea have to do with Roland? After seeing the little girl smiling and thanking him, Roland, who thought the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins was really boring, felt much better. After chatting for a while, when the assistant came over to say that the movie was about to start, he also took the initiative to invite the two. Let's go to the movie together. After the movie is over, I will help you ask when models are needed for the new seasonal products. Is it okay? Scarlett asked with wide eyes after stuffing the photo into her mother's handbag. Of course it doesn't matter. I'm not sitting in the front anyway. Roland shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. Just as he raised his hand to hold the little girl, this guy, who was born in 1984 and is not yet 11 years old, is a little short. What Roland is most helpless about is that if you want to be short, then you should be shorter. Because then you can be held by me like Elizabeth. After shaking his head and discarding all the weird ideas, Roland, who had stolen half an hour of laziness, appeared in front of the public again. When he walked into the screening room and sat down in the last row, the feeling of watching the movie from a high vantage point was still very good. As the lights in the theater disappeared, a blue silhouette also appeared in the center of the screen. Since Mike Mohammed and his team have not yet come up with a filial son, the logo of Warcraft Film and Television will be temporarily replaced by the swordsman drawn by those guys. To be honest, since he met David Fincher last time and decided to invest in him, he had not watched the movie 7 before today. Not only that, because he was not interested in this kind of religious movie. When he watched this movie in his previous life, he threw the plot of the movie behind his mind after the explanation of the running account. Now watching it again, it is simply a new experience, but as he watched, he found a lot of problems. The story of the whole movie is about the criminal played by Kevin Spacey, who wants to find the guy with 7 original sins according to the classification of human evil deeds in the doctrine, and warn mankind by cruelly killing them to achieve the purpose of moral persuasion. Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, who play the police, found that they were angry in the process of tracking him down, and Kevin Spacey, who was being tracked down by them, was jealous. When his girlfriend Gwyneth Paltrow was killed by Kevin Spacey, he directly shot and killed her, achieving the result of returning all 7 sins. But the question is, what is the meaning of this behavior? Anyone who commits these evil deeds will be punished. But what right do you, Kevin Spacey, have to punish others? Acting for the Lord? But it is clearly written in the 10 Commandments, thou shalt not kill. First of all, assuming that the criminal played by Kevin Spacey is a devout believer, he must have read the 10 Commandments and knows that his actions are sinful. In this case, he preaches to the Lord in the spirit of, if I don't go to hell, who will? Is there nothing wrong with this logical thinking? Don't say that the criminal played by Kevin Spacey didn't really kill them, but just tortured the dead and used other people's hands to achieve the result of some people's death. This idea is inherently problematic. If you don't cut off other people's flesh, they won't bleed to death, right? If you don't bring sharp equipment to the prostitutes won't be stabbed to death, right? If you don't cut off the beauty's nose, she won't swallow pills to commit suicide because she can't accept her disfigurement, right? Only when the criminal Kevin Spacey did the first thing would the result be that others would die. In this case, assuming that the criminal is a devout believer, wouldn't that be against the Lord? Even if the film finally points out that Kevin Spacey was jealous and that he was guilty, then Roland couldn't understand it even more. You believe in the Lord, know that you are guilty, want to repent and warn the world, so you designed a circle and created one bizarre murder case after another. Is this atonement or missionary work? If it is atonement, wouldn't your sins be even greater after doing this round of things? And if it is missionary work, are you sure that your Lord is willing to see a missionary work that exists by committing crimes? After Roland in this life finished watching the movie again, he found that he still couldn't understand the brain circuit of the criminal played by Kevin Spacey. This may be because he does not believe in any religion, or perhaps because he is shallow. Because he could only see that Brad Pitt played the role of a violent policeman well, Kevin Spacey played the jealousy of the criminal well, and Morgan Freeman was indeed suitable for the role of the Black God. Apart from that, that was all. That's right, after watching the movie, Roland still had the same thoughts as in his previous life. As his experience gradually increased, after following Spielberg and Cameron, he could only see David Fincher's technical advantages and the completeness of the story. As for guessing, he couldn't even figure out the criminal's motives, so how could he guess? However, in the meeting after the screening, there were actually quite a few people who had the same idea as him. Dyson Thompson, a film critic for The Washington Post, shook his head and said, "I think the ending ruined the movie. The criminal played by Kevin Spacey killed his wife played by Gwyneth Paltrow in order to satisfy his jealousy. I cannot accept this awkward arrangement of 7 deadly sins." Kenneth Turan, a film critic for the Los Angeles Times, also expressed his opinion. "There are some eye-catching techniques in the movie, but I doubt the plausibility of the whole story." Janet Maslin of the New York Times was even less respectful. "Apart from the disgusting details at the crime scene, the whole movie is just pretentious emphasis, which I think belongs to David Fincher." In addition to nearly 40% of opponents, the attitudes of the remaining 60% of supporters are actually very vague. Roger Ebert, who was invited by Sony, said very ambiguously, "This movie is good, but it missed greatness because David Fincher did not find the right ending." Owen Gleiberman, the top critic of Entertainment Weekly, said, "I give it a B. I like the atmosphere in the movie. The morbid uneasiness created by the continuous rain is very suitable for this kind of thriller and murder movie." Edward Guzman of the San Francisco Chronicle even said something Roland couldn't understand. "Hannibal says hello to John." In fact, when Roland heard these discussions, he was very confused in his heart. Is the 7 deadly sins he invested in really like in the previous life, selling more than 300 million box office and entering the IMDb top 250? Because these guys at the scene didn't mean to push it at all. After all, these guys went back and wrote their ideas into film reviews. When they published them, the 6 major Hollywood companies, except Sony, were all very happy. The happiest one among them was Fox, because in their opinion, David Fincher is really an idiot. If you make a movie according to his ideas, you will lose money. After seeing the mixed media trends, Roland even suspected that Sony had given money during the promotion. This is really not right. Although I didn't understand it, I didn't interfere with the whole movie from beginning to end. Is it because of my investment that the whole movie will be ruined? What a joke. The movie I participated in is fine, but the movie I didn't participate in has problems. Note, in 1995, Leo's girlfriend was Liv Tyler. Originally, if I chose Taylor, there would be an embarrassing plot of girlfriend and boyfriend on the set, but I thought about it and let it go. Scarlett said that her mother likes to interfere with her choice of scripts. I'm not suppressing SE7N. When it was released, the critics and print media gave it 16/27 favorable reviews, which is 59% favorable rate. But including Roger Ebert, no one, whether praising or criticizing, carefully analyzed the movie. They all expressed ambiguous attitudes about the skills, setting, atmosphere and other things that should not be done by critics. Chapter 167. The highest level of filmmaking is to have your rivals help promote it for you. Sony Columbia TriStar Pictures, 7 Deadly Sins Project Distribution Team. A group of people are having a meeting. On September 22nd, the movie will be officially released. It's only 3 days away from today, and what's going on now? What's the situation now? The project leader responsible for the distribution in the American region threw a pile of newspapers on the table, supported the table with both hands, and shouted condescendingly, "Did you give money? Did you give money to those media? Have we used up all our public relations funds? We held the premiere and invited those media and film critics to watch the movie, hoping that they can speak for us. when making the plan, didn't I tell you that I don't expect all media and film critics to stand on our side, but we have to win over the majority of people. Roger Ebert may stick to his position and not be shaken by the 500,000 we gave him, but others must fight for it. But now, take a look at what these media have written. Crash. The project leader grabbed a corner of the newspaper and threw it hard. The next second, a rain of flying papers fell in the conference room. Although the project team members were standing on both sides, motionless, the newspapers and magazines scattered on the table revealed their ideas. Newsweek rated it as a Nike advertisement. The Chicago Tribune told the public that it was a good movie if some details were ignored, while the Seattle Times said it was difficult to accept. The Philadelphia Daily News mentioned Brad Pitt, who had nothing to do with the movie, and said he was very handsome in the movie. Does this content have anything to do with publicity? No. Is this how they get paid for publicity? Or do you just hand over such promotional texts to those media? They're always like that of a head of state, sweeping the scene. If the doang stunts were added, perhaps the guys sitting on both sides would have been blown away by the sudden whirlwind. Although the movie 7 Deadly Sins was not invested by them, Sony also spent a lot of effort on publicity and promotion, and the publicity and promotion expenses after the loss were borne by them, so no one hoped that the movie they promoted would flop. However, just as he was gasping for an answer, the guys in charge of contacting and public relations with the media looked at each other, and everyone saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Boss, these guys didn't take the money. What? Or in other words, they returned the money. Shit? Dare you say that again? Faced with the name of his boss, the public relations who said to return the money smiled bitterly and nodded. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Boss, when we sent the premiere invitations to these media critics, we did provide checks as usual, and they accepted it. But the problem is that after the premiere, they returned the checks one after another. At first, only the guys who wrote bad reviews returned the money, but later, even the guys who wrote good reviews returned the money. I asked them the reason, but no media or film critic was willing to tell us." That's right, when the news of the premiere of 7 Deadly Sins was announced, all the media that had received money returned the money. According to industry rules, it is extremely normal for a distribution company to buy positive reviews from the media, but it is rare to return the money in the opposite direction. Most of the time, there is only one possibility for the media to return the money, that is, which one is messing with us? The project team leader who reacted frowned. He did not get angry again, but squinted his eyes and said, "No, all the media are returning the money? Then this is not a matter of one company. Warner, Universal, Paramount, Fox, Disney, MGM, they all have their own fixed cooperative media. Are they blocking us together?" Thinking of this, the project team leader, who was still furious, slowly sat back. If it was because of the joint attack of the other 6 companies, it would be natural that the reputation of the movie was mixed. After all, it would be too fake for a movie with Morgan Freeman to be one-sidedly negative. Only by forming an opposition can the public feel that this movie has some highlights, but at the same time, there are many problems. However, if the 6 companies sniped at the same time, then they have no way to break through. But why did they unite to snipe us? Is it because we are called Sony? That doesn't make sense. If they were to snipe just because of Sony, why didn't they do it before? Why did they have to wait until Roland? At this point, the project leader shut up. Because he had guessed a possibility, that is, the formation of DreamWorks was tied to Sony. If it was for this reason, the other 6 companies' boycott of Silicon Valley and overseas capital would be justified. Did Roland call to ask the reason? Putting aside the sniping, the project leader wanted to know Roland's reaction the most. Facing his question, all the guys present shook their heads like grapples. Since there is nothing, let's just pretend nothing happened. The team leader sighed and waved his hand, thinking that the movie was doomed to fail. He made the final remedial measure, contact the media again, and ask them to release some news about Brad Pitt. You can say that he is handsome, that his acting skills have improved, or discuss his relationship with Gwyneth. In short, try to attract as many of his fans as possible to the theater. As for the rest, leave it to God. The team leader pursed his lips. Dismiss. If the other 6 companies knew Sony's idea, they would definitely cry down the Great Wall like Meng Jiang knew. Not to mention targeting Sony and Roland. They didn't even send anyone to check what the movie Seven Deadly Sins was about. From the beginning to the end, they didn't think of using dimensionality reduction to attack Roland, because they felt that in the face of the LAME 1995, the rotten end of September schedule, and the upcoming verdict of the Simpson murder case, there was no need to use small tricks at all. This is already difficult mode. There is no need to spend resources to buy out the media and raise the difficulty to hell. As for why the media returned their money all at once, they hadn't even seen the movie. How could they know? Maybe it was because David Fincher made the movie so bad. In short, no matter how Sony imagined it, the 6 companies had no intention of joining forces to become the big boss. As a result, when Sony bought Brad Pitt's PR press release again, the attitude of buying it and leaving it alone even gave them an illusion. Did we analyze it wrong? But even if they had guts, they didn't have time to consider these things. So, starting from September 20th, a lot of promotional soft articles appeared in the public eye. After interview with the vampire and Legends of the Condor heroes, Brad Pitt once again contributed his soulful acting skills and Seven falling in love because of the play. Gwyneth Paltrow fell in love with Brad Pitt during the filming of Seven Golden Boy and Jade Girl. David Fincher tells the love story of Gwyneth and Brad behind Seven. After this series of marketing soft articles were released, the project that was supposed to be promoted in the name of a religious movie directly became a Mary Sue love drama in the entertainment industry. What is Seven about? No one knows. Who is Seven suitable for? From now on, it is of course the fans of Brad Pitt and Gwyneth Paltrow. Is there a problem with promoting a thriller suspense film as a youth romance film? Blair Witch also tricked people into the theater. As long as they can make money, capitalists will not care about the problems behind it. After all, only the directors, actors, and screenwriters standing in front of the stage are the targets of people's anger. In this way, when the hype soft articles appeared everywhere, the boring September had a touch of entertainment. New York, University campus. When the students who had finished their classes passed by the newsstand on the corner, the conspicuous newspaper headlines attracted the attention of many people. 2 blonde girls who were walking together paid a few big coins and took the newspapers from the boss. When they opened the entertainment section, their eyes were immediately locked on that face. The guy wearing a suit, tie, and shaved head was smiling. Although the style was not exaggerated, he was still sunny and handsome. Seven Deadly Sins? Is this a religious film? I don't know. It says police here, so it should be a crime film, right? Crime films? I don't like them. I don't like them either. Just think of it as going to see Brad. He and Tom are so handsome in Interview with the Vampire. California, Silicon Valley. The engineer who was about to get off work was humming a song happily. Just as he was thinking about where to go in the evening, a magazine was suddenly placed in front of him. Do you have a date tonight? If not, how about we go to the movies together? What? Why did you suddenly think of going to the movies? I'm just bored. The only good movie I've seen in the past year is Forrest Gump, so. Okay, whose is it? David Fincher. Another engineer pointed to the magazine in his hand. David Fincher? He glanced at the magazine and confirmed that it was not someone he knew. What movies has he made? Alien 3. No. Alien 3. You want to watch a movie directed by a director who makes such bad movies? I remember you rented a disc to watch this movie, right? After watching it, you dissed the whole movie in front of me, saying that compared with James' previous work, it was simply garbage. But this time it's different. The cast of this movie is pretty good, with Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman. Wait, Brad Pitt? I heard this morning that he was in a relationship with, who was he? Gwyneth Paltrow, Steven Spielberg's goddaughter. She's also in this movie. They play a couple. Oh, then you can go and see it. Don't look at me like that. I just think Gwyneth is good. Although the media and film critics have mixed reviews on the film, those people's reviews actually only affect the core fans. For many fans of the actors, although these comments will make them lower their expectations, they will not prevent them from going to the theater. Without overwhelming praise, the first day market will definitely be affected, but the real support for the first day box office is actually the fans of each company. When these guys are attracted by the romance and the linoop, and are ready to go to the theater, to contribute their own strength, the current situation is still very scary. After all, after the release of Thelma and Louise, Brad Pitt's face and figure have attracted a lot of attention, and after Interview with a Vampire won $200 million box office worldwide, the number of fans who are attracted by his looks has increased several times. So, with Roland holding the view of what the hell is going on, Sony holding the view of we are sanctioned by 6 companies together, and the other 6 holding the view of 7 deadly sins must die, and David Fincher who criticized them is an idiot, the movie was released. On the first day of the premiere, 4.6 million, the next Saturday, the 5th of February million, the 3-day weekend, 6.7 million. In the first 3 days of the weekend, the entire America closed at 16.5 million. Although compared with Roland's 30 million in 3 days, and over 100 million in a week, 16.5 million is simply lame. But, the end of September is a very ordinary time period with no holidays, and no villages in front, and no shops behind. You know, when Tom Hanks' Apollo 13 was released in the summer, it only made 25 million in the first weekend. When the 6 companies that thought 7 was doomed to fail got this data, everyone's forehead was full of question marks. Fuck. Can such a rubbish time period and such rubbish reviews sell so many box office? 16.5 million in 3 days. The North American box office is definitely over 100 million. Roland can make back its investment just by relying on the North American market. Not to mention, there is also the overseas distribution that Sony has been eyeing. Hurry up. Organize people to watch this movie. I want to know what this movie is about. Is it that Brad Pitt's fans are powerful enough, or is this movie really good? Sony, who thought the movie would definitely fail, couldn't believe this result. After getting the box office data, the project leader in charge of publicity and promotion was not surprised. But, did Roland buy the box office? This data is unscientific. Don't think that ticket subsidies are only available in the East. In fact, Hollywood is even more ruthless in raising the box office. They don't implement ticket subsidies at all, but directly spend money to buy box office, then stimulate the audience to go to the theater. However, the person who answered the project leader was a group of people shaking their heads. In this way, he was even more confused. What? Didn't buy it? Is the movie 7 Deadly Sins really that good? Aren't the attitudes of those media critics very ambiguous? If he is really a fan of Brad Pitt, then he will soon be promoted to the A-list. That's right, even Sony's distributors think that the results are not diluted, which is really fake. No, make me a copy right now, and everyone go to the internal screening room to watch the movie again. We must have missed something. Just when Sony felt something was wrong and wanted to remedy their wrong distribution method, Roland, who also felt incredible, was not as troublesome as them at all. Although Roland also felt that this box office trend did not conform to the market rules at all, and there must be someone behind it, but he could only seek help outside the venue because he could not understand it. Since Spielberg could not spare the time, Roland was embarrassed to go to David Fincher, so he got a copy and rushed to the truck driver's house to hear his opinion. The truck driver, who wanted to sleep, and his fiancée Linda Hamilton said goodnight to each other and sat in front of the screen with gloomy faces. They felt that Roland was annoying, but they had to watch the whole movie. When they saw Brad Pitt shot Kevin Spacey to death, the old man slapped his thigh and shouted, "Who shot this? David Fincher? The guy who took over the Alien series and messed it up. It's great. This guy's awesome." Roland was stunned by the exclamation. He suddenly felt that his accumulation was really not enough. Before he could open his mouth to ask, the truck driver had already seen the dull face. He understood what was going on and said directly, "Didn't you understand the movie? How dare you invest in a project you don't understand? You might as well invest the money in building my ship. What's your problem? Do you think the actions of the killer Kevin Spacey are inconsistent with Catholic teachings? Do you think he is making up the 7 deadly sins? That's right. David Fincher is forcing the 7 deadly sins. According to Catholic teachings, believers confess their sins and ask for forgiveness. This is missionary work, not punishment. The way for sinners to be forgiven is to believe, and the way for believers to be forgiven is to confess. There is no other way. In the eyes of the Lord, everyone is guilty. But what is the movie about? People. Are all people guilty? Yes, this is the most obvious point. But fundamentally, he is criticizing the 7 deadly sins. If Kevin Spacey is a devout believer, then the way for him to be forgiven is to confess his sins. But he didn't. What did he do? He preached in the name of the Lord. And as long as it is an act of preaching in the name of the Lord, it is not jealousy, but arrogance. Because he is disrespectful to the Lord. This is arrogance. And if he is arrogant, then it is repeated with the arrogance that was killed before, which is inconsistent with the 7 deadly sins. Since it is inconsistent, why did he kill Brad Pitt's wife and then force him into anger? Let him beat himself to death. Because David Fincher wants to show that Brad Pitt is the most normal person. Kevin Spacey is a religious lunatic. Fuck you. My wife was killed by you. I can't kill you? Fuck you. You killed so many people under the banner of preaching, but the Lord never gave you the right to punish. Fuck you. You think you are jealous. But when you rely on killing to preach, you have betrayed the Lord. What David Fincher expressed is not that everyone is guilty, but religious dictatorship. This does not refer to the Catholic *****, but the dictatorship over people's spirits including after *****. What he wants to say is fuck Catholicism. This kind of movie can't be sold at a high price in America, that's hell. Well, when the truck driver said fuck Catholicism, Roland understood how this movie was sold at a low price in a garbage schedule. Is it because of the actors? Of course, without Brad Pitt, the movie might have died. Is it because of the director? Indeed, if there was no David Fincher, the ending would not be like this. In addition, what else is there? The time is not right, but the place and people are right. If this movie was shown in the Vatican, David Fincher's head might have exploded long ago, but in America, this is the best irony, because most Americans believe in Protestantism. Among so many presidents who have come and gone, only John F. Kennedy believed in Catholicism. The contradiction between Protestantism and Catholicism cannot be discussed in 3 days and 3 nights, but there is a number that supports the sales of 7 deadly sins in the garbage season during the summer and Christmas seasons. Protestants in America account for 60% of the total population. Non-believers account for about 10%. People of other faiths account for less than half, and Catholics account for only more than 20%. Roland thinks the murderer is a little neurotic? Or does he think the guy played by Kevin Spacey is a lunatic? That's right. In the eyes of Catholics, this is right. This criminal violated the 10 commandments. He is guilty, and he despised the Lord. He thought in the way of Catholics, and that was the only result. But in the eyes of Protestants, people who come from Catholics are really stupid. Kevin Spacey played stupid really well. Brad Pitt is the most normal guy. David Fincher is simply a genius director. Perfect. While Roland was humbly asking James Cameron for advice, the 7 companies, including Sony, were all silent. The 6 companies that were watching the fun had analyzed the problem. After discovering that the whole movie was a slap in the face of Catholicism, the idea of secretly stabbing it disappeared, because most people were Protestants, and Catholics didn't dare to jump around. Of course, the most important thing is that their bosses are all Jews. The mess of Judaism, Protestantism, and Catholicism that can't be finished, even if you talk about it for 30 days and 30 nights. At this moment, they could only envy Roland silently in their hearts. The first movie invested by this kid wielded the most commonly used stick of public opinion by the giants, using the grievances between Protestants and Catholics to fire the first shot of the film company is really too cunning. While they were envious, one instruction after another came down. Hey. Good, bye now. The big boss who heard the news liked this kind of face-slapping movie very much, and the media controlled by them reported the box office situation of 7 Deadly Sins almost at the same time. Although there was no direct hype, the free promotion hit all parts of the country. As for Sony, since the script had never been passed by their green light committee, and the subsequent submission for review was done by Kathleen Kennedy, they knew very little about the core of the whole movie except for watching the trailer and synopsis. But when they reacted, everyone had the same idea. It's a real loss to release this movie in September. If it's released in a different schedule, it will definitely sell better. Hey, I thought Roland was just playing around with investing in movies, and it would be best if he could get his money back, but I didn't expect. If I had watched the whole movie earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But, hey, this schedule is fine. After all, this movie can't be publicized, because we can't take the initiative to provoke conflicts between Protestants and Catholics. Movies are the business of filmmakers, but they are never the business of filmmakers alone. No matter how well you tell your story, or how cool the special effects are, in the end, they are also for the audience. Every step of your creation must follow the market. As long as you please most people, you will be successful. Criticism and compliance have never been two opposing individuals. They complement each other. While the film companies were expressing their feelings about Roland's use of the stick of public opinion to plunder the market, and had to follow the ideas of the top Jewish boss, and help competitors buy hype, the market was also giving the most real feedback. After the first weekend, the box office took in $16.5 million, and won the first place that week. The box office in the second week was still high. In the case of weekdays, it took in $32.9 million in 7 days, becoming the weekly champion again. $49.4 million in 10 days. Such a result made the Giants speechless. Wow. This is a special September schedule. Is it really exaggerated? Although they are envious, although a large part of this is brought up by their hype, they are not jealous, or rather, these guys who do things dare not be jealous. Because, who made their top boss like Roland, the guy who messes things up according to their thoughts? Rival? Yes. Those who are not with them are all rivals. But, they have no conflicts with Roland. To put it bluntly, Spielberg was dissatisfied with them, just because he thought they were too hard on the price, but as long as the interests are unified, they are a family. In this case, Roland used the film company's opening movie to slap Catholicism with the hand of Protestantism. Isn't that a unified interest? Isn't this a family? Or, at least before the next movie is released, they are a family. And this is also the highest realm of filming. Is the publicity wrong? It doesn't matter. Roland's rivals who share the same interests will help Roland promote. No cable media network. Don't be afraid. Roland's rivals who share the same interests will automatically broadcast Roland's news. And what does Roland need to do? Stay at home. Wait for money. Note, Pitt was very popular at that time. After filming Thelma and Louise, he attracted a lot of female fans, and after Interview with a Vampire, many people called him a male god. Many of these A+lists in Hollywood rely on their looks. It's hard to be popular if you look ordinary. In the information released by New Line, after getting the script of Seven, they felt that the ending was not good and asked David Fincher to modify it to follow the teachings of Catholicism. In the end, Pitt was not allowed to kill Spacey, but Pitt was allowed to discover his own sins to achieve the purpose of Catholic missionary work. However, Pitt disagreed and said that he would not accept the script if it was changed because he was a Protestant Baptist. His parents were also, and he was naturally opposed to Catholicism. The reasons for the film critics' scores were also exposed. Those who gave 40% of the bad reviews were either Catholics or non-believers, and those who gave ambiguous good reviews were basically Protestants. The reason why no one stood up to criticize this movie is also very simple. In fact, there has always been a saying in Hollywood that Jewish bosses let Catholic directors make movies for Protestant audiences. Jews at the top of the food chain look down on everyone. As long as you don't make The Passion of the Christ, you can criticize anyone. Chapter 168. They don't want to see you lose, and they have the ability to prevent you from losing. I always felt that I didn't understand this movie. According to the current situation, I really didn't understand this movie. Brad Pitt is a Baptist? Then I can understand why he insisted on not changing the plot. The doctrine of the Baptist Church is that all believers are priests. When maintaining the absolute authority of the Bible, they firmly believe that all believers are equal. In this case, Kevin Spacey, the murderer, can kill his wife, so he can also kill back. He is not refuting that everyone is guilty, but refuting the Catholics who use the name of the Lord too. They convicted people of crimes, and they wantonly deprived people of their lives. Because the doctrine of the Baptist Church supports the separation of church and state, Looking at the box office distribution data that Sony got from the North American Theatre Alliance and browsing the Film Reputation Sampling Survey report provided by the American International Sampling Survey Company, Roland felt for the first time that Hollywood commercial films really played with human nature to the extreme. What's satisfying and pleasing is just the level of popcorn movies. As long as the right force is used and the right people are hit, a movie that non-believers find boring can shine infinitely among the group of believers. The polarized word of mouth data will not lie, and the curved trend of the praise rate has screamed out the types of moviegoers. When the movie was first released, because of the fan effect, the overwhelming praise rate reached an astonishing 90%. As reported by all parties, the number of Catholics attracted to the theater by Seven Deadly Sins increased significantly. With their admission, the praise rate of more than 90 has dropped to more than 50. However, the mixed situation only lasted for 2 days. While the box office continued to rise, the number of fans who walked into the theater out of curiosity increased significantly. Due to the base of Protestants, the situation of two heroes dividing the country is no longer seen, so the one-sided praise is obvious. When the interim report was issued, the praise rate returned to about 70%. Looking at the wave-like trend, Roland was somewhat emotional. When the Seven Giants thought that he had wielded the stick of public opinion and made a good start for the opening of the film company, only he knew that all this was fake. He was just lying on the credit book of memory to cheat for food and drink. If he really wanted to analyze it from beginning to end, he, who had no religious beliefs, would not know what was going on. However, what's wrong with cheating for food and drink? As long as it succeeds, it's fine. What's more, he is now receiving the tuition for success. Many times people say that it doesn't matter if you make a mistake once, just remember the pain this time and don't make it again next time. But it's not like this when starting a company. Most of the time, if you feel pain once, your company is gone. Roland never thought that he was a genius, so he would hand things over to those who knew how to do it. Of course, this was indeed lazy, but he was also learning. What should he do when he doesn't know what knowledge points he should learn? Blindly make up lessons? No. For Roland, it doesn't need to be like this. Because he can see with his own eyes how others move towards success step by step. Roland knew that success could not be copied, but he also knew that identifying the minefields in creation could be learned. A general religious class could only give a general understanding, but when Seven Deadly Sins was released, it not only stirred the market, but also allowed Roland to see the terrifying base of Protestants in America with more intuitive real data. Maybe he will read some religious books after this. Maybe he still can't understand. Maybe he simply can't understand the mutual accusations, criticisms, and wars between Protestants and Catholics, but the fluctuations in interests that are closely related to him are 10,000 times more useful than Steven Spielberg and James Cameron knocking on the table and telling him, "You are wrong to shoot like this. You can't please this group of people." For the seven majors, Roland made a lot of money, but for Roland, the most valuable thing is actually the experience that can't be bought with US dollars. The experience of discerning the market. Okay, thanks James for helping me answer the question. It's just that this guy has a bad temper. After pushing the data aside, Roland, who was staying at home, leaned back in his chair and read the book he had brought from the truck driver's house. In the old man's words, what they had taught Roland before were all creative knowledge. As for how to make your creative ideas meet market demand, this is actually a gradual process. It doesn't matter if you can't distinguish them now. You will understand them after reading more. What's more, the market is always changing, and people's needs are also always changing. In the current environment, computer special effects are still the most popular, so Roland can read the books he gave him, and the analysis he wrote, but after reading them, just remember the examples. Things like religion that have been argued for many years and still cannot be clarified, just don't touch them often. What's more, every time a new work is produced, you have to analyze the current environment again according to the market, unless it is love, that never goes out of style. In the eyes of the seven deadly sins, although the method of using the power of others to fight against the power of others is awesome, they will not copy it. Because religious issues are the most prone to radical changes. If you don't handle it well, you will get yourself into trouble. Roland's successful investment this time does not mean that he will still make a profit next time. Compared with the potential risks, the revenge that can destroy a company and a group of people is a loss they cannot afford. What's more, what's the point of selling nearly 50 million in box office in 10 days? It's October 1st now. In another day, it will be the day when the verdict of the Simpson murder case will be announced. Once the result comes out, no matter which group of people 7 deadly sins can please, the upward trend will definitely be curbed. Yes, the 7 majors think so, or rather, the reality in front of them forces them to think so. Why? Because the whole of America is waiting for the court's ruling. The president turned down military affairs. The former Secretary of State postponed his speech to make way for the ruling. The number of transactions on Wall Street that used to fluctuate has disappeared. Even the long-distance telephone lines where people gather the most on weekdays are silent. Not only that, on the morning of October 3rd, Roland was just running and exercising on the small paths in the villa area as usual, but the armed policeman guarding the major intersections still made him smell the gunpowder of racial confrontation. Since those guys were very familiar with Roland and liked to greet Roland when he was exercising during patrols, when faced with Roland's questions, those guys were so annoying that they pointed out 3 fingers. Although they didn't say it explicitly, Roland could understand that they had at least 3,000 more brothers in Los Angeles. Are you scared? Roland handed over a pack of cigarettes. Although he carried cigarettes with him, he didn't smoke. The biggest use of them was to keep them from getting bored when chatting with them. Don't worry if it's fake. A white policeman in his 40s was used to Roland chatting with him. He took the cigarette and nodded to thank him. He also tore open the package, picked up a cigarette, and stuffed the rest to his companion. When we came out today, we were ready for the worst. Once Simpson is found guilty, the 1992 incident may happen again. I brought 6 spare magazines. Another old policeman tore open his coat very familiarly, allowing Roland to see the magazines on both sides. If a fight really breaks out, it may not be enough. You'd better stay at home and don't come out. If something happens, we will call you directly. The third young policeman jumped twice on the spot, as if he wanted to eliminate the tension in his heart. No matter how many bodyguards there are, it's not safe outside. If a fight really breaks out like in 1992, it's safest to leave Los Angeles. Don't go to Texas. Although their tone was calm, their wording showed tension. In the face of this state of preparation, Roland didn't stimulate them too much. After asking about the situation, he went home directly. Of course, unlike the nervous guys, Roland, who had already read the answers in advance for the open book exam, was not panicked at all. He ate, drank, and studied, and the TV, of course, it was turned on the CNN channel, and then left there. As time passed, at 10 a.m. Pacific time in America, CNN turned the camera to the verdict scene. Under the attention of 140 million Americans, the jury announced the verdict. Simpson is not guilty. When this result came out, the excited blacks sang loudly, and the angry whites smashed the things at hand. The blacks who were supposed to march and protest took to the streets to hug each other, while the whites who were supposed to resist them stayed at home and said nothing. Such behavior also turned Los Angeles into a sea of blacks at this moment. But, what does this have to do with Roland? The moment the result came out, Roland called Sony, and after the call was connected, he only said one sentence. According to the plan, you should complete the filming before November 3rd. That's right. For Roland, Simpson's innocence is just a way for him to make money. You may make a lot of money, but I will never lose. In order to suppress the excitement in his heart, Roland hung up the phone, after giving the order in a calm voice. However, it was this kind of pretentious behavior of not speaking to Sony at all that made the person in charge of Sony Pictures on the other end of the phone confused. Since they were all white, before Roland called, they were still immersed in the state of how Simpson could win. When Roland called and asked them to lay out the film in a very arrogant tone, brain supplement, they realized it. Fuck. This little ancestor made the right bet again. Shit. The Shawshank Redemption can actually be sold. Oh man. Why didn't we get this movie in the first place? Roland is so lucky, right? The global box office of 7 Deadly Sins will definitely exceed 300 million. The Shawshank Redemption can also be sold now. According to the PR draft prepared before, those guys celebrating on the street will definitely buy up this movie. Sony, who has come to its senses, no longer cares whether Simpson is really innocent. In their view, after the jury declared Simpson not guilty and released him in court, the only one who can go against the current, since the sudden death of the film market last year, is Roland. He not only avoided the case of the century, he avoided the price increase. He avoided the financial crisis. He avoided the rainstorm and floods. He avoided the death heat wave. He avoided the verdict of the century. He also made money here from beginning to end. Everyone is losing money. Only Roland is making money. However, the excitement did not last for a month. When everyone thought that Roland could make a profit within half a year by selling the videotape of the Shawshank Redemption, by riding on the popularity of the Simpson case, after Simpson was acquitted, on October 16th, Washington suddenly exploded. On the 16th, more than 400,000 black men gathered around the Capitol Hill in Washington. Farrakhan Khan, the leader of the radical black nation of Islam, gave a 2.5-hour speech at this unprecedented rally. Then Farrakhan Khan led all the black people in the Million Black Men March for a whole day. Unlike the grand rally held by Martin Luther King that year, Farrakhan Khan did not advocate the unity of black and white races at all, but called on blacks to be self-reliant and self-respecting, to fight for benefits from white society, and to resist. What they pursued was not racial harmony, but to ask blacks to carry out a separatist movement. So in his speech that day, he accused American society, the history of white supremacy in America, scolded Lincoln, scolded successive presidents, and vented the anger of American blacks. For the authorities, Farrakhan Khan is a shit-stirring stick. After Simpson was acquitted by the jury, which was mostly black, the anger of white people across the country gradually condensed into a rebound force. This powerful rebound force, coupled with the shocking event on the 16th with the participation of 400,000 black people, made the flames of disgust burn more and more. In order to avoid conflict and to seek re-election next year, the president, supported by Perelman, delivered a disinfecting speech in Dallas that day, calling on all of America to unite and be harmonious regardless of race, and accused Farrakhan Khan of extreme remarks, and said that Farrakhan Khan's views on American social issues were not deep enough. Faced with this sudden accident, Roland, who was still immersed in the fact that the Shawshank Redemption would immediately make a profit, cursed directly, for no other reason, purely because he had no such thing in his mind. And it was precisely because he didn't know about this matter, so the distribution idea he discussed with Sony was problematic. Originally, they used the Oscars at the beginning of this year as a publicity stunt. As a film that was selected for the Best Picture at the Oscars, black actor Morgan Freeman was selected for the Best Actor, and was also nominated for many awards such as Adapted Screenplay, Photography, Sound, Film Editing, and Soundtrack. It was not publicly screened. This is unscientific. They hoped that after the Simpson case, those black people who discovered the film would feel that the Shawshank Redemption was suppressed because it was speaking for them, thereby stimulating the shipment of videotapes. But now, if it is still released in this way, wouldn't it be a call for blacks and whites to fight? If it really comes to that, no matter whether it is Roland or Sony, they can't take the blame. So, when the situation was not right, Roland was directly taken to the office by Sony. And just when they got together to discuss, the guy in the think tank suddenly said, "How about we carry out propaganda under the banner of whites and blacks working together to regain freedom?" Anyway, both whites and blacks are dissatisfied with the judicial system. Whites think that in the Simpson case, the reason why Simpson was declared not guilty was not because the police obtained evidence in an illegal way, so the verdict was invalid, but because there were many blacks on the jury in the Simpson case. Their existence was the real reason why Simpson was acquitted, and it was a cover-up. And the blacks, they think Simpson is innocent, but because of racial discrimination, the white police unscrupulously used illegal means to obtain evidence and framed them. All the charges are false accusations. Since there is a possibility of a fight between the two sides now, we can't provoke them. We have to calm their anger, because calming down their anger is in our current interests, and in the interests of that group of people in Washington. In this way, we can, under the banner of white people being wrongly accused and framed, they tried to appease the black people, and then use the content of the white prison warden who broke the law and committed suicide to divert the conflict. This is not racial confrontation, but the stupidity of some people, which has led to the current situation. As for who is stupid, I don't know. Anyway, our current goal is to divert racial conflicts, not to create conflicts. The friendship between Red, played by Morgan Freeman, and Andy, played by Tim Robbins in the film, the friendship between blacks and whites, and the mutual redemption between the two races, are the things that can best achieve our interests. We have to change the distribution idea, hide the influence of Simpson on the film, and emphasize the concept that blacks and whites are all one family. Both sides can chat together, drink together, talk and listen to each other, and pursue freedom together. Anyway, now it's not one party that is dissatisfied with the judiciary, but everyone is dissatisfied with the judiciary. Then let them take the blame. Wow. When Roland heard the words of the blonde girl, he had only one thought in his mind. Isn't this a stealing of concepts? Is the Shawshank Redemption about whites and blacks being one family? Isn't it faith, hope, redemption, and freedom? Although there is friendship, it is the friendship between men in prison. The friendship under the high walls is purer and cleaner than the friendship in the complicated secular world. Besides, hiss. Thinking about it, if we must say that white people and black people are one family, there is actually no problem. Andy and Red help each other and redeem each other. Also, at the end of the movie, there is a scene where the two meet and hug each other. In fact, it can also be understood that, after leaving the high walls, they have faith, hope and freedom. Are they still good friends? Roland thought about it, and felt that it didn't seem to be a big problem. If it was another movie that was selling dog meat under the guise of sheep, he would definitely be very cautious. But the Shawshank Redemption, since the other party was able to stand up again under the flood of the times, then, what do you think is the probability of success of this approach? If it triggers racial conflicts, none of us can escape. It's already very chaotic now, but it's not caused by us. But if the next chaos is caused by us, then we will become public enemies. Roland rubbed his hands. Because the incident happened suddenly, he was actually not prepared. In addition, in his previous life, he knew only about movies. These things that happened in the United States would not even be recorded in the modern history of the world. So, this time there was no answer for him to copy. But in response to Roland's inquiry, the Sony press release girl who proposed the concept of black and white people being one family raised her hand to put her golden hair behind her ears and explained her thoughts very seriously. If it was Castle Rock, they would definitely cover it up, but you have no problem. A lot of the news about Seven was reported for us by cable TV networks, and we didn't spend a penny. If we go to them to buy PR articles now, most of them won't refuse. Because their boss will like you for the time being. It's been less than a month since Seven officially broke out, and your relationship is still in the honeymoon period. At the same time, Shawshank Redemption is indeed an excellent movie, and its interpretation is in line with the current social environment. Of course, the most important thing is that it can extract the friendship between blacks and whites, and this is what Washington wants most. And between you and him, isn't there a LUO Ronald Perelman? Ronald Perelman is his campaign fund contributor. They are seeking re-election next year, and you have a good working relationship with Ronald. Next year's Spider-Man will be the Marvel promotional film he wants most. At this time, a movie you own the copyright to propose the concept of black and white family. Who are you helping? This is to help Ronald. This is to help the one in Washington. This is to help them solve the problem and distract the public's attention. We pay for the PR manuscripts ourselves, promote the upcoming videotapes, and propose black and white friendship. At this point in time, they will be very happy. Plus the villain in the movie is the warden, so they will want the videotape to sell better than we do, to be seen by more people. As for party disputes, do you know what will happen if 1 million blacks and 1 million whites really fight? That would be more terrifying than the Los Angeles riots in 1992. They will indeed fight, but no one dares to bear such a consequence. Their ultimate goal is seats and votes, not to ruin America. If anyone wants to ruin America, his colleagues will be the first to kill him. If it was someone else, it might be over. But if the boss is you, in front of the bosses who control the media in the case, that we will not interfere with you for the time being, with those guys in Washington and Wall Street who hope that the videotapes can sell better, our propaganda effect will be better than the previous plan. They don't want to see you lose. They also have the ability to prevent you from losing. Note, religion is just a brief introduction. The issue of faith is too complicated. Secondly, why do Jewish bosses let Catholic directors make movies for Protestants? It is still a question of winning over a group and releasing a group. It is in the interests of businessmen to satisfy Protestants. For example, when George I inherited the throne, the British Parliament issued a clause: the King of England must believe in Protestantism and cannot marry Catholics. This clause has been used to this day. With it, the identity of most British audiences has been determined. The end of the Simpson case was the beginning of the Million Black Parade. At that time, both white and black people felt that there was a problem with the judiciary and that they were being targeted. On the day of the parade, due to the unprecedented scale and momentum, Clinton could only urgently deliver a speech on unity and harmony regardless of race. The concept of white and black being one family was the right one at that time. You should know that Clinton was forced to publicly admit that there were racial discrimination, racism, and worsening conflicts between black and white in the United States, and that they must be resolved. The Elephant Party, which controls Congress, was still cutting welfare benefits at the beginning and strongly advocated changing and abolishing equal rights. But when there was a possibility of fighting, they stopped making a fuss. As for the view that no matter how much you argue, you can't ruin the existing system in America, refer to the nearly 20,000 pages of Sanders hacked emails. This year, it is also a question whether the guy who wasted 500 million yuan is really wasting money. Chapter 169 DHOZ goes to the gambling table. Roland has always understood one thing. The quality of information is uncontrollable, but the person who releases the information is controllable. Many people who watch movies and TV series often exclaim that the scale of Hollywood is too big. In order to seize the market, Netflix has produced a series like House of Cards to attract attention. Isn't it afraid of retaliation? Of course they are not afraid, because they also have their own stance. Beau Willimon, the chief screenwriter of House of Cards, has worked as an assistant to Charles Schumer, Howard Dean and Hillary Clinton. He knows better than anyone who can be black and who cannot be black. The so-called darkness and the so-called large scale are nothing more than things that have been exposed, insignificant, and can be shown to the public. And those that cannot be shown to the public, or even if they are exposed, the impact must be reduced. The number of viewers and the intensity of publicity will drop sharply, such as Dark Waters. Compared with Martin Scorsese's The Irishman and Sam Mendes' 1917, Dark Waters is the most unlucky one. Okay, if we have to talk about reality and irony, isn't it more shocking than Parasite? But it just didn't become popular, all the news was suppressed, and it didn't even get half an insignificant award or nomination. What's more ironic is that American Factory, produced by the producer of Dark Waters in the same year, won the Oscar for Best Documentary Feature. What's the most ironic thing? It's the Washington Post, produced by the production company of Dark Waters 2 years ago. It at least won the Oscar for Best Picture and Best Actress nominations, and it makes people sigh that Steven Spielberg, who made Schindler's List and Jurassic Park in the same year, is still as good as ever after more than 20 years, and can contribute the Washington Post and Ready Player One at the same time. What is the difference between Dark Waters and the Washington Post? Is it that the cast of Todd Haynes, Mark Ruffalo and Anne Hathaway is no match for Steven Spielberg, Meryl Streep and Tom Hanks? No. It is the Washington Post that is criticizing the Pentagon, while Dark Waters is criticizing the DuPont Consortium. If this example is not obvious, the same is true for Spotlight, which is also a realistic movie, still starring Mark Ruffalo, but the female lead is replaced by Rachel McAdams from Anne Hathaway, and won the 2016 Oscar for Best Picture. Who is Spotlight criticizing? Catholicism. Many people think that Hollywood is the biggest, but even if it is big, it is not as big as the financial sponsors on Wall Street. The Pentagon can be criticized, Catholicism can be criticized, but the consortium cannot be criticized. So, no matter when the truck driver took him to meet the bald Perelman after the premiere of Terminator 2 to discuss Spider-Man, or when Fox called to say that the filming location of Home Alone 2 had to be moved, Roland had no objection. Why not cooperate with these guys to gain both fame and fortune? In this circle of people who are fighting for their lives, who are you trying to be noble for? Do you really think that movies are a tool for you to speak out? If you say something about LGBT on Facebook, people will block your account. This damn breath of freedom is so sweet. In this way, when the blonde woman in her 30s put down her hands, stared at Roland seriously, and returned the right to release the videotape, Roland, who only understood one thing, glanced at the other party's work ID and said, "Evelyn?" "Yeah?" Evelyn raised her eyebrows. "What is your position at Sony Distribution?" Roland couldn't see the office name below the work ID. "Market Analysis and Planning Manager of the Publicity and Planning Department." Evelyn pulled up her neck rope and showed her work permit to Roland. "I also did the subsequent market analysis and planning for 7 Deadly Sins. I also followed the market analysis and publicity planning for Spider-Man, which has not yet been released." "Okay, you're promoted." Roland slapped the table and turned to look at the general manager of Sony's distribution company. "Evelyn will be responsible for my projects first in the future. If she wants to find me for any questions, you can't stop her, understand?" The general manager with the bald head was stunned at first, thinking that Roland was overstepping his bounds, but when he thought of this gentleman having an overseas distribution company, after Roland acquired the company's shares, he wanted to swear the company's sovereignty and nodded quickly. "Okay. Evelyn is promoted to vice president. I will report to the superior company later." The sudden promotion news surprised Evelyn, who was still thinking that she had said something wrong. But before she could react, Roland knocked on the table again and said, "The position has been promoted, so let's get back to the point. According to your idea, how should we talk to the TV station about publicity now?" Roland's thoughts jumped quickly, but Evelyn did not hesitate. While hiding her excitement, she also said directly, "My publicity plan is actually very simple. Let people all over the country see our sincerity." 2 days later, ABC, the group office, a group of people were in a meeting. "What do you think of the cooperation plan proposed by Sony?" Robert Iger, who may become the chairman of Disney in the future, is still an ABC man. After ABC accepted Disney's acquisition offer, his most important task now is to make ABC's performance more outstanding. There is no way. If it weren't for ABC's poor performance, the market share of the public television network has not been able to increase, and the number of paying users of the paid network has stagnated. How could the company's major shareholder Warren Buffett push forward Disney's acquisition? In other words, Disney does want to buy ABC, but ABC's shareholders also want to sell the cable TV network. If both parties don't have ideas, it would take a lot of time just to negotiate such a tens of billions of dollars. And after being acquired, how to get the new owner to pay attention to himself is a problem that Robert Iger needs to consider. Everyone knows that making dazzling achievements is the best way, but TV shows are hits that are hard to come by. Of course, this is not the key to Robert Iger, who is in charge of content, personally reading Sony's cooperation plan and convening a high-level meeting to discuss the content. If it weren't for the fact that at this juncture, the slogan in the cooperation plan was "White and Black are one family," and it took out the Shawshank Redemption that everyone in the circle knew, this document would not be handed to him. Facing his question, the guys on both sides of the conference table all showed embarrassed faces. "Bob, there is no problem with their publicity plan. If they just let us insert a video of the Shawshank Redemption into the news program to announce that it will be released soon, and emphasize that this is a story about judicial personnel abusing their power and causing an unjust case, but the protagonist still has hope and pursues freedom, I think there is no problem with it. We can even express it more directly, that on the road to pursuing hope and freedom, everyone is a friend and everyone is equal. There is no problem with this kind of publicity text that confuses the concept of race, but they want us to play the whole movie at 8 o'clock in the evening. I think it's impossible. 8 to 10 o'clock, that's the prime time. Advertising during this period is not allowed. The advertising fee is calculated by the second. They want us to show their movie for 2 hours. Do you think it's realistic? We will lose a lot of money. The point is, they don't want to show it once. They want us to show it for 3 days on the 25th, 31st, and 2nd. 3 days, 7 hours in prime time. Do you think it's possible? Anyway, if it's a separate promotion, I have no objection, but if they show the movie for free, I don't agree. Unless our parent company Disney nods. That's right, the sincerity Evelyn mentioned was to invite everyone in America to watch The Shawshank Redemption for free. In her opinion, all the promotional ads and all the promotional soft articles are scruddying us cat in this angry and anxious situation. You don't know whether you are holding gasoline or firefighting water in your hand. As long as you pour it, the situation will become unpredictable or out of control in an instant. In this case, inviting people to watch the movie for free is the safest way. I'll show you all the content first. I'll put all the content on the table, openly and above board. Invite more than 200 million people to appreciate the content. After everyone has watched the movie, those media critics can guide public opinion. Speak with the facts that have been shown. No matter how they blow it, it is safe. Publicly recommend this movie to people on the basis of facts and reasoning. And after that, critics only need to implicitly express in the program that The Shawshank Redemption is a good movie, and we are moved by the friendship of Andy and Red. When facing those guys who abuse their power, they are strong in their hearts, they are full of hope, they redeem each other, and they usher in freedom. That's right, the main idea of publicity is white and black are one family. But this sentence should be left to those who need to emphasize this sentence. As a film seller, they just need to cater to Washington's ideas and make an unexpected situation. When the popularity of the movie is hyped up, someone will naturally stand up to endorse the cooperation and friendship between the white Andy and the black Red in the movie. As long as they speak, then things will be easy. And this is why Evelyn asked the radio station to play it 3 times in 10 days. The first time, it was shown to film critics and the media, so that they would know what was going on, and some of the audience who were willing to stay in front of the TV could become witnesses. The second time was to call on people to watch after the publicity, so that they could prove that the recommendations were true, and the period between the second and third time was the time for those who needed to speak out to respond. And they would recommend the movie to people, so that people could appear in front of the TV more punctually when the third broadcast was broadcast. Of course, although the plan was good, many radio stations were actually unwilling to do it, because 3 broadcasts of nearly 7 hours would mean a loss of tens of millions for them. After all, the concept of loss is different for capitalists and ordinary people. Ordinary people lose all their money, which is called a loss, while capitalists lose what they expected to earn. In this way, Evelyn would find ABC, because among the major TV networks in America, Turner on CNN has not yet reached an agreement with Time Warner for the acquisition, NBC controlled by General Motors has not yet merged with Universal, and Fox under Fox is not large enough, so only the number of viewers is stagnant, and ABC, which has just been acquired by Disney and needs to make achievements, is the most suitable. Robert Iger knew this, so he was interested in the project. He believed that, if the series of plans were really successful, the third broadcast of The Shawshank Redemption would definitely attract a large number of people. In that case, the advertising fees before and after the broadcast would be enough to make up for the 7-hour broadcast time. If they manipulated it a little, they could even insert 2 ads in the middle. This is not to make money. It's for the audience, to give them time to go to the bathroom. Of course, everything is a gamble, because no one knows the final situation before the result comes out. What do you mean? After listening to an opposing point of view, Robert Iger also turned his attention to others. The company has just been acquired. I think it's better to be cautious. I think so too. Yes, it's better to be cautious. I also want to take a gamble. After all, the number of our users has stagnated, but whether to take a gamble should be left to Disney. After all, the Million Black Men parade was too big, and we, as a commercial company, we shouldn't touch this thing. If there is a problem, none of us can bear the responsibility. Just as a group of conservatives voted against it, another voice attracted everyone's attention. I admit that Sony's idea is good. With Roland Allen, there is a high probability that Washington will speak out, because this is after all, giving them a way out. But if we only care about the profit on the last day, it is actually unfair to us. I agree with the idea of taking a gamble, but I hope that, before taking the gamble, we can get Roland Allen's authorization. When Robert Iger heard the idea of authorization, his calm eyes also shifted. He asked with a little interest, "Tell me what you think." Before the bet, or in other words, we can show it for free 3 times, but we need to get the cable TV broadcasting rights for 5 consecutive years. In the next 5 years, The Shawshank Redemption can only be broadcast on our ABC public TV station once a quarter, and the licensing fee we pay is $20 million. They want to gamble, we can follow suit, but the profits can't be pocketed by them alone. They want us to promote them, and they want to get rid of us with a ratings increase. That's impossible. Lower the price to buy out the broadcasting rights of the public network, and the profits of the cable public network will be monopolized by us who bear the risk. As for the selling price of the paid cable network, we also have to sign a 5-year authorization, but this time, we only need the right of first refusal at the same price, because if the whole operation is successful, the videotape market will definitely sell well. Since people buy videotapes for movies, then there is only a small probability that some people will buy pay channels for movies. In addition, Roland Allen and his fundamental purpose is to make money, so they will definitely suppress the licensing time of pay TV networks. So, I personally think that, if the operation is successful, this movie will not be able to stimulate the number of subscribers of pay TV networks. After all, Roland Allen cannot not sell videotapes. I personally can accept the business of using the 5-year buyout authorization of the public television network in exchange for our risky bet. After all, 1 million once, 5 years and 20 times, a total of 20 million, is actually very low. When we buy out a hot movie normally, the licensing fee we pay in a year is tens of millions. But why should we give them a profit? Now they are actively pulling us to gamble, instead of us eagerly wanting to gamble with them. Since we are the active party, why don't we ask them to increase the stakes? When Robert Iger heard such remarks, his eyes flashed with appreciation. The acquisition of Pixar, the acquisition of Marvel, the acquisition of Lucas, and the acquisition of Fox were all led by him. As a radical, when he saw amazing profits, he would find a way to reduce the risk and gamble. For him, Roland Allen, who has a lot of background support, has a high probability of winning this gamble. ABC, led by him, is willing to join in, but while gambling, he also needs to see enough profits first. Buying out the broadcasting rights of the limited television network for 5 years is a good profit, but the licensing fee of $20 million. Isn't the licensing fee of $20 million a bit high? $10 million for 5 years is my price. And we guarantee that within 6 months of the release of his videotape, the movie will not be broadcast on the public television network. We will let him make money for half a year first, and then find a time to broadcast it after half a year. In this way, he may give us a half-price discount. What do you think? Of course, $20 million is also fine, but there must be a condition. Didn't those media promote 7 for free? They also need to participate in the Shawshank Redemption. Let them buy advertisements on those TV stations. Let NBC, CNN, Fox, CBS and other TV stations promote that ABC TV will broadcast the Shawshank Redemption on 20th month 20th day. What do you think of this advertisement? Hearing this, they all laughed because they thought the plan was good, but it was up to Disney to decide whether to gamble. Let the opponent help advertise? Isn't that crazy? However, getting an exclusive 5-year contract and taking a gamble with them is actually something you can consider. Note, don't look at the American market with our eyes. If a movie is shown on a TV channel, it will definitely squeeze out the last profit. But it's different in the United States. These movies, including It's a Wonderful Life and The Wizard of Oz, all died at the box office, and then they were shown on TV, and then became popular and profitable. When The Shawshank Redemption was re-released on its 25th anniversary, the leading actors Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman appeared on a talk show, and Stephen King was interviewed. In the entire report, they themselves said that the movie became popular suddenly. Before the release in 1994, they thought the whole movie might fail, but they were unwilling to give up. So after the Oscars in 1995, it was re-released, but the box office was only 10 million more. However, at the end of 1995, Turner, which acquired Castle Rock, put it on the TV network, and then it suddenly became popular. In a very short period of time, the videotape rental and sales volume exceeded True Lies, becoming the champion in 1995. When the host asked them when they would be put on the TV network, they did not say, and Freeman just smiled and pretended not to hear. However, when I looked up information, I found that a number of politicians including Mandela endorsed it, and the slogan was also very straightforward, directly applying Martin Luther King's idea, while fighting for freedom, do not bind hatred. Robert Iger is not a gambler, he is just very courageous. He insisted on introducing the project Who Wants to Be a Millionaire from the UK, and it instantly became ABC's signature. When it was awesome, the ratings for each episode were 29 million people. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170 New Circle. Among the three major broadcasting and television networks in the United States, ABC started the latest, has the lowest market share, and the weakest influence. For this reason, for many years, ABC has spared no expense in recruiting talents in order to change its position in the industry. After seeing the great success of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire on ITV in the UK, ABC spent money to introduce it. When they found that the average number of viewers per night could reach 29 million, they crazily extended the program time. At the craziest time, the total broadcast time in a week was even accumulated to 4 hours. It is equivalent to broadcasting 2.6 episodes of Happy Camp a week. And there are no repetitions. It is this crazy exploitation that makes the audience tired of watching it. Within 2 years, it was defeated by CBS's Survivor, and then it was completely crushed by Fox's American Idol, and finally it was surpassed by NBC's The Apprentice, and was completely swept into the garbage dump of history. Of course, ABC never regretted it. As long as they can consolidate their market position and guarantee the growth of ratings, no matter how much money they spend, or how much risk they take, it doesn't matter, as long as they can make money. What does the public opinion mean? They dared to do programs like Wife Swapping, but now it's just showing a movie. The so-called risk is too big to take, is just that they didn't get a satisfactory price, and felt that the profit was not enough. If there is really a problem, they can apologize sincerely and open a management to take the blame. Anyway, the public's memory is limited. After a while, don't the new American TV series sound good? Are the sports events not good? Do you want Disney's children's programs? Don't just scold, don't use your backbone. In this way, when the voice of binding for 5 years appeared, the voice of asking the parent company to make the final decision disappeared, and the people who were in the meeting didn't even know that someone had just mentioned such a thing. After they pushed the decision back to Sony, Evelyn, who had received the new cooperation intention, called Roland directly, because Sony, which did not have a TV network, did not represent the limited TV network sales business of The Shawshank Redemption. Roland did not even think about ABC's high price, and directly asked David to sign the contract. At this time, how much money the cable TV network can make has nothing to do with him. This kind of profit cake that can stimulate public opinion is simply impossible to be eaten by one company, and when everyone is playing games together, even if the public opinion is big, it can't destroy them. The public's resentment can destroy a company with a market value of over 100 million or billions, but what about the pressure of the giants with tens of billions? The voice that can crush a person is just a drizzle for the giants. That's right, ABC wants to monopolize the broadcast of the public television network, and Roland will give it to them. Similarly, when Evelyn asked people to contact other cable TV networks, hoping that they could report the news truthfully, those guys who did not need to bear the risk lightly asked for the broadcasting rights of the pay TV network in consideration of their boss's intention. ABC, which would bear the greatest risk and get the most dividends in the face of the joint purchase of several companies, naturally withdrew. In the end, ABC spent $20 million to purchase the broadcasting rights of the public TV network for 20 times in 5 years. What they had to pay was to broadcast the movie 3 times within 10 days, while the other companies invested a total of $10 million to buy out the broadcasting rights of the pay TV network for 5 years. Whether it was on demand or subscription, the profits generated from it had nothing to do with Roland. For others, it was a fantasy to negotiate such a contract. Cable TV networks were all competitors. Every fight was a life and death struggle. How could they unite to release a piece of news? But for Roland, it was just a family sharing a piece of the public opinion cake. Take Fox for example. $75 million had been paid to James Cameron at the hottest time of the year, but Roland had not signed the contract yet. In this case, it is in their best interest to praise the movie as he wants. Besides, they are not praising for nothing. The 4 companies paid $10 million to buy the rights of the pay TV network for 5 years. It is $500,000 per person a year, $500,000 to let the popular movie be released in their own pay film library. It is just like picking it up for free. Of course, whether it is a free gift depends on the final result. If the publicity effect does not meet the expectations, even if it is $500,000 a year, it will be a huge loss for them. Therefore, in everyone's expectation, from the day the contract was signed on the 23rd, ABC TV immediately changed the program schedule that had been prepared long ago, and released the news that ABC Public Television will broadcast The Shawshank Redemption, the winner of the 1995 Oscar Best Picture nomination, at 8 o'clock in the evening on the 25th. The Shawshank Redemption? What kind of movie is this? Why is ABC suddenly going to show this movie? A puzzled voice came from a white family in Central America. Nominee for the Best Picture at the 1995 Academy Awards? Is this movie included in this year's Oscars? The white old lady lowered her neck slightly, raised her eyes, and through the gap between her reading glasses and eyebrows, she asked her husband a soul-searching question. Isn't the best movie this year Forrest Gump? Tom Hanks. Facing her inquiry, the old man in his 70s shook his head, closed his eyes and thought for a while, and after slowly opening them, confusion was revealed in his dim old eyes. It seems, yes, but I'm not sure, because I only remember Forrest Gump, What Lies, Pulp Fiction, and For Weddings and a Funeral. What is The Shawshank Redemption? A religious film? Oh, no. I remember it seems to be hope of spring in Stephen King's Tales of the Seasons. In New York, a white-collar worker who had just got off work went into his study and found Tales of the Seasons among his collection of books. When he opened it, the story called Hope came to his mind. That's not right. I remember that Tales of the Four Seasons was the top-selling book on the bestseller list. How could the movie adapted from it have no news at all? The most important thing is that The Shawshank Redemption was nominated for this year's Best Picture. But the problem is, I seem to have never seen this movie in a theater before. I really haven't heard any news about it. Has this movie really been released? Damn. Can't ABC produce more entertainment programs? Why does it have to show such boring Oscar movies? Isn't it better to show Pulp Fiction? Isn't it better to show The Mask? Isn't it better to show Sister Act? Why do you have to show The Shawshank Redemption? It sounds boring just by hearing the name. I really don't know what these big companies are thinking. You said ABC was acquired by Disney, so of course it should be entertainment oriented. Why is it like those old people's channels, showing some dull movies? But, Morgan Freeman, it's worth watching. In Atlanta, a black man leaned on the sofa and chattered. When the ABC program preview came out, except for a few people in the circle, the others were all confused. What is The Shawshank Redemption about? I don't know. Who is the protagonist of The Shawshank Redemption? I just found out after watching TV. How attractive is The Shawshank Redemption to people? Since Roland and Sony have never promoted it, it is already very good that some people are willing to watch it. But it doesn't matter. When the first wave of screenings was released, it was not expected to attract many people to watch the movie. But those guys who should watch the movie in front of the TV had already received various news and were ready. So, when most Americans didn't feel anything, ABC TV broadcast The Shawshank Redemption on time at 8 p.m. on October 25th. After the movie was over, those writers who had received money immediately started writing, adhering to the development policy of peace and friendship, and wrote hundreds of words of film reviews within 2 hours. Then, they immediately sent it to the paper media that had been waiting for a long time, so that those daily newspapers, post offices, and newspapers printed their film reviews overnight, spreading the latest news all over America on time. So that the next morning, almost all the guys who were used to reading newspapers could find the same news on different pages. The Shawshank Redemption, the best movie I have seen this year. This is a story about hope. In addition, the major cable news stations that could also share a share of the subsequent profits inserted a positive recommendation related to the Shawshank Redemption in their morning broadcasts. On the 26th, what no one expected was that ABC, which could get the most money, directly invited Roger Ebert to its studio to do a review. Unlike other prison movies, The Shawshank Redemption is about the continuation of friendship and hope in the ups and downs of life. The protagonist is Andy, played by Tim Robbins, who has been sentenced to life imprisonment twice for murdering his wife and lover. Although he is the protagonist, no movie shot is from his perspective. From entering the prison to the end of the film, we can only see other people's views on him, and those views moved me. The fragile Andy has never fought for anything. He is just loyal to himself. At all times, he has hope, waits patiently, sets an example, and waits for the opportunity to act. Compared with those movies that can bring sensory stimulation to people, The Shawshank Redemption has a bad title, does not attract young people's prison themes, and there is no action scene in it. The fame of the leading actor is also quite limited, but this is still a very good movie. Shawshank Prison is a place that destroys humanity. The long-term mental torture in the dark has institutionalized every prisoner. The guys living in it are depressed, desperate, and numb. But with the arrival of Andy, he sticks to his humanity and always has hope and imagination for freedom. While pursuing freedom, he also gives his companions a new life. Of course, he is not a morally noble person. He also has his own emotions and ideas. In pursuit of freedom, he can escape from prison. In order to teach the warden a lesson, he exposes the other party's crimes and steals the warden's ill-gotten gains. While he brings hope to people, the response that follows is full of reality. Although there is no physical revenge, it is this feeling of stopping at the right time that is the most real place. Because Andy has never been blinded by hatred. He understands better than anyone that what he pursues is freedom, not endless hatred. Almost overnight, news about The Shawshank Redemption spread throughout America. No one knows how a movie shown on ABC suddenly caused so many critics to discuss it. No one knows how this movie, which has been released for a year and had no highlights at the Oscars, suddenly became popular. The sudden love even made many people feel that they had lived a few days less. But it doesn't matter if there is an accident, or maybe this is the result everyone wants. What's more, the movie will continue to be broadcast on ABC TV on the 31st. It was precisely because of the inexplicable chatter that at 8 p.m. on the 31st, at this awkward time on Tuesday, 21 million Americans watched the movie on TV in front of ABC. It's free anyway, so why not watch it? People's reactions are also different. Some are indifferent. What is this movie about? How can it be so boring? Why is the story so bland? It's a good thing I didn't go to the cinema to watch it. Using stones to break open the sewer pipe. Would I believe such a plot? Some rave reviews. Andy faces every day with a smile. He firmly believes that he is a bird that cannot be caged. He has been pursuing freedom. Oh, this is the movie we want. Why can that kind of bastard become the warden? Why can those bastards exercise their rights unscrupulously? It is because of them. We are being treated unfairly now. No wonder the media and film critics are strongly recommending this movie. Because we once had hope like Andy, but over time, we all became red. We used to believe in them. But what they did brought us endless disappointment. If it weren't for their excessive greed, why are we angry? Regardless of good or bad reviews, the movie's reputation has been thoroughly promoted. After nearly 1/10 of the population in America watched the film, the voice of public opinion has risen. Under the analysis of the media and the recommendation of film critics, many black people no longer care whether white people are exploiting black people in America and whether they need to continue to fight like the million black men march half a month ago and use more intense methods to seize the interests that should belong to them. Instead, they focus on the white police who tried to deprive Simpson of his freedom by perjury, just like in the movie. The white people who were already dissatisfied with letting Simpson go also saw the news revealed intentionally or unintentionally by major media when they learned that the policeman foreman, who was convicted of perjury by the court, actually accepted an interview with a female playwright for money and told the other party about the process of solving the case in his career. The flames of anger were also directed at him. As a result, on the afternoon of November 1st, a comment came from Washington. Although Roland didn't listen, he did understand the general idea. It was nothing more than saying that The Shawshank Redemption was a good movie. And he held on to hope, yearned for freedom, and gained friendship, and when facing injustice and pursuing freedom, he was not bound by hatred, but turned hatred into motivation. The whole movie also reminded him of Foreman. Although the whole case is still under investigation, he believes that with the efforts of all people across the country, the light of hope and freedom will surely come to the world. In fact, these are all known things, but there is no way. Who makes the plot of the movie so similar to reality? Blacks and whites, no one likes each other, and at this time, a guy who obviously did something wrong was pushed out. Then you should bear this part. Who made you a stumbling block on the road to freedom? Although there was only one day between the second and third broadcasts, unlike the 5-day interval between the first and second broadcasts, with the recommendation of a bunch of big guys, the number of people who watched the movie in front of ABC on the third night reached 30% of the total number of Americans, that is, more than 50 million. What is the concept of 50 million? Compared to the number of viewers at the Super Bowl, and compared to the number of people listening to the verdict of the O.J. Simpson murder case, more than 50 million moviegoers are simply not enough. But this is a movie, not a game. Even though there will definitely be people who hate this movie, it doesn't matter. In the absence of public opinion, the so-called resistance will eventually be dispersed by the anger against those who abuse their power. Long live freedom. While ABC was rejoicing about the 50 million viewership, and several other networks were waiting to put the movie on pay TV, Roland, who was staying at home pretending to be the boss, also received a call. Hello. Who is this? I'm Ronald. Oh, thank you. We are just doing business. Business? Yeah. Business. You're doing great business. I'm deeply honored to be praised by a Forbes listed billionaire like you. Really? Then can you honor me once? If I remember correctly, the next time you come to New York should be the premiere of Spider-Man. So, it's about June next year. Yes. Is there any problem? If you need it in advance, I can also discuss it with Sony. In advance? No. I just want to tell you that next time you come to New York, I invite you to dinner. Carl has always wanted to meet you, but he has never found a chance. Also, I heard from James before that you hold 20,000 shares of Berkshire Hathaway. Oh. Their total share capital is less than 2 million. You already hold more than 1%, and Warren didn't invite you to the company's annual meeting. That's really unreasonable. But it doesn't matter. Next time you come to New York, arrange a few more days. I will take you to ask Warren what's going on. Of course, I have many friends who want to meet you. When Roland hung up the phone, his excited face was full of excitement and joy. The Shawshank Redemption is known to the American people. What does it have to do with him? Even if this movie can shine in the videotape market next, Roland doesn't care. Earn 100 million a year. He doesn't care if he earns 1 billion. Because compared with the invitation from Ronald, the bald man, isn't money just like paper. The Shawshank Redemption is expected to be a big hit. Wall Street's wealthy circle. Note, in 1995, the radio broadcast of The Shawshank Redemption was 1 million. This is not an exaggeration, but ridiculously low. When ABC promoted Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, the cost per week was more than 1.4 million. The average production cost of 1 hour is about $500,000, so the purchase price of 1 million is actually the cost break-even. The assertion that no one will buy the videotape if it is shown 3 times in 10 days is also a market difference. Although Warner has never disclosed the film's revenue, the US Securities and Exchange Commission announced the film's annual revenue when it was checked. In 2013, 16 cable TV networks played the film 64 times, and the licensing, videotape, and online revenue exceeded 100 million. After 19 years, it can still make a net profit of 100 million every year. When it was just popular, this number has increased exponentially. Compared with the rhetoric of recovering the cost in more than 10 years, I choose to believe the secretary data. And it is precisely because the income of cable TV networks is so terrifying that Roland does not have to pay for the promotion himself in the article. Sony does not have a TV network. According to US law, cable TV networks must be owned by the people of the country, so Murdoch moved News Corporation to the United States and changed his nationality, because if he did not change, he would be forced to sell it. Foreman, who was written as the scapegoat in the article, did share his career experience with outsiders. It was also because of this that his discriminatory remarks were recorded, and his testimony was eventually ruled invalid. Chapter 171 LUOBE. Fuck. 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 How can Roland be so lucky? Why? Why did the Simpson murder case have such a big chain reaction? How could that damn policeman leave evidence of racial discrimination? He is such an idiot. Why did those black people march? Even if you want to march, can't you do it earlier? Why do you have to wait until the case is over? Shit. The Shawshank Redemption is obviously the movie we have obtained the copyright for. It is obviously the movie we invested in. It is obviously the movie we filmed. Why? Why did we get nothing in the end and lost 5 million for no reason? Why is this? Just when Roland was excited about getting a ticket to Wall Street, the founders of Castle Rock Pictures were going crazy. No one expected that the century-long case that smashed the summer season of 1994 with one hammer would have a shocking reversal at the end of 1995. Of course, if it was just a reversal, it would be fine. Simpson was found not guilty. Due to the influence of public opinion, The Shawshank Redemption, which was not released that year, is now back on the market. Relying on the derivative market such as videotapes, they can slowly make back their investment. They will accept it. But what about now? This is not the rhythm of releasing videotapes for a few years to slowly make up for the losses of that year. If they had known that things would be like this, they would not have sold the movie at all. Although from the original environment, their selling of The Shawshank Redemption was definitely the wisest bloody move, but people in the future will never think so. They will definitely be nailed to the pillar of shame in history, warning future generations. The Castle Rock Pictures you see now is the company that sold The Shawshank Redemption to Roland Allen at a low price, making Roland Allen a huge profit. What they did tells us that in the field of entertainment, we must be patient. Although the current wind is not right, we can wait. Because the wind can't always blow against us. When the founders of Castle Rock Pictures thought of such humiliating remarks, they jumped in anger. But after taking a few deep breaths, the reality before them made everyone suppress the urge to find Roland to argue. Well, the contract has been signed, so it's sold. Even if we want to argue, no one will help us. Find a lawyer to sue and declare the contract invalid? Stop joking, okay? The Jewish gang won't watch Steven's students being bullied by us like this. If we dare to do it, we won't be able to find partners for all our projects in the future. Those media companies with vested interests won't watch us take back the copyright. Since Roland has wisely authorized them to broadcast at a symbolic price, they don't want to change people to renegotiate. People in Washington won't allow us to cause trouble again on the issue of appeasement. It has disrupted his re-election, and all kinds of inspections will come down. And if we really piss off those guys on Wall Street, the Turner that acquired us will have to delist and restructure. What's the use of market value of tens of billions? Any jackal can dismember a company worth tens of billions. That's it. I'll admit defeat. I can't afford to offend you, so I'll just stay away from you, okay? While Castle Rock Pictures was bleeding like crazy, Roland Allen had no intention to understand their thoughts, because he himself had become an emotionless answering machine. Oh Steven Spielberg, don't say that. Compared with DreamWorks, Warcraft Pictures is just luckier. Moreover, the factor that caused the profit differences, that DreamWorks has not yet officially started. I just picked up some bargains that others don't want. Okay. Next time if there is a big move, I will definitely let you know in advance. Yeah. Tom Hanks, I miss you too. It doesn't matter if we didn't cooperate on the unstoppable miracle, but next time, if there is a project, you can give it to us first. Yes, we couldn't do it before, but now the distribution is not bad. Okay. See you at the premiere of Spider-Man. Barry Diller, chairman of Fox, reporting directly to Murdoch. Oh, hello Mr. Diller. Thank you very much. Fox Cable TV can broadcast our press release. Call you Barry? Okay. I do have the script of Titanic that James is preparing. Yes, I'm interested in acting in it. No problem. Let's meet and talk after I finish all the things I have. Probably. January. Hi, who is this? Image Comics. What can I do for you? Want to talk to me about the film adaptation of Spawn? The total investment of the trilogy is $120 million. For business cooperation, please call the company directly. Okay. And to be honest, I have Marvel's superhero copyrights in my hands. If you have other non-superhero projects. When Roland's right hand dropped and the phone fell to the floor due to gravity, a bang sounded throughout the study. He fell on the sofa, looking exhausted. His lifeless eyes were scattered, like a rag doll that had been ravaged countless times. When his soul was lost, the whole person also entered the sage time. Too annoying. Really too annoying. After Roland's two heavy hammers of 7 Deadly Sins and The Shawshank Redemption, that stirred up public opinion. Even though 1995 had not yet passed, there was still a company called Warcraft Pictures on the list of Hollywood film companies that could produce A-level films. Although, this company is a shell. There is nothing, except financial personnel and the chairman. But who made Roland stir up public opinion twice in a month? Even though Roland repeatedly said that everything was an accident and he was just a simple filmmaker. But no one believed such words at all. Not only that, after ABC TV announced the cumulative number of viewers of The Shawshank Redemption during its third broadcast, Roland's daily call volume increased exponentially. Either friends in the same circle came to congratulate him, or some producer came to attract investment. Either this director had a new idea, or that screenwriter told Roland that his story was very interesting. Almost overnight, A+LIST, who was born as a child star, became the most popular production company boss in the circle. Roland was very proud of the attention he got from this sudden change, but then, the continuous ringing of his phone made his head ache. Roland dared to swear to the heavens that he had fantasized about this kind of life of being flattered and admired since a long time ago, perhaps in his middle school years in his previous life. He thought that this feeling of being the center of attention would be wonderful, but when he really had it, he felt that people who yearned for this feeling were simply brain dead. Why don't you yearn for something else? Why do you have to yearn for the feeling of being surrounded by people every day? When a phone call comes in, your private life is cut off for a few minutes. When there are too many calls, you don't even know what you have done today. If they were talking about some more interesting topics, Roland would have tolerated it. But the problem is that among the 100 calls, 50 are flattering, 40 are flattering business cooperation, 9 are friends congratulations and concerns, and the remaining 1 is a garbage topic that cannot be classified. Can you imagine the feeling of answering the phone with one hand, talking to someone with a smile, and pulling the belt with the other hand, unable to pull it apart for a long time? Anyway, Roland couldn't stand it. As for saying that you can choose not to answer it, those who can get Roland's private number are either related, have helped him, or have a common interest. In this case, if you don't answer the phone, who are you showing off to? When you didn't get up, people didn't despise you, but now that you're up, you start to despise others? Everyone has the same interests, so they praise you. If you annoy them at this time, how can they not settle the score later? Therefore, even if Roland really feels bored, he can't turn off his mobile phone. Because he doesn't know whether the next caller will be the president of ABC or the chairman of NBC. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as Roland was resting on the sofa, the crisp sound rang again. Roland, who was showing his decadence, suddenly woke up, but just when he bent down, to pick up the mobile phone on the ground. He found that the damn ding dong sound turned out to be the doorbell of his own front door. Hey, if this continues, I'm afraid I'll become neurotic. Roland rubbed his face and complained casually, then went downstairs to open the door. At this time, he didn't care about his own image. What's more, handsome people can't be concealed anywhere. Hey, David, why are you here? Seeing the guy with dark circles under the door, Roland yawned. Hearing his unexpected words, David, who was also in trouble, was furious. You ask me why I came? I'm busy during this period too. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Let's talk in the study. David raised his arm and waved the 3-finger thick document in front of Roland. This year's company annual report has been made in advance because in the next month, except for the game company, you may have no other income. Of course, all of this is thanks to the fact that Warcraft film and television has been inexplicably upgraded to A. When Roland heard about counting money, he became energetic, who was still having a headache. Although he kept saying that he didn't care, even if the Shawshank Redemption made $1 billion a year, but that was just a show. Don't take it seriously. $1 billion. He could have made the richest man in Zeheng City with that much money. 1/3 of the middle income may not be a big deal for the father-in-law of the nation, but for Roland, it's enough to build a zoo. So Roland stepped aside. After he and David went into the study, he pushed a can of Buffett's favorite Fat House Happy Water in front of David. Don't be impatient. Tell me slowly, how much money did I make this year? Roland glanced at his phone, praying that there would be no sudden call. What do you mean this year? We just calculated last year's money. David pulled off the ring and took a sip, then shook the document and said, first, your personal income. In July this year, The Lion King officially landed in the East, and it has been released for 3 months. According to the contract signed between Disney and us, the first round of global screenings has come to an end. In addition to the box office, the income from videotapes and cable TV networks is also combined. Disney gave us $800 million. At 5%, $40 million was transferred to us yesterday. Because this is your performance income, tax evasion is limited, and the actual amount you received is only $27.2 million. $27.2 million. This number is not bad. Roland's eyes lit up, which means that at least he did not have a negative income this year. Next, it's the company income of Warcraft Pictures. 7 Deadly Sins has been released for more than 2 months, and the cumulative box office in North America has exceeded $100 million. The overseas box office will have to wait until next year to settle, so the first batch of revenue sharing we received is only the North American revenue. The share amount given by the theater is $64 million. After deducting Sony's publicity and distribution expenses, $20 million, and their 10% commission, we got $37.6 million. Then, after deducting the 5% that Kathleen Kennedy has to take, our net income is $34.4 million. Of course, we still have to pay taxes. After paying taxes, we will suffer losses. Losses? This is also okay. Anyway, in the entire Hollywood film realization system, box office revenue generally only accounts for 20% of the total revenue of the work. In addition, the overseas box office will not be released until next year, so this is nearly $30 million, which is at most 10% of the upper limit of revenue. Then there's the Shawshank Redemption. ABC has already paid the first year's broadcast network licensing fee, a total of $6 million. In addition, the first batch of Sony videotape shipments is 5 million copies, $14.99 per copy, a total of $74.95 million. According to the 12 points we want, they have already paid us the initial $8.994 million. Add the two together, it's about $15 million. After paying taxes, it's about $10 million. $10 million? Roland can accept this. There's no way. Who let Hollywood's videotape revenue have a variety of calculations? The 7 major names all have their own videotape sales and rental stores. It's convenient for the left hand to the right hand. For example, a movie is produced by Sony Pictures, and then they commission Sony Audio and Video Products to make videotapes, and then Sony Audio and Video Products will sell the finished videotapes directly to the major videotape sales stores under Columbia TriStar Pictures. In this way, the transaction has been completed. They only need to pay a lump sum to Sony Pictures according to the transaction amount. Apart from that, whether the physical store adds a price or a discount, it has nothing to do with the copyright owner. Of course, there is another way to play, which is to sell the videotapes to their own rental stores. Then the rental stores will rent them together. In this way, the rental income of a certain disc depends on whether the account is recorded correctly. In fact, it is the same as stealing the box office. The profit of other copyrights can be recorded in the copyright project of their own copyright, so that they can achieve self-appreciation. If they choose the former, they will directly share, then everyone will be an equal transaction, and the latter. Sony is still counting on Roland to make more movies, and will not shoot itself in the foot. So directly sharing by batch is actually a manifestation of sincerity. In other words, after paying taxes, my net income is about 61.78 million. To be honest, this income did not exceed Roland's expectations, because he knew that the entertainment industry was slow to share the profits. For a newly opened company, the net income of more than 60 million a year for projects plus artists is already a lot. Well, considering that he only spent 2 weeks dubbing in 2 years, and just gave the money to David Fincher and Kathleen Kennedy to let them do it themselves, and just bought The Shawshank Redemption at a low price, 60 million is simply given for nothing. It seems that Roland has done a lot, but he feels that he has done nothing. 2 years and 730 days, but the working days that can match the 60 million income are less than 20 days. If he was not afraid of being beaten to death by Disney, if he told others, Roland really wanted to show off in front of that rat. Looking at Roland's serious calculation with his fingers, David, who was no longer sensitive to numbers, rubbed his forehead and curled his lips and said, yes, more than 60 million, but this is only your after-tax income from film and television. What? Do I have money from other sources? Roland, who thought that more than 60 million was a windfall, looked up in surprise. Did you forget to authorize your image? Roland, who didn't know his family background, gave David a headache. He found the profit sharing report belonging to his own company and directly slapped it in front of Roland. Here, take a look for yourself. I have been giving you a share of the profits since 1993, okay? That's right. Since the release of Jurassic Park, Roland only knew to shoot commercials for the clothing company managed by David every year. Apart from that, he didn't have the consciousness of being a spokesperson at all. How much did the brand clothing earn? How much was his share every year? What was his net profit after tax this year? He didn't know anything. But when he saw the report data that David pushed to him, his eyebrows suddenly raised, betraying his feelings at the moment. The product was launched in June 1993. In 2.5 years, you have already given me a share of 71 million. This is not a share, this is the net profit after tax. David felt that Roland's eyesight was a bit wrong, and pointed to the tax in the report and said, the accumulated 71 million has been lying in your company's account. With the 61.78 million this time, the cash flow in your company's account is almost 140 million. When Roland heard that the net profit after tax in 2.5 years was 71 million, his eyebrows almost fell off in shock. You know, the contract David gave him at the beginning was a 50-50 split of the net profit from sales. In other words, in 2.5 years, Roland could generate a net profit of 142 million for the Twin Star Group under the name of the Olsen sisters, just by taking pictures and selling clothes, an average of 56.8 million per year. If calculated according to the 18% box office share, his fans are equivalent to contributing a movie with a box office of 300 million after tax every year. David, you are not lying to me, right? Is selling clothes so profitable? Roland couldn't believe his eyes. David was so shocked by the fuss that he sighed and said to the guy who never cared about clothing derivatives, you, Ashley, and Mary can provide Walmart with more than 600 million in sales every year. Your father and I have been working in real estate for a lifetime, but we don't make as much as signing a few signatures a week for your company. Do you know that their net worth is already 150 million? This is after I persuaded Gannett not to let them release records, make movies, or take photos at will. Well, IP is indeed a money-making tool. Exactly the same as Disney's model of operating peripherals around IP. The IP in David's hands is Roland Allen and the Olsen sisters. For him, when 3 living people become brands, there are too many peripherals that can be produced. Clothes, pants, and shoes are just the basics. Plush toys and the like are already on the agenda. When the 2 daughters are older, they can sell cosmetics, jewelry and jewelry. Even if Roland cannot touch these things, belts, watches and other things can keep up. They have the capital to operate, so why should they give the money to other brands? To put it bluntly, even if the double-star company founded by David for his 2 daughters did not receive any financing, with the Olsen sisters and Roland's long-term endorsement contracts, the company's valuation has already exceeded 1 billion. It's just that David doesn't want them to operate for a long time, otherwise the annual income can at least double. Just like printing his own head on his own real estate company, investment company, brokerage company, property company, publishing company, food company, beverage company, beauty company. If he really wanted to squeeze out the popularity of the 3 of them, David would have been like that long ago, selling mineral water, bedding, chocolate bars, steaks and other fast-moving consumer goods. It's not that he doesn't want to make money, but he wants to work hard to make money without affecting the main business of the 3 people. To put it bluntly, fans should not be made to feel that they are greedy. Take it slow, step by step. Fans are cash cows that need to be nurtured. Okay, then what other income do I have? Roland felt a little confused. The money came too easily, giving him an unreal feeling. If the time for taking pictures is included, the working time to match the 400 million is only 30 days at most. Does Blizzard Entertainment's profit of 1.7 million count? And the Berkshire Hathaway stocks you bought, according to today's closing price, their share price has reached 31,300 yuan per share. You hold 20,000 shares, with a total value of 626 million. Hey, after working hard for a year, I didn't make as much as other stocks in half a year. Add to that your cash, your total net worth is 766 million. If you include the messy copyrights, it must be 800 million. At this rate, next year's Spider-Man once it's released, you'll be able to cross the billion mark and be as rich as me. Oh, by the way, Yahoo is seeking financing again. I didn't invest immediately as you said, but asked them to find other venture capitals. We only chose to follow the investment, and a 20% stake is enough. According to their thinking, the sooner it goes public, the better. Although the financial statements are not good, they have a large number of customers. Maybe once it goes public, you will instantly be richer than me. Okay, I don't need to listen to anything else. Roland made a stop gesture. He felt that he couldn't listen anymore. When he went to Europe in early 1994, he said he wanted to build a zoo for Elizabeth, and now he has completed 80% of it. The point is, Roland knows his own business. What Blizzard and other things, they haven't been rolled out at all. Just by burning money to support them, he has become LUOBE. Oh my god. Is it so easy to make money with a name? Note, A-level production companies never look at profits. Even though New Line released Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, The Mask, and Dumb and Dumber, it still relied on 7 Deadly Sins to become an A-level company. The most important thing for A-level companies is to make topical movies. If you only look at profits, companies that make horror movies and bloody movies can make a lot of money in a year, but if you can't get into the mainstream, you can't become an A-level company. I calculated the price of videotapes, based on Terminator 2. 5 million copies are purely videotapes. Hollywood always sells garbage first, just like the current HD and BD versions. VCDs were available in 1995, but they still released videotapes first, then VCDs. Anyway, they just make money in waves. The giants all have their own videotape sales and rental stores. This is the easiest part to get, left and right hands. I wrote before that when Sony acquired Columbia TriStar, it was cheated by Warner, but Warner would rather take half of the equity of the videotape company under Columbia TriStar than accept $1 billion in compensation, because the profit is super huge. In reality, in 1995, the Olsen sisters sold clothes in Walmart alone, with annual sales of 300 million, not including other places. Only the poor without capital accepted endorsements, while those with capital operated on their own and made a lot of money selling clothes. Image Comics Company, The Representative Work is The Walking Dead. Chapter 172, Still Losing. 2 games, 2 movies. Roland actually overlooked a problem. When he was worth $300 million, the most valuable asset in his hands was Berkshire Hathaway stock. When he was worth $800 million, the most valuable asset in his hands was still Berkshire Hathaway stock. In 2.5 years, Berkshire Hathaway rose from $15,400 per share to $31,300 per share, and the net profit of more than $50 million from the distribution of Jurassic Park he originally obtained was only turned into $140 million in cash. He felt that this kind of income was already very considerable, but the speed of asset appreciation did not run faster than the stocks that did not need to be taken care of. After all, out of the $140 million, more than $90 million was his own endorsement value and the distribution of The Lion King. If you calculate carefully, the more than $50 million he got at the beginning, after 2.5 years of operation, he turned it into more than $40 million. The operation was as fierce as a tiger, but a closer look showed that it was still a loss. Compared with the stock increase, it was still a blood loss. This is such a sad story. Although Seven and the Shawshank Redemption can bring him a steady stream of income and tickets to other circles, the bookkeeping algorithm that playing with film and television will result in long-term losses is still valid. The production cycle is too long. The capital recovery speed is too slow. There are too many force majeure factors, and the risks cannot be controlled. In this case, using your own money to make a movie is simply stupid. Calm down. After reading the report brought by David, Roland decided that, if he starts a project in the future, he must not do the same as Seven, and spend $30 million real money out of his own pocket to give to David Fincher. Must go to the bank for a loan. Or set up a film production project fund. Borrow other people's chickens to lay golden eggs for yourself. And invest your own chickens in the internet field to lay nuclear bombs. Put the $140 million in the company account first. It seems that there is no need for money recently. Just keep up with Yahoo's financing progress and ensure that the 20% stake is not diluted. Then let the guys at the investment company pay more attention to internet companies. If someone seeks investment, just fax the project report to me directly. It seems that there is nothing else to do. Oh, no. Blizzard Entertainment, is the game ready? Sony, has the game console been released? Don't look at the fact that Roland has spent most of his time at home in the past 2 months. But he is not playing, but focusing on the promotion and distribution of 2 movies. So much so that he ignored the fact that PlayStation had landed in the United States on September 9th this year, and forgot what the development of Blizzard Entertainment's Spider-Man was like, and whether Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness had started production. He didn't know anything at all. Looking at Roland, who was slapping his forehead, David, who was leaning on the back of the chair, yawned. After searching through the documents for a while, he threw out a book and threw it in front of Roland. PlayStation has been released, and the Jurassic Park game disc has also sold a lot. As before, people who like Steven don't like this game, but they still buy it. From September to now, the sales have exceeded 1 million sets. However, Sony has encountered a problem. The PlayStation is prone to overheating during the game, resulting in disk reading errors, so that many players choose to turn the machine upside down to cool it down when playing games. It is precisely because of this problem that Sony has to adjust and revise the machine that has not yet been shipped. The new version will be launched next year, so even if the sales are good now, it will not be enough for them to hold a celebration party. Because the disk reading error problem cannot be solved, this product will eventually die. Oh, then I feel relieved. After hearing what David said, Roland nodded. After all, it was him who instigated Spielberg to sell the game copyright of Jurassic Park to Sony. If the sales volume plummets, it will affect Spielberg's income. Now, Sony has just encountered the same heat dissipation problem that Roland encountered in his previous life. How to adjust and modify it has nothing to do with him. As for Blizzard Entertainment, After seeing Roland nod and show that he understood, David continued, "The Spider-Man game has been completed, but Sony is preparing to launch it together with the movie next year, and Warcraft 2, Tides of Darkness will be on sale on the 15th of next month. Since you are quite busy, Blizzard Entertainment is directly connected with Sony and EA. Not only that, they also targeted a game studio. Do you remember that you gave them bonuses at the beginning of the year? You gave them 30% of the company's profits as bonuses and let them handle the remaining 70% on their own. They could develop any game, so they asked the finance department for $500,000 and invested in another game project called Condor Studio in the name of the company. According to the report given to me by the general manager of the company, the name of that game project is Diablo. Mike wants to swallow up that studio. Although you told them that they don't need to call you for project establishment and acquisition, they can make their own decisions, but they didn't do it immediately. Instead, they wanted to tell you after you were done. Anyway, the project has been taken, and it's not urgent to acquire it earlier or later. Oh my goodness. Isn't Condor Studio Blizzard North? Roland, who was cosplaying as a sunflower with his hands on his cheeks, laughed directly. This is what a qualified employee should do. The company is my home, and development depends on everyone. After learning that those guys made decisions on their own, Roland prepared to go to the company. No matter how Spider-Man is doing, or whether Warcraft 2 can be sold on the market, he will not change the decision of professionals. What he wants to do is to find some fun in his boring life. For example, playing the game that had just been made. So, after instructing David to call Scarlett's mother and inform her to bring her daughter to take pictures when the new products of Double Star Company were launched, Roland, who had thrown a lot of things to David again, greased his feet. He picked up the phone and asked the driver to drive to the Blizzard Entertainment headquarters in Irvine. With Roland's arrival, the three Blizzard giants who had not seen each other for a year expressed a warm welcome to him. Under their leadership, new and old employees met Roland one by one. When he learned that these guys were waiting for the old projects to be launched, and the new projects would be launched based on sales, Roland did not hesitate to pay out of his own pocket, and held an internal company competition. The competition items, of course, were Spider-Man and Warcraft 2. Employees can choose the competition items by themselves. All registered players can receive a participation award of $1,000, and the individual champion can get a huge reward of $100,000. The runner-up and third place on both sides also have bonuses of $50,000 and $20,000. Of course, the prize money for the first, second, and third place does not overlap with the participation prize. To put it bluntly, Roland was annoyed by those flattering calls, so he paid his employees to play games with him. But for the staff in Blizzard, this is simply the boss's way of giving benefits. Programmers in game companies are indeed popular these days, but that is also relative to fresh graduates in other industries. After all, video games these days are not the money-making tools of the future. Although the salary of programmers is high, it is still unimaginable to earn $100,000 a year. In addition, many guys are self-employed, so everyone is fighting for their dreams. As for money, under Roland's decentralization, Blizzard's treatment is already in the first echelon of the industry. Roland knows better than anyone that it is better to do things well than to sing well. In the case that the game company is not expected to make any profit now, giving benefits to these guys is actually helpful for the development of the company's products. What he wants is actually fun games and IPs. So, when Roland asked his assistant to take the cash and pile it in the company, more than 40 people had already signed up. As the sponsor of the prize, Roland certainly had the right to play with everyone. Although he had played Warcraft 2 before, it was a pipe dream to touch the keyboard again after many years and want to beat the developers in the battle. In addition, the gap between the third generation and the second generation was actually quite large, so there was no way to fight any military cooperation. However, the introduction of the fog of war for the first time allowed him to perform various tactical plays. Unfortunately, the game was played in a public place. He had just played twice and the next player had already seen it. Wow, can you stop peeking at the screen? Roland was a little broken. Boss, of course we can stop peeking at the screen, but your tactics are indeed something we didn't think of when we developed the game before. We are just learning now. Yes, learning, in order to better develop the next version. With such shameless employees, even if Roland had 3 heads and 6 arms, he couldn't beat them. He finally understood why Harry told Ron that dual guns were better than magic wands. Because as long as you shoot your opponent in the head with one shot, you can win. Of course, it's okay that Warcraft can't beat the developers, but Spider-Man is a horizontal fighting game that relies purely on operation and understanding. Although he was not very familiar with it at first, after playing for a while, Roland could clearly feel that this game was really similar to the cool skills of the King of Fighters. The point is that the operation is simple. Take the key position of +X for example. If you use Spider-Man to rub this sequence, your wrist will spit out spider silk. If you use Green Goblin to rub this sequence, you will throw out pumpkin bombs. If you use Dr. Octopus to rub this sequence, your arms behind your back will suddenly extend and perform long-range extended strikes. If you use Professor Lizard to rub this sequence, you will take out bricks, trash cans or stones from the ground and smash them forward. To put it bluntly, during the development, Mike Mohammed and his team made the final refinement of each character. What about long-range attacks, close combat, control skills? All these operations are fixed by the same key positions, so that after purchasing the game, players can get familiar with all the characters in the shortest time. Doing so can help players get started quickly. As for the playability, of course, it will decrease as the difficulty of getting started decreases. However, in their words, the selling point of the whole game is actually the name Spider-Man, and the skill maps made according to the comic prototype. As for the operability, it can only rely on the players to explore it themselves. We don't know what kind of combos they can play. Just like you can play different tactics when playing Warcraft these days. Many things are things we can't think of when we are developing. Roland can understand the explanation of the Blizzard Big 3. After all, the Blizzard Big 3 are just code writers. What do they know about games? Dota was born from the Warcraft map editor, but it was taken into the pocket of Gabe Newell. Isn't the act of throwing away the money that others put in your hand enough to prove that the Blizzard Big 3 don't understand games at all? Roland could understand that the guy who didn't understand the game said that the players should explore the game on their own. Of course, for him, he was already very satisfied with the current level of Spider-Man. Easy to get started, fast battle. This is the core of the game. There is no need to make it like Street Fighter, where you need to charge up to rub a skill. The King of Fighters 97 is Roland's favorite difficulty. After all, the threshold is low, the audience is wider, so the number of people willing to pay to try will increase accordingly. Unlike traditional fighting games, Spider-Man is sold as a derivative product developed by IPE, not a simple fighting game. After spending a week hosting the first internal game competition of Blizzard, Roland, who was annoyed by the phone calls, finally left Irvine refreshed. Before leaving, he also told Mike and others that he thought the game plan of Diablo was okay and he could try to take down the other party's studio. Since Roland had spoken, the others had no objection. Just as they were about to invite the 4 founders of Condor Studios to discuss the acquisition, Roland, who had returned home, finally had a peaceful life. He had been hiding for a week, and it would be unreasonable for the others to keep chasing him. After returning home, as Christmas was approaching, and the hype of the award season was in full swing, Roland actually had no work. Together with the 3 Olsen sisters and James, he went to the cinema to watch Toy Story, the first step of Pixar's Great Road. Then he supported the Olsen sisters and attended the premiere of Jumanji. At the premiere, Robin Williams, who had helped Roland before, pulled him aside and asked if he was interested in participating in his new project. New project? Roland blinked, thinking that Robin Williams' question was a bit problematic. How could an A-list person like him still not be able to get investment for his new project? Yes, a new project, from Miramax, the Weinstein brothers. Robin Williams nodded, not finding anything wrong with Roland's surprise. You know, the 2 brothers like to save money. They found a notebook in 1995, which tells the story of a cleaner with a mathematical talent who solved the math problems of a mathematics professor at MIT, but because of his rebelliousness, he often got into trouble. The mathematics professor appreciated his talent, bailed the cleaner out, and found a psychologist to help him find the meaning of life. After hearing what Robin Williams said, Roland immediately understood that this was Good Will Hunting, Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's famous work, and Robin Williams won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor. This kind of movie pulled him into the game. Of course he was interested. Maybe after he asked about the conditions for entry, he directly waved his hand and refused. For a project with a total investment of 10 million, they want to give up 8 million investment shares? The point is, the only income that matches the 8 million shares is the overseas distribution rights and copyrights except America? I can't accept this condition at all. Robin, if the copyright of the script is not in the hands of the Weinstein brothers, then you can let Matt and Ben come to me directly, but if it is, I will never join the game. That's right, just when Roland was determined to borrow chickens to lay eggs, the Weinstein brothers had already mastered this trick: 80% of the investment shares, to give up overseas copyrights. Only a guy with a broken brain would agree to be slaughtered. Seeing that Roland didn't even have the mind to negotiate, Robin Williams, who knew that the cooperation offer was a scam, stopped there. After the premiere, Roland, who was debt-free, booked the theater and dragged James to watch 2 movies with him. One was 007, GoldenEye, and the other was 12 Monkeys. To be honest, when Roland dragged James to the cinema at first, James refused because he didn't like the 007 series. He was not interested in the kind of movies made for black bears. In addition, the bears had already disintegrated, and he was even more lazy to waste time watching the old routine. As for 12 Monkeys, he felt that there was something wrong with the movie just by hearing the name. What else can't you watch? You have to watch 12 Monkeys? If you have this free time, isn't it really better to go to the zoo to watch it yourself? The money for booking the cinema is enough to buy hundreds of monkeys. But after James, who couldn't resist Roland, finished watching this R-rated movie, he realized that Roland had a reason to drag him here. Who is the heroine in the movie just now? She's so beautiful. As soon as he finished watching 12 Monkeys, James directly abandoned the plot of time travel and asked Roland about the heroine's information. Do you know how old she is? Roland didn't reply directly. How much? James was extremely curious. She's called Madeleine Stowe, born in 1958, and now she's 37. What? You can't tell. You can't tell. If you could tell, would you still be surprised now? That's right, since 12 Monkeys avoids a bunch of theories such as parallel universes, quantum theory, grandfather paradox, butterfly effect, etc. Roland really treats this movie as a romance movie. And what is the essence of a romance movie? Of course, the heroine is pretty. When he watched 12 Monkeys that year, he thought the heroine was pretty, and later he watched Revenge because of her face. Now, he thinks it's okay to watch it again. As for Golden Eyes, he actually watched the heroine. The reason is simple: the new version of Phoenix Girl Sophie Turner is really not as pretty as the old version of Bond girl Famke Janssen. When X-Men Apocalypse came out, he couldn't get the looks of the 3 idiots, and the look in X-Men Dark Phoenix was even more tacky. In addition, Aunt Johnson's looks were already at their lowest when she played Phoenix, so why would he refuse the opportunity to see a young Phoenix now? After 007, GoldenEye was over, Roland turned his head and looked at James, saying, "What do you think?" "I think it's okay." James pursed his lips and nodded, on par with Madeleine Stowe. "Oh, by the way, why did you suddenly remember to watch these 2 movies?" James came to his senses and felt something was wrong. "I was choosing actors." Roland shrugged and used a legitimate reason to evade the question. "I have a lot of copyrights in my hands." Choosing actors? James' voice suddenly rose after hearing Roland's words. "What movie are you going to make? My dad told me before that you have no intention of starting a new project recently." Note: when PlayStation was first launched, it did encounter overheating, and once it overheated, it would read the disc incorrectly, so Sony urgently repaired it. Less than 3 months after it was launched in North America, a restored version was released in 1996. The copyright of Good Will Hunting was taken away by the Weinstein brothers in 1995. They are also famous for using other people's money to do their own things when making independent films. Even if they have money, they will not invest in the project in full, and the profits they share are very stingy. Chapter 173. Casting based on appearance. Prediction correct. Movie schedule. Ready to board. Roland certainly had no intention of starting a new project, or rather, before Kevin Feige, the bald guy, took the initiative to find him. Among all the Marvel hypes, he would only touch Spider-Man. As the saying goes, you have to use magic to defeat magic. Ugh. It's let professionalism promote growth. The bald guy spent the first 30 years of his life in the ocean of DC and Marvel. Before he made money, the value of the figurines on one wall of his home alone exceeded 20 million. Letting such a die-hard fan arrange the movie sequence would save Roland a lot of worry. That's right. He is such a good leader who is happy just to want to give up, steal power, lazy. Of course, not doing it himself does not mean that he cannot find actors in advance. Roland has always felt that except for certain specific roles, such as Yang Di in Kill Bill or the Black Big Strong Angel in The Green Mile, other roles, at least at first glance, should not make people lose interest because of the other person's appearance. Roland understands that it is very impolite to comment on a person's appearance, but he has to admit that in the industry of actors, good-looking people have more advantages than ordinary people. Although Dwayne Johnson habitually shakes his eyebrows, it doesn't matter. With a bald head and a good face, he can make a living as an actor. As long as he keeps playing tough guys, and doesn't try to play a blind man with great dancing skills and tries to pick up girls, then no matter how he repeats himself on the screen, at least people won't be distracted at first glance. As for Sophie Turner, Roland always thought that the three idiots in the first 4 seasons of Game of Thrones were very beautiful, but after joining the mutant family and standing with the eldest cousin, the originally very beautiful guy can cause countless complaints. Question: why doesn't the magic girl played by the eldest cousin look strong? Answer: because the three idiots are stronger than the eldest cousin. Superhero movies really can't choose actors with big frames, because 99% of people don't see how awesome female superheroes are. In Iron Man 2, no matter how hard Black Widow fights, the audience still cares about Scarlett Johansson's beauty. No matter how boring the plot of Wonder Woman is, it's enough to just watch Gal Gadot in slow motion without blind spots. Mera, the Queen of the Sea in Aquaman, is a plus for the movie, but Birds of Prey has completely ruined the audience's popularity. Harley Quinn is not ugly, but very beautiful, but what are the other characters chosen? Batgirl and Harley Quinn together. At first glance, it even makes people have the horror idea that DC and Marvel have merged. Ella Basco, who plays Batgirl Kane, and Jacob Batalon, Spider-Man's best friend, look so similar that the play is out of place at first glance. Not to mention that she and Awkwafina also look alike. When watching her performance, you even have to worry whether Dwayne Johnson's bald head will suddenly fall from the sky and then raise his left arm and look, damn, a life is lost. In this way, Roland would think of Phoenix, who was a Bond girl. If we want to shoot mutants in the future, Aunt Johnson is still quite suitable. Although Roland, like James, doesn't like to watch the 007 series and thinks that the unchanging plot is not as fun as the Mission Impossible series, at least in terms of selecting actresses, 007 has not missed. You can give more meaning to the heroine in commercial blockbusters, but the premise is that she has to be good looking. If she is ordinary, you have to try to reduce her appearance time. Of course, even if Roland told James about the idea of looking at beautiful women to clean his eyes, that guy couldn't understand it. Not only that, he might also regard Roland as a guy who was plotting against beautiful actresses. So, after finding a random excuse to get away with it, for Roland, the 95 years without any self-production have passed. In addition, The Shawshank Redemption had already applied for various competitions last year, so even if the major organizing committees wanted to support it, the film would not be eligible for any awards. Not to mention Seven Deadly Sins, which had logical flaws that could not be explained, and no major awards would favor it. But it was good. At least it would save Roland money in terms of awards. He himself did not care about the awards, and he was asked to pay for others to publicize various awards. Do you really think he was crazy? Hiss. This damn weather is really cold. As soon as Roland entered the house, the wind and snow followed him in. The white snowflakes fell on the carpet and were melted by the high temperature in the room in less than 2 seconds. James Cameron, who opened the door for Roland, patted his shoulder and signaled him not to stand at the door. After Roland made way, the truck driver quickly closed the door, trying to block the whistling sound outside. Wipe it off. The old man handed over a towel. You're all wet. If you hadn't called me over at this time, I wouldn't have gotten all wet. Roland put the towel on his head, rubbing it like a dog bathing. After rubbing for about half a minute, his wet head turned into a hedgehog. Then he took off his coat and hung it on the hanger at the door very familiarly. As he moved, the coat, which had already been wet by the wind and snow, drooped naturally. If you look closely, you will find that countless water droplets are gathering at the corners of the clothes. In a short while, they condense into large drops and fall to the ground. With a snap, it broke into pieces. Don't shirk responsibility. Seeing that Roland was about to put the blame on himself, the truck driver said with a glare, "Who made the accident come so suddenly? No one knew that natural disasters would occur frequently in the past 2 years." That's right, when Roland won a great victory with 7 deadly sins and the Shawshank Redemption, the entertainment industry was unlucky again. Those who joked in the summer of 1995 that after the heavy rains and floods at the beginning of the year and the deadly heat wave in the middle of the year, there would be another ice age at the end of the year, their predictions were correct. Christmas had just passed, and 1995 had just ended. On January 6, 1996, a once-in-a-century winter blizzard hit 18 states in eastern America, killing 85 people and causing economic losses of up to $1.8 billion in just 3 days. Starting on January 17th, the blizzard's wind speed reached 115 miles per hour, affecting the entire America. What does 115 miles per hour mean? It's just like in the movie Twister. Even if you hug a tree, when a tornado hits, it can take you away with the tree and the person. As for wanting to resist a tornado with just tonnage, this is more unrealistic than staying in the Mediterranean, breathing the breath of freedom, listening to the news that the Dow Jones Index plummeted by more than 1,000 points that day, and then witnessing the president being stuffed into a cannon and shot into the sun. The powerful snowstorm triggered severe floods, causing damage to 300,000 houses and roads and other infrastructure, with economic losses exceeding $3 billion. Even with early warnings, the death toll is still over 50. In the case of this once-in-a-century natural disaster, Hollywood entertainment companies that cannot collect payments on time due to natural disasters have died one after another, and the giants find it even harder to accept this fact. The guys who swore and ridiculed at the beginning are now slapping themselves in the face. You are so mean. If Toy Story had not been released for more than a month, Steve Jobs and Disney would have cried to death, and Jumanji, which was released only half a month ago and encountered extreme weather, made Sony call it a blood loss. They made a lot of money by releasing 7 Deadly Sins and Shawshank Redemption. They thought that after Jumanji appeared again, the financial statements in 1995 would be directly red. Now it seems it's good to be flat. Of course, compared with these commercial films that eat up traffic, the most unlucky ones are actually this year's award-winning films. Because all the public relations activities during this year's award season were completely washed away by natural disasters. The heavy rain and floods at the beginning of last year lasted only for a few weeks. The hardest hit area was only California, and other places were relatively stable. But what about this year? The whole of America is enjoying the fear of being dominated by the blizzard. Faced with this indiscriminate attack, all the public relations dinners, private gatherings, invitations, and negotiations have stopped. Even if the public relations staff don't care, the judges cherish their lives. Under such circumstances, the most painful ones are actually those Oscar-winning movies that are released on time like in previous years. For example, Vanity Fair customized by the Weinstein brothers for Robert Downey Jr. as Downey's self-biography. This movie that wanted to impact the Oscar for Best Actor didn't even get a hair. There is no way. Who made it have to be released at this awkward time on December 29th? The movie didn't even last a week, and it was buried by the blizzard. Of course, the losses of these guys are related to Roland. Well, it is actually related to Roland. There are too many superstitious people in Hollywood. After discovering that Roland is not only unaffected by external forces, but can also make money on time, too many people want to follow suit and reap the benefits. This is the situation right now. After a year, with the strong support of industrial light and magic, the special effects of Spider-Man have been completed. According to the normal rhythm, when the film premieres, and when it is released, it is all decided by the distributor and the producer. But now, Sony is not doing it. In Sony's words, the copyright belongs to Roland, the role belongs to Roland, the production belongs to Roland, and when the film is released, is up to Roland himself. After Roland confirms the time, he can just call Evelyn, who was promoted by him. We are just waiting to collect the money, and you can do whatever you want. As long as you can make money, what does power matter? They are not the London Police Department in Hot Blood Detective. The better Roland is, the happier Sony is. Then why are we the two discussing the release date of the movie? He took the lemon soda handed over by Linda Hamilton, nodded to express his gratitude, and then turned his eyes to the truck driver. Because I edited the movie. The truck driver, who found the investor so easy to talk to for the first time, felt very unnatural. He shrugged and said, from the establishment of the project to the final editing, Sony gave us whatever we wanted. In addition, you don't care about anything, so. I understand. Roland interrupted the truck driver. If he let him continue, he would become a big idiot. What do you mean by not caring about anything? He obviously believes in the power of professionals. Okay. Then what do you think? Roland asked tentatively. I don't have any ideas. The truck driver rolled his eyes at Roland, and his meaning was clear. It would be a waste if this kind of superhero movie is not released in the summer vacation. I think it would be better to release it on July 3rd like Terminator 2. While speaking, the truck driver also took out a stack of filming dates from the drawer under the coffee table. The above records all the confirmed dates of the film releases of various film companies. Although Roland is confident that with the hype of Spider-Man and the current lineup, the film will never fail. To be honest, after being crushed by natural disasters and social focus, he is really scared. If you ask him to talk about the content of a movie, he can be as arrogant as a millionaire. But if you ask him to recall the major events of each year, he can only remember things like the Asian financial crisis and the Nasdaq internet bubble. As for other focus content, he can only recall the 99 confidentiality agreement. However, it doesn't matter if you don't have the ability to know everything. Just look at the schedule to find those big hit movies. Phenomena and disasters, most of the time, cannot coexist. After Roland glanced at the schedules of various companies, he raised his eyebrows when he wanted to agree directly to the truck driver. Cameron wants to release the movie on July 3rd. Damn. Isn't this courting death? The movie released on July 30th, Will Smith's Independence Day. This movie can't be released in any way, because the title represents everything. As a movie produced under the banner of Independence Day and the Declaration of Independence, the selling point of Independence Day is actually the same as that of Wolf Warrior 2. Although Will Smith's popularity cannot be compared with Roland, it is endorsed by the main theme after all. And those who want to fight against the main theme are all brainless. As for forcing Independence Day to change the release date, that's even more impossible. Because July 4th is Independence Day. Just like Lee Jackie shouted with lipstick on, buy it quickly, miss one day, and wait for another year. Sisters, buy it quickly. On the issue of making money, film companies will not compromise. No, July 3rd is not possible. Roland, who wanted to agree, shook his head again and again, sweating. I heard that this movie will be shown first in the White House. You want me to fight my own people? It's unrealistic, right? The truck driver made a sound with his nose and stopped talking. He just mentioned it. How could he not know that a movie like Independence Day, which is clearly selling national sentiment, is not easy to deal with? After rejecting the release date of July 3rd, Roland also scanned all the movies scheduled before Independence Day. As the saying goes, you should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Since it is confirmed that the summer cake will be divided, there is no need to watch the days before May and after July. As for June, what do you think of June 7th? That day, there is only one movie, Nicolas Cage's The Rock. Before, it was May 22nd, Tom Cruise's Mission Impossible, and after that, it was June 14th, Jim Carrey's Kingsman, and after that, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger's The Evaporator and Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame on the 21st, and Eddie Murphy's The Nutty Professor on the 28th. They are easier to deal with than Independence Day. Puff. After hearing what Roland said, the truck driver laughed immediately. He leaned on the sofa and raised his hand to touch his temple, saying, "In your mind, Independence Day and Will Smith are your own people, but Nicolas Cage, Tom Cruise, and Arnold Schwarzenegger are not your own people. You moved the movie to June 7th. You want to kill a group of them. I can imagine now, if these guys knew that you think they are easier to beat than Independence Day, what kind of expressions would these people have? I guess they would directly ask you to park in real life on the street? Don't talk nonsense." Roland curled his lips at the teasing words. "Just say what?" The truck driver pretended to think for a long time, and then said, "It's the same as I thought." That's right, with wolves in front and tigers behind. The truck driver also targeted the June schedule. What? Compared with the tiger behind Independence Day, Mission Impossible is not worthy of the title of a pack of wolves. Right. Mission Impossible is not a pack of wolves, it is just one of the wolves. The real leader is the disaster movie Twister, which will be released on May 10th. What is Twister about? The truck driver doesn't know. But he knows that Twister is a movie produced by Steven Spielberg, and that's enough. Unlike other companies, special effects commercial films led by Amblin rarely fail to be a hit. In this case, it is already very good to get a June slot. After all, this year, the top 10 movies booked by the Jewish gang alone include Twister, Mission Impossible, Ransom, The Rock, and The Fake. It is much better to knock out The Rock than to fight directly with Spielberg, or to be stubborn and go head to head with the main theme Independence Day. There are only 10 movies in the top 10 box office in a year, and the Jewish gang accounts for half of them. Seeing this yield rate, the truck driver said that he was not envious, but that was all fake. But, among the Jewish gang, isn't the biggest bug here? After watching Roland call Evelyn and ask her to schedule the release of Spider-Man on June 7th, and to arrange the premiere and various publicity plans, based on the release date, the truck driver took out a stack of documents from the drawer under the coffee table. Wow. Why do you guys like to talk to me with documents now? Roland had a headache when he saw the documents, because he thought it might be another financing report. But the truck driver ignored his complaints and said directly, "Open it." "Okay, you are the boss." Roland shook his head slightly inside. "You don't want me to invest in your submarine project again?" "I'm serious, I'm not interested in your submarine plan." "Fuck, the ship has been built." Before he finished speaking, his voice was pulled up. Hearing this sound, the truck driver laughed. In his opinion, Roland's surprise was completely expected. "Certainly." The truck driver nodded. While Roland was staring at the photo on the document, he raised his hand and took Roland's phone and turned it off. "The boat is almost built. Or rather, since the filming of Spider-Man was completed last summer and we separated while you were busy, I used Fox's money to buy land, dug a pit, filled it with water, and built half of a Titanic that could float on the water. Okay, I admit that it was the Titanic suspended on the water by steel wires. But it doesn't matter. People can get on it anyway. Except for some interior decorations that still need a month or two to be completed. Everything else is almost ready. It's already January 1996. According to our original agreement, your time belongs to me. How about flying to Mexico with me? I heard that you are annoyed by those strange phone calls recently. How about boarding the ship with me? I will scold anyone who dares to call me. Roland looked up before he finished speaking. While he was looking around, the truck driver had raised his turned-off mobile phone and smiled at him. Note, in early 1996, from the 6th to the 9th, and from the 17th to February 6th, the entire United States was hit by extremely bad weather, and many movies were affected. Todd Black is the producer of The Magnificent Seven. When making this movie, he complained about Sony. The Green Light Committee commented on his script, "Why do cowboys have to wear cowboy hats and beards?" He replied, "Cowboys don't need revolvers or ride horses," and then it was approved. The director of Whiplash also complained about Sony. Sony asked him to delete the drum solo at the end. The reason for the comment was, "We know he can play drums, and there is no need to repeat the plot." He replied, "This is the highlight of the ending," and then it was approved. In 2017, Sony was engaged in new media and wanted to edit the movies in the film library into harmonious versions. Everyone protested. The Directors Guild issued a document asking Sony not to touch those classics, and then Sony handed the power to the directors and let them do it themselves. Sony's decentralization of the release date is not random, but they are a weirdo in reality. Among the top 10 movies in the box office in 1996, 5 were made by the Jewish gang. Many times, they couldn't arrange their own schedules because the yield rate was too high. Independence Day is a mainstream American movie. Clinton watched it in the White House, and he endorsed the movie when he was seeking re-election. Stop saying I got the time of the ship wrong. In reality, digging started in September 1995, and filming didn't start until July 1996. The total filming time was 7 months, and it was finished in February 1997. They said that filming started in 1995. Could you please check the BBC filming schedule? At that time, Winslet was filming Jude the Obscure and Hamlet, and she was in the UK. Chapter 174, Behind the Big Ship, Game of Thrones. In fact, when Roland saw the half model of the Titanic in the photo, his mind was buzzing. What the fuck? The current situation was completely inconsistent with the timeline in his memory. In Roland's memory, Fox, the stingy guy, would not give money to the truck driver cleanly, would not directly let him buy land and build a ship, and would not readily agree to the idea that the truck driver needed customized tabloir, porcelain, and clothing. Fox should have questioned the huge cost of the entire project. They should be stingy and unwilling to pay. Roland had even thought about it. If Fox hesitated about the investment of nearly 200 million yuan, he would immediately take action and spend money on it himself. No, he would take out a loan to spend money on it. And now, the ship has been built. Fuck. Does Fox trust my handsome face so much? Roland raised his hand and subconsciously touched his cheek when he stared, thinking that the way he got up this morning might be wrong. The truck driver, who knew Roland's weird idea, raised his hand and touched Roland's forehead. Hiss. This forehead is not hot. This kid doesn't have a fever. Since he doesn't have a fever, what is he thinking about? Roland, why do you doubt your own influence? As an A+list, isn't it normal for a project with you to get a budget of hundreds of millions? You can ask for 100 million to shoot Spider-Man, and Sony directly gave 100 million. Not only did they not question it, they even didn't bother to care about the project. Then when it's Fox's turn, why can't they just pay the money? That's right, the truck driver thinks Fox's current thinking is normal. Although Roland hasn't made a serious film for 2 years, the influence of the A+list is not only based on the work, but also the sales volume of the endorsed products is also within the monitoring range of various film companies. A barrel of oil can only be sold for 157, while a barrel of Channel can be sold for 1.58 million. In the face of this IQ tax, fans are willing to pay for it, which indirectly proves that they are likely to pay for cheaper movie tickets. With this base, it is easier for actors to negotiate their pay. After all, the purpose of the producers is to make money. Although Roland has not accepted any endorsements, Walmart's sales cannot be faked. Just take a look at Walmart's financial statements and you will know how terrifying Roland's ability to bring goods is. In this case, no production company will have any objection to spending hundreds of millions of dollars. Wait, that's not how the accounts are calculated. Roland felt that the truck driver was trying to confuse him. I can understand that Fox invested in a 100 million project with their eyes closed. But the problem is, how can a project with you here have a budget of 100 million? You're reporting 75 million now. But after buying land, building ships and making props, there's no money left in the account, right? You'll need at least 75 million, which means 150 million. Don't talk to me about Spider-Man. Why did Spider-Man cost 100 million? Aren't you and I not collecting any film remuneration at all, but only taking a share of the profits? Of the 100 million investment, 70 million was used for production. And we only spent 40 million on filming. With the remaining 30 million, George can at least make a 60 million effect for my sake. To put it bluntly, using the normal calculation method, the actual cost of our Spider-Man is definitely 150 million. With this calculation, the cost of Titanic must be at least 200 million. 200 million cost. Can't Fox calculate it? According to the mental calculation method of multiplying the production cost by 3 to recover the cost, Titanic will need at least 600 million to recover the cost without any publicity. With publicity, this number must be at least 1 billion. Even if I'm on the A+ list, Fox won't firmly believe that a movie with me can make 1 billion at the box office, right? Yes, Roland felt that Fox paid money too quickly, which was not in line with common sense. Steven Spielberg and George Lucas couldn't guarantee that every movie would start at 1 billion at the box office, so how could Fox be so confident that Roland was more awesome than these two old men? What's the difference between this kind of behavior of shaking the tiger's body and bowing down, and the aura of the protagonist of this kid is so scary, he must not be allowed to stay? After several companies bought PR manuscripts together and forced him to hand over the portrait authorization, Roland didn't believe that these guys would really trust him unconditionally. This was not reasonable, and even more illogical. After seeing Roland lay out the matter in great detail, the truck driver chuckled and shook his head. You're right. Before, Fox didn't pay the money very quickly, but now, they will give us as much as we want. What? I don't understand what you mean. After hearing what the truck driver said, Roland was even more confused. But the truck driver was not disturbed by Roland's logic. Instead, he told the whole story very clearly. In July 1995, after the filming of Spider-Man was completed, the truck driver handed over all the work to George Lucas after editing the film, and then flew back to Los Angeles, focusing on his own disaster romance film. When asking Fox for investment, even though the truck driver claimed that Roland must act, Fox was very cautious and only gave 75 million in advance payment, and asked the truck driver to sign an unequal treaty that, if Roland did not sign the contract on time, the project would be terminated, and the truck driver would have to pay the money and interest out of his own pocket. But everything turned around after The Shawshank Redemption was released. What does this have to do with The Shawshank Redemption? Roland frowned. Of course there is a connection. The truck driver knocked on the table and shouted, Rupert Murdoch, the actual controller of News Corporation, the parent company of Fox, has always wanted to break into the circle of wealthy people in New York. For this reason, he even chose not to buy a house in New York, but instead rented a New York apartment under Chuan Jianguo Real Estate for a long time. The apartment he rented is in the same building as Chuan Jianguo's. It started 5 years ago. But unfortunately, how could those guys who are so arrogant easily accept someone who came from a tabloid background? If your private life is as clean as a piece of white paper, then this is all black. They can't even wait to be on guard against Rupert. How can they be friends with him? So, he hasn't found any opportunities in the past 5 years, and the person he sees the most is Chuan Jianguo, not Carl Icahn. But now, isn't the opportunity right in front of us? Because investing in us is in the interests of their big boss. Rupert wants to change his identity. Isn't it normal for him to target you after failing to take down Chuan Jianguo for a long time? We can shoot Titanic in any way we want. As long as we can get Robert and his group of guys to come to the premiere, Rupert, who will be there on time, won't care about the profit or loss of $200 million US. As for time, he has been waiting for 5 years. He doesn't care about waiting a little longer. That's right. When The Shawshank Redemption appeared, or when the guy in Washington took the initiative to endorse the movie, all of Roland's projects in Fox were the top priority. No matter what he wanted, Fox could give it to him, as long as he was happy. And when Fox chairman Barry Diller personally called Roland to confirm that he would definitely participate in Titanic, they could approve any amount of money Cameron wanted. If the admission ticket to the New York Circle could be purchased with money, it would be the cheapest thing in the world. Because of this, Roland's incomprehensible butterfly effect occurred. Fox doesn't care how much money they invest in Roland and his team now. Roland and his team can shoot whatever they want. They just need Roland and the truck driver, the two guides, to say a few nice words to those guys who won't respond to soft or hard words. Of course, it would be even better if they could get Murdoch, the chairman of News Corporation, to meet with them a few more times. Shit, that means Fox doesn't care about this project at all now? Oh, I mean, they attach great importance to our project? Roland, who was a little incoherent, did eye exercises and pressed the Jingming acupoint in front of the truck driver. If it was really as the truck driver said, then he could understand why Fox in the previous life would let the truck driver ask for money. It was just to establish a relationship. Rupert wanted to connect with Bald Perelman through the truck driver, but unfortunately, the copyright issue of Spider-Man made MGM, Sony and Fox entangled. After failing to achieve immediate results, although they wanted to invest in the truck driver's crazy ideas on Titanic and Avatar also made them feel that it was not worth it. If he invested in truck drivers, he could get to know those wealthy people right away, and Murdoch would spend money without hesitation. But the truck drivers in his previous life couldn't do that. But now, the sensible Roland has been deeply bound to the other party. In this case, no matter how much money Fox spends, they don't feel bad, because they firmly believe that this kind of investment in people can bring them expected huge returns. For these wealthy people, movies are first tools, and then money printing machines. As for art that doesn't make money is dead. From this point of view, the influence of The Shawshank Redemption is really great. Roland, who figured out the cause and effect, shook his head with emotion. To be honest, he is annoyed by those messy calls, but he likes the feeling of being valued. Especially now, whether sitting in the Sony office or walking into Fox, the feeling that my words are equivalent to the will of the group's big boss makes him excited and tingling. The feeling of power is really wonderful. With this thing, even if he is as bad as Harvey Weinstein, he will not be sentenced to 23 years. Because no one knows what he has done. The New York Times can double label the same behavior in different places as anti-human rights and noble. Then, what is the credibility of the media? It's just a toy for the rich. Roland hates being fooled, and he is also glad that he has entered the circle of fools. Murdoch also wants to follow in. Wow, this is really beautiful. No wonder so many people are obsessed with power. Roland was a little overwhelmed just by listening to the truck driver's simple words. However, just as Roland was digesting the shocking news brought to him by the truck driver with a smile, the old man who was huddled nearby rolled his eyes and said, okay, don't enjoy yourself here. Okay, if you want to enjoy yourself, wait until we finish the plan in hand before enjoying yourself. This kind of power cannot be put on the table for people to see, but movies can. Don't you like movies? Then just imagine that the movie you starred in is liked by people all over the world. The truck driver put his arm on Roland's shoulder. As a left-handed man, he spread out his 5 fingers and slowly pushed forward, as if clearing the clouds to see the sun. The action of coaxing a child made Roland roll his eyes and said, "Oh, James, don't treat me like a child, okay?" After hearing what Roland said, Cameron was immediately unhappy and stopped pretending. "I'm 26 years older than you. You're just a child in front of me. I'm telling you, you must go to Mexico with me today. No. Before the filming of Titanic is finished, I'll keep your phone. Now, you just go and film." The glaring truck driver made Roland smile. No matter how the other party challenged him, he would not get angry. This was not only because he still liked movies while smelling the breath of power, but also because the truck driver was the original bridge connecting him to New York. After being hit twice by the other party, Roland also raised his hands in surrender and asked with a smile, "So, excuse me sir, where should we start?" Looking at the guy who seemed to be smiling on the surface, but was actually ready, the truck driver was so happy in his heart. He had frequent contacts with wealthy people and never thought that filmmakers should work behind closed doors. If you can't even adapt to the general trend, you will never be able to ascend to the altar. Where to start? Let me think. The truck driver frowned in a pretentious manner, and after concentrating on thinking for a moment, he slapped his forehead and pretended to be enlightened. "Oh, I remember. You should start with a relationship." Just as Roland's mobile phone was confiscated by the truck driver, and he and the other party got on the private plane provided by Fox, and flew directly to the studio under construction in Mexico, a group of people in Los Angeles were staring at each other in a villa. "Can't get through. Can't get through. Still can't get through." He turned off his mobile phone. The middle-aged man in the baseball cap put down his mobile phone very embarrassedly. Hearing this, the companions around him looked at each other in surprise. At this time, a big-nosed man spoke up. "Yuan King, does he not want to talk to us?" "I don't know." The middle-aged man in the cap spread his hands and said, "Yuan Lao, I think Roland must have something to do. He has a good temper. He always answered the phone when I called him before. Yes, I can testify to this." Ang Lee, who was sitting next to him, also responded, "I have communicated with him several times, and the transactions were very straightforward. I guess something has delayed him, otherwise he would not have answered the phone. After all, he gave us a private number. Then is there any other way to contact him?" The big-nosed man, who was called Yuan Lao by Yuan King, glanced at the two people who were explaining, and said, "New Line has been waiting for our call, and selling the North American and European copyrights of Rumble in the Bronx to New Line for $5 million is actually quite in line with Golden Harvest's idea." Note, after buying Fox, Murdoch wanted to break into the New York rich circle. Wendy Deng was able to introduce a partner to the eldest princess, because Murdoch had been renting an apartment under the name of Chuan Jiango Real Estate for a long time. The so-called Twitter governance is due to the lack of media support, and it is also a smokescreen. When the Financial Times of the United Kingdom released the photo on February 10, 2017, it accused Trump of not being true in his first interview with the British media. The media was the Times, which was controlled by Murdoch, and Murdoch was present, but he did not mention it at all. The interviewer at the time, Michael Gove, a former British cabinet member and Brexit advocate, also confirmed this. During Trump's campaign, Roger Ailes, CEO of Fox News Channel, was dismissed by Murdoch, and Murdoch took over personally. Fox News anchor Megyn Kelly defected to NBC because she did not support Trump, and her successor Tucker Carlson was Trump's man. In the incident where the US military wanted to launch an airstrike on Iran but eventually stopped, Trump also said that he was persuaded by Carlson. After the action was cancelled, Carlson also praised Trump's rationality and put the blame on the hawks who instigated the war. "That's why I wrote that when Roland got the ticket to New York, Fox was already his own. Because Murdoch has always wanted to get in and take root deeply. The special effects production fees charged by Industrial Light and Magic really depend on George Lucas' mood. In reality, in order to prevent Digital Domain from seizing their special effects market, Industrial Light and Magic deliberately underreported the bid price of Titanic by $8 million. They got the order, which made Cameron so angry that he confronted Lucas directly. Chapter 175. A powerful dragon cannot defeat a local snake, and the roots are finally found. It was said before that around 1980, Golden Harvest wanted to send Jackie Chan to Hollywood, but they didn't understand the market, and didn't adapt to the local environment, which led to the high opening and low closing of the movie The Killer Trench. The long-term screening only earned $8 million at the box office, which only made a small splash. Although they later spent a lot of money, an investment of $18 million to make Cannonball Run, the box office performance of $72 million seemed to be very glorious, but Uncle Long was just a dead supporting role in it, and didn't get any credit. And then because of the box office success, the sequel Cannonball Run 2 was mentioned as the third male lead, which was also a big flop. With an investment of $20 million, it only earned $28 million at the box office. Unconvinced, they continued to tinker with the detective. Even though the European and American versions took the route of selling 6, it only earned $980,000 at the box office, so the situation of 3 consecutive career failures was formed. To be honest, in the entertainment industry, if an actor plays the leading role and fails 3 times, no investor will use him. But this was a recipe for market expansion. Uncle Long was still very popular in Hong Kong. In addition, in the same year that Police Story failed, 4 movies, Lucky Stars, Summer Lucky Stars, Police Story and Heart of Dragon were released, making Uncle Long the first guy in the history of Hong Kong movies to take the top 4 spots in the annual box office rankings. While writing a legend, they no longer bothered about Hollywood. Instead, they re-entered Hong Kong and continued to work hard. But people always have to have some thoughts, right? Being praised by the audience in Hong Kong as double Zhao and Wan Sheng, this is already touching the ceiling of the market. After all, Uncle Long's record of taking the top 4 spots in the annual box office rankings was broken by Chow Yun-fat 2 years later, who made 11 movies in a year, 6 of which entered the top 10 box office, and won the 2nd place in the box office with Prison on Fire. Then, it was Stephen Chow who won the box office 4 consecutive championships, and created the miracle of taking the top 5 box office rankings by himself in 1992. In this case, even if the 3 of them were to decide the winner, the audience would not lift one of them to the altar. In addition, after filming Peace Hotel, Chow Yun-fat also wanted to develop in Hollywood. Therefore, Uncle Long, who once again touched the ceiling of Hong Kong box office with Rumble in the Bronx, also picked up the ambition he had abandoned 10 years ago and wanted to try Hollywood. And he learned his lesson and tried again. Of course, he couldn't follow the old path of his failure. Even the high-spirited Zhu Wenqiang knew to ask Wu Beige for help and asked him to find a good script for him. Uncle Long, who had fallen down because of the problem of having no connections, of course, aimed at his own big brother. Many people said that Master Yuan Bei and Uncle Long had a grudge just because the two stopped working together after Drunken Master and Snake and the Eagle's Shadow. And in various public occasions in the future, Master Yuan Bei said that the Kung Fu Emperor Jet Li, who had exchanges with him, was better than Uncle Long. Of course, special venues like Ike Home Furnishing City are another matter. After all, in the case of a fight using weapons, even if the purple potato demon comes, he has to kneel down to Uncle Long. It is precisely because of this kind of non-cooperation and open derogation that people feel that they have long since stopped communicating with each other. But in fact, the non-cooperation between the two of them was purely because Uncle Long's artist contract was signed with his godfather Lo Wei's company, and Uncle Long's godfather Lo Wei was the one who acted as a firefighter and filmed Fist of Fury and Fist of Fury with Bruce Lee. He was also the only guy who directly pissed off Bruce Lee on the set. When filming Fist of Fury that year, Lo Wei and Bruce Lee each had a throne chair and fought face to face. In the end, it was a full-scale fight. Bruce Lee drew his sword and almost chopped Lo Wei. After parting ways with Bruce Lee, Lo Wei, who continued to make kung fu films, found Uncle Long, who was about to switch to being a chef. Unfortunately, New Fist of Fury, Shaolin Wooden Men Ali and Swordflower Misty Rain in Jiangnan failed 3 times in a row. It was not until Mr. Yuan and his father borrowed Uncle Long from Lo Wei and pioneered the road of kung fu comedy that Uncle Long finally became popular. When Uncle Long became popular, Lo Wei, who thought that nonsense was evil, asked him back. With the constraints of the contract, Mr. Yuan had no choice but to watch Uncle Long live a life of tens of thousands of yuan per play. Yes, he was an adopted son on the surface, but the treatment was about the same as the 95-27 in the house of Master Hua. Due to the low treatment, Uncle Long was taken in by Golden Harvest not long after, and Mr. Yuan, who lost Uncle Long and his boss, Yuan Films, found a replacement, Chinese American Li Yuanba. I don't know if he is the first of the 18 heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties, the reincarnation of the Golden Winged Rock, who tore apart the second best in the world, Yuan Qingdu, and killed the third best in the world, Pei Yuan King, with 3 hammers, and killed an army of 1.2 million. The name of Li Yuanba is too heavy for his life. After the big hit of Dragon Ninja, he was called the new generation of Jackie Chan. This guy called himself the best hero in the world and said to the producers in Taiwan who wanted to bid for him, "If you can deal with my boss Wu Xian, I will make a movie for you." After hearing this promise, Yuan Bei's boss Wu Xian was beaten seriously by the underworld in Taiwan. In a hurry, Yuan Bei and Wu Xian issued a ban order and banned the second generation of Uncle Long, who was finally found. Even if he apologized, he would ignore it. After all, the act of hiring a thug to beat up the boss is more stupid than Gobbert. After that, Mr. Yuanbei became a martial arts instructor with peace of mind and cooperated with Golden Harvest for a long time. In 1992, Uncle Long won more than 30 million box office in Twin Dragons, which was the martial arts director of him, and he picked up the kung fu comedy again. The conflict between the two of them was all because of Lo Wei. With Lo Wei's decline, the two had no other scruples, especially after learning that his big brother Mr. Yuanbei was accidentally hired by Hollywood to be an action director. This guy who wanted to break into Hollywood again naturally targeted Roland, who specially invited his big brother to Hollywood. To put it bluntly, even if Golden Harvest had maintained a good cooperative relationship with New Line before, in front of Roland, New Line, a subsidiary of Warner, was just a younger brother. Being able to get a relationship with Roland is equivalent to getting the distribution resources of the 6 major levels. Although they didn't know the twists and turns in 7 Deadly Sins and Shawshank Redemption a few months ago, it didn't matter. They just needed to know that when Roland released the movie, he could find a bunch of guys who they couldn't afford to endorse it. They just need to understand that if they sell Rumble in the Bronx to Roland, the profits they will get will definitely crush New Line. That's enough. But the problem is, while they are delaying time and visiting Los Angeles to meet Roland, the little sheep, has been fooled by the truck driver and ran away. I can't contact him. This is really annoying. You know, in order to seize this opportunity, Uncle Long went to find his godfather, the founder of Golden Harvest, Ho Kuan Chung. If it weren't for the old man who always hoped that Uncle Long could go out like Bruce Lee, then Rumble in the Bronx would have been sold long ago. Why would he wait until now? What should we do now? We can't just sit here. After making several calls and confirming that Roland's phone was turned off, Uncle Long leaned back and fell on the sofa. At this moment, he was as helpless as Masayoshi-san who wanted to do good things. I can't even deliver things to someone's door. Is there any justice in this world? Or should we go directly to Sony? Seeing this situation, Ang Lee, who was sitting next to him, suggested. He could understand Uncle Long's feelings at the moment. 3 years ago, when the wedding banquet was seeking a distribution company, he was more desperate than Uncle Long now because he repeatedly hit a wall. Go to Sony. Will that work? Uncle Long, who wanted to seize the opportunity to show his talents, hesitated. After all, New Line is a subsidiary of Warner. If we contact Roland, even if New Line has ideas, they can't touch Roland. If we contact Sony directly and get rejected, it will be difficult to go back to New Line. New Line will think that we treat him as a spare tire. Since we don't value them, they won't value us anymore. I'm different from you. You have been cooperating with Sony all the time. After hearing Uncle Long's words, Ang Lee shut up directly because what the other party said was right. Except for the first pushing hands, the following the wedding banquet, and Eat Drink Man Woman were all bought by Roland at a fixed price and then directly handed over to Sony for distribution. Not only that, Sense and Sensibility, which invested up to 16 million, was also a Sony project. Or, just by the label of Roland likes his work, he can get a high degree of creative freedom from the project. In the eyes of most people, Ang Lee, who has won the best foreign language film for the wedding banquet, is Roland's man. As long as he doesn't waste money, the production director who follows the crew will turn a blind eye. After all, in Sony's territory, no one will go against Roland. Then why don't you call Sony to ask about the situation? Although Uncle Long can't go directly to Sony due to various relationships, Master Yuan understands that just waiting here is not a good idea. You call and pretend to ask about the box office of Sense and Sensibility and tell them by the way that you want to thank Roland, but his phone can't be reached, and ask Sony if they know where he has gone. Yes, this method is feasible. Uncle Long, who reacted, regained hope. Ang Lee, who had helped Roland find Master Yuanbei, did not hesitate and directly called Sony. However, when he said a few polite words and got straight to the point, Sony's answer made his face darken. Miss Evelyn, you mean that Roland Allen spoke to you on the phone this morning? Oh, I see. After he handed over all the things on hand to you, he flew to Mexico with director James Cameron to officially join the crew of the new project invested by Fox? But the flight from Los Angeles to Mexico seems to be only more than 3 hours, right? They should be here now. Ah, you don't know the details? Then, are there other ways to contact him? Yes, 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 I have something I want to find him for. It's quite urgent. It's about the movie. You misunderstood. It's not about the distribution of Sense and Sensibility, but, yes, I'm just looking for someone. What? You said that, if I just want to find someone, I can call Kate directly? Kate? Which Kate? Kate Winslet? Didn't she just attend the premiere of Sense and Sensibility with me? What? You said she was chosen by director James Cameron. No, that's not right. You said she's already on the shortlist, waiting for Roland and James to make a decision. So, she should be in Mexico too? That's right. When the truck driver told Roland that you should start with a relationship, it means that he has already chosen the actress, or in other words, the shortlist is in his hands. In fact, after deciding that Roland would star in the film, the truck driver arbitrarily modified the script, setting the ages of the male and female protagonists at 17. When it comes to selection, it's even simpler. Can't he just choose according to Roland's age? The first person who caught his eye was Eliza Dushku, who had worked with her in True Lies, and is Arnold Schwarzenegger's daughter in the movie. It was so exciting to have the governor's son and daughter fall in love. Secondly, it was Claire Danes, who won the 52nd Golden Globe Award for Best Actress in a TV series for My So-Called Life, but she had already worked with Leo in Romeo and Juliet, so he didn't know if Roland would mind. The third was Rose Byrne, who has the same name as Rose in Titanic. She was also a child star and starred in Dallas Dolls at the age of 12. The most impressive role was the heroine in Insidious in James Wan's horror universe and the first love of Professor X in X-Men: Apocalypse. Of course, Christina Ricci, the heroine of Gremlins invested and produced by Amblin Entertainment last year, is also within the truck driver's confirmation range, and people like Carrie Russell, who debuted with Disney's Mickey Mouse Club, and Gabrielle Anwar, who played the heroine who was attracted by Al Pacino's dancing in Scent of a Woman, are also on the list. The truck driver's way of finding people is very simple, that is, just go up according to Roland's age. And there are only 3 standards. Young, meeting the age requirement of a 17-year-old girl. Beautiful, must make the audience exclaim at first sight. So various global beauty rankings have become a real help for truck drivers to browse and search. And while meeting these 2 points, it must also be Roland's favorite. After all, this is not him acting, but Roland. If Roland stares at the heroine and doesn't move, then don't shoot this love movie. Just pack up and go home to take a shower. Although Fox is willing to spend a lot of money for Roland's sake, the truck driver will not relax his standards or lower his requirements just because the money comes too easily. With the admission ticket to New York, Fox will not care about the profit or loss of the entire movie, but if it really loses money, it will be Roland and his job that will be ruined. So, in the words of the truck driver, that is, you can choose the heroine this time, but my personal suggestion is that you choose one you like and then have a real relationship. You have half a year to prepare. During this period, I will keep your phone. Of course, if your assistant or bodyguard insists on looking for you, then I can't do anything about it. After all, I can't leave them in Los Angeles. But, I hope you can remember. It's not that we don't want to lose, but that we can't lose. For them, our influence in front of the public is the most valuable thing. Their acceptance of you does not mean safety. Before you officially transform, your fans are the foundation that allows you to stand firm. Our goal is not to surpass Jurassic Park, but to create a century of love that moves the world. Have 2 notes. The first movie that Chow Yun-fat entered Hollywood, The Replacement Killers, was actually guaranteed by Zhang Jiazhen and John Woo. They were the producers, and the investor WCG was this. If it wasn't their own people who invested, how could he be the protagonist in his first movie? The fact that Bruce Lee drew his sword and chopped Lo Wei was not a rumor from the sidelines, but Jin Yang used his own name to prove it in Ming Pao. As for how Jin Yang knew it, Ni Kuang, who ghost wrote for the demigods and semi-devils and blinded AZ's eyes, was Lo Wei's screenwriter, and the Accidental Fist of Fury was co-written by Ni Kuang and them. The character in Quentin's Once Upon a Time in Hollywood was actually quoted from these people's Hong Kong reports. Jackie Chan has 2 fathers and 1 dad. His 2 fathers are his biological father and his master Yuan Allen, and his godfather is Golden Harvest boss Ho Kuan Chang. As for Lo Wei, he was his adoptive father when he was in Lo Wei Pictures, but he was no longer called that after he left Golden Harvest. Many people may not know Lee Yuan-ba. He was promoted by Yuan Hepping to replace Jackie Chan, but unfortunately his brain is not very good. Why did New Line collaborate with Jackie Chan? Because New Line bought Golden Harvest's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. The actress is mentioned in the article or audition for Titanic, and Rose's age in the script was indeed 17 years old. As for why this movie was considered a romance from the beginning, it was because Macaulay Culkin was also on Fox's invitation list, but his father made a big fuss at the time, so he was not allowed to go. In reality, Cameron slowly recruited actors as his age gradually increased. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.